Right, ladies and gentlemen, I see my microphone is a little bit peaky. Guys, welcome to Empire Duels, the open qualifiers. Let's quickly test the sound and talk to the people.
Yeah, I'm so happy that woman invited me to cast with her. It's such a pleasure. Hopefully, I will not mess up too many times, but yeah.
So, Anatan, you've been streaming for a little while. I know you've been streaming a lot more consistently recently. How has streaming been treating you?
Yeah, I'm trying to be a full-time streamer. Like, Beastie, my idol right now. Like, he's a decent pro player, like top 5, top 4 maybe.
Oh!
And he's a huge content creator, wow. And I wanna be like him.
You wanna be like him?
So far, so good, yeah.
The funny thing about Beastie is when you look at his history, I don't know if you know how Beastie got started, but he used to be a StarCraft 2 pro, obviously, back in the day. And when I met him, I had no idea who he was. I thought he was just like we were at the ISF World Championships, and he was just there. I saw people behind me, and I thought they were speaking Russian, and I love a Russian accent. Back then, for South Africans, the sexiest thing in the world is any Slavic type of accent. Oh my goodness. So I turned around. I looked at all these Serbian men. And I was
Not
like,
Russian.
Not mine. No, they were Serbian, but I thought they were Russian because I did not even know Serbia was a country. So I turned around and I'm like, oh, you guys speak Russian very deliciously. Nobody smiled. And then one guy was like, we are not Russian, we are Serbian. And I'm like, okay, cool. So then I started grabbing name tags and I started reading them in the worst Russian accent I could, like Alexander, Vladimir. And I just went through, and they were like, oh, you say it so well. I'm like, yes, it's fake Russian accent. It does perfect. So Beastie comes from the corner. We see each other, eyes locked, and now we're married. It took a few years, though. We did get there. He was...
Yeah, just a few years.
Yeah, a few years. More. So I met him in South Korea and throughout the years, I remember coming to Serbia and he was like trying to get up and just win a cup here and there. Just a little bit of here, a little bit of there. And then we started the YouTube channel. I was doing the shitty thumbnails. The thumbnails were awful, but we were all learning from scratch. And after a few months, it just blew up completely. So
did Beastie pay you or when you were his editor?
No.
Oh.
I get paid in wife, I guess.
I mean, it's fine, yeah.
Cuddles and yeah, it's always a little bit easier when there's someone helping at the back. But no, he's definitely, he grew from 0 to where he is today just by playing StarCraft, making videos people like, and then when AoE came out, he took a very big jump. I think he actually went from 200 to 900 average the moment he switched to AoE. So when you see an opportunity, jump on it and just freaking go.
Yeah, video about him from Basset was like pretty huge. It was like telling all his history. It was really nice to see it.
Yeah,
but yeah, Beastie is God. What can I say?
Now, who is your favorite pro player? Who do you like the most?
It's hard to tell. Like I think Marine Lord or Beastie.
Marine Lord or Beastie.
Yeah. Like Marine Lord, you know, he's so funny. He's just spitting. He's just insulting like everyone, and comment win every tournament.
Yeah, that's true. He is. If you ever meet Marine Lord in real life, just remember he's gonna trash talk the shit out of you. But I think it's his love language. When he was playing with Lyra, the French player that I played with in my TV2 tournament recently, she was a little bit worried because Marine Lord wasn't trash talking her, and they had to play together for a tournament. He was saying like, "Oh, it's okay, don't worry about it, it's fine." And then she was like, "I don't know what's wrong, but I don't know if he doesn't like me or something." And then the second time they played together, he was like, "Are you shitty? Why is your head not working?" And she was like,
okay.
"That's fine." Now he's more comfortable. So it's a love language, the moment he speaks to you like that. All right. So Anatan, we're going to go soon into our first match. Now, what we have here is we're going to go look at Knock Knock and Deniskaya. So can you, as the professional... Oh, I'm speaking only of the right headphone. I will fix that in a second, guys.
Okay.
We check the sound.
So yeah, I know both of these players. Like Knock Knock is like super strong Taiwanese player. He performed well at some qualifiers. Like I think for Red Bull he got like into top 64. It's not so bad, to be honest. And Deniskaya, he's from Russia. He's like top team game player. I think he played a lot versus Baltune, and he was quite success. Yeah, found some success in team games.
In team games.
Yeah.
Team games. Okay. So are either of these players like when we saw you coming up in the scenes, people were like, "Oh, Anachad is actually he's playing really well." Do you think that this is something that we were going to see from either of these players, or have they not shown that kind of performance just yet?
Yeah, I think maybe Knock Knock, but Deniska, he's like Russian Jiggly, you know? He's just coming to the chat, say hi, saying some like funny things, and that's all. And
Okay.
he's playing only nice, so not Deniska, surely. But Knock Knock, yeah, he got like really good potential.
Knock Knock has really good potential. That's funny because I've never heard the name before. So this is for me something interesting to see. Now, do either of these players have like a signature civ that we need to be aware of?
I think Deniska loves like his knights, he's like French, GD, or Rus. Also, his English quite strong.
Is English?
But Knock Knock, I think Knock Knock plays almost like every civ.
Oh my goodness. To me, that is still absolutely insane. The fact that people can play all the civilizations at such a high level. Now, guys, before we get into like all the history of these players, we know it's Dark Age. Things are not happening as quickly as we want them to, right? But there is something cooking, and that is the beautiful, beautiful barracks from our Mongol player. Now, as we know, Mongols famous for their tower rushing, and especially now with French having a forward gold. Is this something that could already end the game here for Deniskaya, or do you think?
Oh, yeah, I think, especially with the opening, Deniska might be in a little trouble. Like, because spears can burn money camp and mill, I think.
Yeah, I think the spawn is quite unfortunate here for Mr. Deniskaya. I'm trying not to say this name and remembering that his real name is Deniskaya because I'm going to keep making mistakes. But we can see he already pulled off a gold. I think he's just trying to get enough for the age up and then go for it. But are we going to see some... with a name like I Love Deadcock, are we going to see a Chamber of Commerce? Or do you think he's going to play this safe against Mongols?
Think, yeah, he'll play not Chamber of Commerce.
Okay. Almost got way too
can you
excited.
check TC range? Maybe also spears can burn house? Maybe.
Maybe.
Let's see.
The TC range for me has been a little bit iffy in previous games. So basically, I'm really struggling to see the distance because even though they're standing here, they still sometimes gets hit.
Yeah, sometimes it's really bugged. But what can we do?
Oh, I think this is something... Oh, don't know if it's been fixed in the latest patch. Who knows? Oh, my God! We saw Chamber of Commerce! Did I just...
Oh, no. In
guys,
the angle, what are you doing?
this is going to be destruction. The problem...
What a chat.
Yeah, this is the first cock of any tournament. And I think with a name like what the Niskaya shows, I Love Dead Cock, it's no longer dead. It is just the Chamber of Commerce.
It's alive.
It's very much alive.
Okay, now Spears is coming, and what Deniska will do? Yeah.
Oh,
Good micro by him, yeah.
Yeah, he cancelled that completely. Oh my gosh, it looks like Knock Knock is overextending and he's very quick on the fingers. Might even get a little spearman as a reward. And we see they do make it out alive. But the villagers...
Yeah, now he will try to build burn house, and yeah, he can do it, looks like. Or not.
The thing is now, he doesn't have access to gold, but we do see he got his first upgrade, so the first trader should be popping out for free. And he does have enough to get another upgrade as well. We can see here... Ooh, I was going to say... Oh, that's more than enough. He can even get horticulture from here. But we do see with the amount of villagers that is on the wood, he is going to go for production building to try and shut these bad boys down.
Yeah, but still he has no production. It's like 6 spears. But I wonder if Knock Knock can build tower in time. Like, and where he will put tower. I really don't know. Like, where is he going? For wood?
Yes, he is. Now, this is something we've been seeing a lot from Mongols recently. You know, if the gold isn't the deciding factor in this game, and he did find that spot, as we talked about earlier. So, when gold isn't the deciding factor on this game, and denying wood has been a very good second choice. But this might just be Deniskaya keeping things fresh. Now, we do see the first trader popping out with 70 gold on its back. So, this might be a little bit of a distraction if Knock Knock does not shut down this trader. And he doesn't have the scout on top of this either.
Yeah, looks like he didn't scout cock yet. I don't know. And also, Deniska can trade with wood if his woodline will be in trouble. Because he's French, yeah. He can choose whatever resource for trade he want.
Yeah, the thing is, he can also just move his villagers over here once this does get denied, and it will require a very big investment just to get that tower back up. We do see the first archers snacking on these guys, and the villagers are pulled, so they do need to be careful because he can lose one or two. Well, there's a lot of
Yeah,
spearmen.
it can be painful.
Villager does cancel the tower, and it was so close to being done. This is a complete denial, but the spearmen are on top.
Yeah, but it's a lot of idle time. I don't know if it works, but probably it's fine. Oh, also look at the echo count, like 27 for French already. With cock, it's so massive echo advantage. Wow.
Yeah, yesterday was the first time I actually went into French, because I'm not a French player by any means. And I tried to go for the cock, and I didn't realize how strong the economy is, just because of this
Oh
fast
no,
villager production.
wolves eat poor villager.
Oh, rest in peace.
Here on top.
Damn.
Sage.
The first kill over to the wolves. Nature takes its toll. Now, we do see here that Mr. Deniskaya is going back onto gold, which is going to be quite important for him just to keep producing these traders, because right now he was just able to do the ones for free, but the spearmen are causing a little bit of trouble. The thing is now, are we going to be seeing a lot more pressure from Mr. Knock Knock? Now, a lot of Mongol players go for trade on this map, back before the patch hit. Why are people going for deer stones now?
Because of hunters, obviously, but I didn't find a lot of success in ladder. But to be honest, demo killed me, like only Mongo Dice and hunters yesterday, so maybe Knock Knock will do the same. We'll see.
Okay, so the Kana Hunters has been impactful enough for people to choose the deer stones over the other landmark. Now, do we still, as a Mongol player, do you still go for trade behind all of this?
Yeah, I think with this market, it's obviously all good to go for trade.
Yeah,
I think when angle market it's better than TC actually, because it pays off so quickly than TC.
But we do see Knock Knock kind of going quite heavily for units. He's double stabling it up. He's got an archer range, got a barracks. And with the spearman pressure, he doesn't get to shut down the trade, but he does get a little bit of damage on it. It will be easy to pick up, or if you are getting your Keshiks in the opponent's base. And we do see the Keshiks are in queue. Now, is he double producing? Yes, he's double producing these bad boys, and they're going to be snacking on these traders at the back. So Mr. Deniskaya needs to make some units here to deal with those.
Yeah, probably he need to scout double stable and make some barracks, even he's French. Also, it's quite funny how meta is changing, like before then, the Mongols always were trading and French trying to stop them. But now French is trading and the Mongols just trying to prevent trade. Wow.
This is something that's actually quite amazing, and as Anatan mentioned a little bit earlier, the French is just economically so far ahead because of this high trade house, and as I said, because of this fast villager production as well. He hasn't been making any traders except for the free ones that he gets from the upgrades, but I wouldn't be surprised. Up there we go. The forestry comes in and the next trader is in queue. And remember guys, they pop out after 15 seconds now, but the Mongols, he's on the prowl.
Yeah, also the funny thing about trades that you can just not make trades, like only 2 traders and make full army, and your opponent can't just scout it. It's so hard to scout trade amount and attack in right time. But now Knock Knock is stacking, and like you can see army count is almost even.
And the problem is Keshiks are quite chunky. They do take a big hit, but they are not as chunky as knights. The villager might go down, he does get it, and the knight is taking a little bit of damage. But where's that second knight? We do see there's another one on the map. But where are you hanging out, good sir? Oh, they were running around the back. Unfortunately, just being out of position for this fight.
Also, it's already blacksmith for Deniska, and maybe he will research +1 damage for archers soon, and Keshiks, it will be hard for Keshiks so much if he will do it.
I can imagine, because now you see he's already got the +1 here, and our Mongol player doesn't have the opportunity to do this just yet. We do see the blacksmith being dropped right now. These guys are looking for a flank, but the walls have been set up on the other side. We do see the horses also getting to the back line already. So I think this is where Deniskaya might need to decide, okay, where am I going to defend this? These guys won't be breaking these down anytime soon, but he's going to lose some of these free traders. The thing is, they've paid off.
Yeah, I think so. Plus, to be honest, I think it's a good idea by Deniska not really stop trade before walls. Like, He just wanna wall his trade off and only then just go for full trade.
So he knows how to transition out of here. But we do see the knights going to clean up these boys at the back. The wall is coming up, but this villager might be in danger of being, you know, taken down, especially when you have 2 Keshiks behind your base. Now, what I'm expecting to see is just getting that mass and pushing across the map. Because when you are this far ahead economically, you know your French, you know your opponent is not trading. You just have the stronger economy. So maybe he's just waiting for those upgrades, because he got +1 here too. And the knights are chasing them away. But the army is looking kind of scary here from Mr. Knock Knock.
I'm really surprised that it's already 9 wheel difference. Maybe Knock Knock idling his TC a bit? I'm not quite sure.
That would be a very big surprise, actually. We do see that happening, actually, the moment you mention it. And this is Conqueror 3. I'm actually really happy how relatable this is. So it means I'm not that far off.
Yeah, right.
I've smelled Conk too. I haven't touched it yet, but I've been 2 points off of Conk 2 several times. So I really want to be able to relate to these players and see like, oh, they are human too. Now Knock Knock is moving around and he is going to try to go for this wall over here. He doesn't realize there's a whole hole over here as well. So the problem is you do have Keshiks, but again, that's a very heavy amount of knights. They do clamp down on this and Keshiks do go down. The problem is this is a very expensive loss, but the spearmen are here to help.
Yeah, Deniska need to move off whole army here because Knock Knock really trying to kill this wall. Also, Knock Knock will have also +1 range armor, and no, Deniska not. So maybe fight will be good for Mongol player.
This is the fight that I feel like Mongols needs to win, though. The moment you get to this point where your opponent's eco is just a slight bit better than yours, it is kind of a snowball. So with them breaking into here, we know the trade has stopped. We're not too focused on the trade at the moment. No new traders are coming out. These are all just the free boys. But now, this is a fight that Knock Knock needs to be careful of. Because once Mongols does overwhelm you, you're really going to struggle getting back in there. But this is a very healthy set of archers. He does get the +1 ranged armor now too. But Knock Knock, he's knocking at his door. He's getting siege engineering too.
Oh, so scary fight for Mongol. I think his reinforcements so need to go for so long time. And for me it will be so long to go here. But 3 knights, yeah, trying to cut off reinforcement and maybe Knock Knock will make it. We'll see.
With the 3 knights, you always want to keep raiding your opponent's base, even when you know that the boys are pumping at yours, because you need to make sure that you idle their eco to ensure that you can stay ahead with those numbers. But the archers are going to try to snipe down the spearmen too, so the knights can have a field day. They actually target the archers. He doesn't care about the spearmen.
Oh, I think these few spears can do some damage here. Oh, he's losing knights here. But the fight goes well for him. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, Mr. Deniskaya is just going to snowball from here. Knock Knock is going to be in danger. We do see those knights going down at the back, but the traders have found a different route as well. He's just making sure that this is staying alive. The Khan goes down, and you know what Lennox said about the Khan, right?
Yeah, G.
Yeah,
But
Khan die, I
from this
die.
point, it will be so hard to come back for Mongols. Maybe he need to stop his trade also, but he will be so far behind.
Especially now because you're playing against French, that's actually really good at denying you the moment you get out of base, and we see he's out here on the external food sources. And with the knights being so chonky, you're just able to run into these towers and do fine, especially with that +1 defense he already has.
Yeah, I mean, and Knock Knock now not even producing army. He's, I think, a bit not knowing what to do. Like, he needs some time to get in shape after this fight.
He is trying to do a little bit of damage here on the trade, but he needs to get a nuclear bomb at this point to take these bad boys down, because those units are just not going to be able to catch up here, and the army is coming to knock at your door. The traders are running for their lives, though.
And I think now Dinskan knows that Mongol player on Deer, so he don't wanna attack main TC, he wanna attack foot from Mongol player, and he probably will succeed in it.
Ooh, and we do see the first trader going down, but the problem is there's a really scary army on the way to the food villages. Luckily, he does have his 2 towers here, but those guys are just made out of wood and no reinforcements, so they might actually be in a lot of danger. He does decide to rather go for the army, though, and this is a very, very tiny army.
Oh yeah, but now he knows that the whole Dinska army is here. So maybe it's good.
Oh, it is, because we can see here he's just again going there to raid. Now, when he's going to go and raid, he just wants to keep shutting down the trade, but the traders are still perfectly fine, waiting here at the back, and the wall has been repaired, but the boys are collapsing on the food. The villagers have run away for their lives. The boys make it out alive today.
Yeah, now it's like a real problem because of food for Mongol. Like he need to make pastures, and it's not really good investment when it's not in Uvu range, and it's not in Uvu range.
Oof. So the Uwu, definitely not getting the value that you would usually see from the pasture with those fast sheep coming out. They did buff that though. Do you think the buff was significant enough for them to actually matter?
I think not really. They just trying to do it normally after sheep nerf because of it. Yeah.
Also, just because of the sheep nerf, so it wasn't really a buff, it was just an equalizing. They were just fixing a previous... Now, do you think that Mongols in general as a civilization is in a bad place? Or do you think this patch has fixed them?
To be honest, when I saw patch, I thought like, nah, like Hunters so bad, but I wanna say again, yesterday demo just humiliated me with Mongol Dice, Hunters, and Keshiks. Like his army was so mobile and I can do anything. So maybe it's now like new way to play with Mongols, like only units, mounted units. Like you can't have walls, so you need to have mobility probably.
But the fact that they do get the kind of hunters, I would love to see them in action. I know we're not going to see much today, but it is really amazing that we get some new units too. For me, it just keeps the game so fresh and it changes the strategy. But there's a fight at the back here. The Keshiks are kind of getting punctured here by the archers, though. There's a lot of them. And I think a lot of the pro players have been going for these heavy archer compositions because archers are just that good at the moment. These guys are knocking at the front door, though, but the knights are ready to push them back.
Yeah, and plus French don't really need spears in this point because your knight's just better, and if Mongol player needs to deal something with knights. So you actually like countering spears in advance with French, with mass archer ball.
I can imagine this is just a really tough fight for Mongols because they don't have anything to deal with this mobility from the knights. Especially if your raiding is just not possible due to the wondrous invention of walls. These knights are hoping to get a charge off and they might get another... Geshik goes down.
And Deniska go in Castle Edge and look at knock base, like just pastures and all like idle, I think.
Yeah, and these villages...
It might be GG.
Oh, the villagers are falling like flies. The rest of them coming back in, carrying their little wood. But they might just call it a day from here.
It looks so bad, but Deniska forgot about his job. Like, it's like 0 views on Guildhall. Maybe it misclicked by him. Not sure.
Maybe he just wanted the thought of it. Reminding himself, hey, I am okay. I can just age up behind. No, he definitely misclicked. But when you are busy attacking, getting under your opponent's TC, I can completely understand why it happens that you may be misclicking. So let's go back into our lobby, guys. That was the first game between Deniskaya and Knock Knock. Now, the French Mongols, French reign supreme. Do you think it's just because it's a better matchup for French? Or is it because he went for the cock?
I think maybe game plan by Knock Knock was not ideal. Maybe his trade was a bad idea. Plus, his tower not even go up in Dark Age. Like, his 6 spears almost did nothing, to be honest.
Yeah, the spears just couldn't get that power out that we have heard about you saying, that we've heard you saying about Knock Knock. Now, guys, Anatand, for those of you who joined a little bit earlier, because I see a few more people of you have joined here, I just want to make sure you guys know, Anatand has said both of these players, Conk 3, a little bit of the closer ones in the top bracket. Knock Knock is seed 16 and Deniskaya seed 17, so they are the closest rank between these two. Now, after this match, we will be going over to Myriad and Hom Senpai, which are also quite closely ranked. So let's see if Deniskaya can close this out with a 2-0 or if Knock Knock can take him down. Now, going into our next match, we have Delhi versus Malians, with Knock Knock being on Delhi. Do you have any opinions on the Delhi-Malians matchup?
Oh, I think it's quite bad matchup for Malian, but Marilord shows that even Delhi can lose with this matchup. So yeah, we can see what will happen. I think it's like 60 for 40 in Delhi favor.
Now,
But
with the
maybe in new patch, Deniska will try Malian to TC and it can cost him the game. We'll see.
No, that's what I was about to ask you. With the Malians, we have seen a lot more plays coming out of this. So, are we going to be seeing a lot of Malian 2 TCs, even against Delhi? Because Delhi is really good at denying that second TC, right?
Yeah, I think probably not versus Delhi, but like it's so hard to punish Malian TC. They just building TC on gold and just TCing with Chaos, with Dribbling Towers, and we can do anything about it. So, I think it's pretty strong.
We did see Deniskaya going for the cock last game, right? But the question is now, do we get Dome of the Faith out of Knock Knock? Or is Dome of the Faith still not better than the Tower of Victory?
I tried it a bit, and like now, price for monks, it's pretty good, but I think everyone will play old-fashioned way with Tower of Victory, mass units, and people just used to play it. So yeah, I think it will be Tower of Victory.
All right. And if Knock Knock takes this game, we do see that he has Abyssal and English left as his picks. Do you feel like either of these civilizations are going to do well against Japanese and JD?
Yeah, not sure about Japanese in the last patch. But yeah, I think overall I prefer ABBA English into GD Japanese. Like now ABBA economy with economic wing looks terrific. Like super good. And good old English, like 2TC White Tower, maybe.
Okay.
Still good.
Well, no, I'm definitely excited to see that, because as an English enjoyer myself, it's always hard for me to gauge, okay, can I just kill him or am I about to die? And JD is exactly that for me. But guys, our game has begun, and we're about to load into game number 2 between Knock Knock and Deniskaya. So let's hop right in. Could you introduce the players for me, Mr. Anachad?
Yeah, we can see on the right side Mr. Knock Knock with orange collar. And Deniska. I love that. Okay, I love that cock, yeah. He's on the left side with his Malian.
Now, we, at lower ranks, I say lower ranks, guys, because I know a lot of us are just here learning. Delhi has been a civilization that is quite difficult to play at lower leagues. I think with the amount of things you have to remember in Delhi, it is definitely a difficult civ for us. But at higher ranks, where do you put Delhi? Is this an S tier civ, A, B, C?
To be honest, now I don't really like Delhi. It's pretty one-dimensional in high-level play. Like, just mass units into second side, but maybe new patch with some fast castle option, maybe Delhi can have some variety. But I think now it's like B tier.
Okay. And Malians, where would you put them?
For now, I think it's A tier with the economy. But main problem of Malian, if you have back gold, it's like almost S tier. If you have forward gold, you're dead. It's B tier or even C tier.
Okay.
It's very dependable, yeah.
This has always been a tough map for me. I struggle with Dry Arabia because of the sheep spawns that are just so complicated, in my opinion. Every single time I go there, if I get 4 sheep, I'm happy, because I feel like my scouting on this map is absolutely terrifying. How do you feel about the sheep changes that we've seen in the latest patch?
I think it's not really helping much. Like the main idea was what like if your opponent having 15 ships, you will have less food, but you will still have less food too. So I think it's not really helped in situations where you're really unlucky with sheep gamba, sheep scouting. Yeah.
Sheep, it is kind of a gamba anyway, with your scout going out there. But we see the Tower of Victory, and your predictions were correct. Tower of Victory coming out from a Delhi player, and the Mansa Quarry, as suspected, from the Malians. Now, most of us, when we're making the Mansakwari, we're always asking ourselves, how many villages do I age up with? And with the amount of villages we see here, we know he wants to get this out quickly. But let's quickly switch over to villager view. We see there's still 5 on food, and the question now is he just going to go for unit spam, or is he going for that second TC that everyone has been talking about to find out if it's actually good? But Mr. Dinaskaya here is just snacking on the sheep here. Delicious.
Oh yeah, it's pretty cool. But I can't really understand why 5 on food. Like sometimes after a job you wanna keep 5th one because like you're really low on food and you need wood upgrade early on in village. But for now he already have 100 food and strange.
Time to pull it off. Now, the thing is, remember, Anatan, you are a top 8 player right now, and these players are not up there just yet. Do you think there's a really big divide between the top 50? Or do you think that these players take a game off of you?
I think everyone can do game of me, but because Arabia, ship count, yara yara yara, but in best of 5 it will be pretty hard for them.
Okay. I'm actually hoping to see either of these players just, pump out a 2-0. I love myself a 2-1. But on the other hand, I love Malians. And I would really like to see how Malians can stay ahead of this. But with the amount of resources he's floating here, we do see 10 on food as well. So I'm trying to understand what the plan is here. But the amount on wood... Oh, we do see the barracks. Okay, so he's going for the units, and he does get the double broad axe. I was like, oh, he's floating a lot of gold. Are we seeing that second TC? Because now, guys, the second TC does cost gold for the Malian players.
Oh yeah, sadly now second TC it will be old-fashioned matchup. Mass units into Chaos and mass units into Sacrifice, and we'll see who will win.
Now this scout is dropping off quite a lot of sheep here. He's going to go and complete the rest of his scouting pattern. Trying to see what's at the back here. Do I have any sneaky gold? And sir, you do not. But you do have 2 over here. So the problem with these golds is they're quite exposed. And when we look over here on Knock Knock's side, he does have a pretty safe berries. And he could wall these off and protect these pretty well. So spawn-wise, I feel like Deniskaya got the beastie spawn and Knock Knock got a little bit of a Marine Lord spawn.
Yeah, I will agree with you. And but probably it doesn't matter for Knock Knock because Malian will go like only infantry units, so he can't really ride with them, probably.
You see the first javelin thrower has been queued up, and the blacksmith being dropped before the rest of the production buildings by the Ghazi Raiders on the way out. So if we're going to see an old school Delhi capture the sacred sites, try to take control, force him into sitting in his base until you get to castle first, that's going to be a good one. I'm actually really excited for it. We do see the amount of archers that you can usually pump out of Delhi doesn't really let those javelin throwers do the work they usually do. Because with javelin throwers, you're always trying to target fire to make sure that you don't lose, you don't overkill and you don't lose those javies because they are quite expensive. And with the amount of archers, you can just go right through them. They don't care.
Yeah. Also, I think Dinska like too scared of Delhi player. Like he not scouting well because he's still not Delhi player still not having monk in stable, I think. And usually you need to open with second pit mine if Delhi build blacksmith first. But Dinska was too scared and he just like goes into mass units when Delhi having some economic upgrades and tech upgrades. I mean, like blacksmith, yeah.
But like you said, he's just trying to play it careful. This is one of those very tough decisions you have to make because you're like, okay, if I do build it out here, he's instantly going to go for this and deny it. And we do see the scout is a little bit in danger here. These boys are running really, really fast. We do see, let's see, what is the speed here? 188? That is quite high. I need to see what the scout is from Malians instead too. We do see he's putting a few villages, I say a few villages, but this guy's just stuck here. He's putting 2 villages over here just so that he can get that gold and try to, I guess, get some cows going. He's on the external food, but he did go for the double mill, so I'm expecting to see the cow boom happening pretty early on.
Yeah. And Knock Knock going for Sacrifice. I mean, it's kind of strange that he's not putting monks in production, he just wanna get all upgrades faster, but it can be a bit gamble if Malian player will decide to punish him in Sacrifice war for it. But looks like Deniska will be too scared and he will just protect his gold.
And Deniska is just trying to get as much as he can. He gets the wheelbarrow quite late. He's been floating the gold a little bit. And this... Getting wheelbarrow is great, right? But you want to get it as early as possible, especially when you've been floating the gold. It just means that you've delayed yourself from getting that eco advantage. Especially with Delhi getting them for free early on. The Ghazi Raider almost gets snapped in half, though.
Oh, by the way, Ghazi Raiders get nerfed for 5 HP in Fiddle Age. But still not enough to die in this situation, sadly.
Sadly. Are you a fan of Ghazi Raiders?
Yeah, I like them when I'm playing Delhi, but I hate them when I'm not Delhi.
I'm really happy about the nerf, though.
I think it's not really will affect. They still OP, they still just running into my face and killing me.
Now we'll see if these Ghazi Raiders do get any kills. It does look like they will just charge in and get out. And the Ghazi Raider goes down. Now I think this might be due to the fact that we've been pushed over here. Corvinus, thank you very much for the raid. Big raid coming in from the Corvinus Chad. Now, guys, for those of you who just joined, this is Deniskaya against Knock Knock, our two closest seeds in this tournament. Let's see if these boys are going to be able to let the unfavored matchup, Malians, take down the Delhi. But with this amount of units, I'm kind of feeling a little bit scared for Delhi.
Yeah, but I think Deniska a bit overmight of spears, like almost 15 spears, so not sure about it. He need more javelin throwers.
Exactly. The amount of archers from Delhi is just going to make this so hard. Now, what makes it really cool for Donzos to deal with archers is that they can go, try to snipe, move back, and hope the recharge gets there. The problem is, Knock Knock is not the type of player that will let that happen. He knows to keep attacking and keep winning in the end of it. But we do see the production stopping now from Mr. I will keep wanting to say Deadcock, but instead Deniskaya. The first sacred site has been captured, though.
But to be honest, first sacred site at 10 minute mark looks not really well. How much goes that cock? Oh, big fight looks like it will be.
Yeah, this is
only 6 javelin throwers, not sure, like, yeah, Delhi player goes back, but...
This feels like a fight the Delhi player should have taken here, because he does have this archer advantage, and he is going to be able to snipe these bad boys when they come forward. But this is what you need to be careful of. The fact that you're moving out this far and you're playing against Donzos that do have that range. The archers are trying to close in, and they're doing a great job at it. These Ghazi Raiders need to be careful, and they are. And this is not looking too great for Mr. Deniskaya just now. He's just getting picked off.
The main problem is that he didn't have +1 range armor, and archers can just almost successfully versus javelin throwers because of it.
And this is exactly what Knock Knock is now responding to. He's like, okay, I see that you are struggling against my archers. I'm just going to make more. And he's queued up 4, but only from 1 archery range. I won't be surprised if he pops down another one anytime soon. And the second sacred site is capped. So we are going to be seeing our final sacred site being capped. And this is going to mean that Mr. Malians here needs to do some work pretty soon.
Oh yeah, now he will be cut off from gold, and Knock Knock will wanna research rams, so soon he'll try to disrupt mine, surely.
And once you shut down this thing, the cow eco stops. The thing is, there's a lot of cows here, but the fight has gone quite well here for Mr. Knock Knock. He does need to pull these villagers away, because they might be next in line. And Knock Knock is cleaning up this army pretty well. The thing is, yes, Knock Knock has cleaned up the army, but we do see these berries about to be depleted, and these boys are already out here on the deer. So that snowball that we usually see from Delhi, it's going to keep coming until Mr. Deniskaya does something about these external resources that Knock Knock is just getting for free.
Yeah, I think Deniska played too greedy, like, he was macro into Castle Edge, he stopped army producing, and it's not going for him too well.
Yeah, he just doesn't have that mobility that we usually see from Malians at this point. Even if you just have your scouts out here then denying a little bit of the food, you're going to force the Delhi back and ensure that they need to respond to these. But now some of these houses will go down, and we know that Malians is not a civilization that likes to build houses in their base, because these things only give you 5 population. You want to build them around the pit mine. And we do see the second pit mine finally up, but the Delhi army can just reroute if they wanted to. The siege engineering is about to kick in, though.
And all three sacrifice is captured and timer has begun. But I think it will be so hard to heal versus Rampush from Delhi. We'll see.
He might just abandon this side completely and try to get that pit mine over here on the second one as well. The problem is Knock Knock does have the ability to just close in on this. He's trying to get that last bit of gold. He's going castle. So even through all of this, Deniskaya says, I think castle might be the answer. But the problem is you stop producing and he gets the Grand Fulani Karol. We don't have a lot of our cows settled in yet, but he is going to get that food spike a little bit. Oof, but the Donzos are going to fall to the amount of archers we see here. And Knock Knock is knocking at his base. The villagers are running with the gold in their hands, but the Ghazi Raiders are collapsing on top of them. This is going to be a destruction.
Yeah, looks like he will not have any army to upgrade in Castle Age, sadly.
And this is the problem. When you're aging up, you just can't lose too much. But we do see 6 villagers going down. These archers are... They did target fire for a bit, but they realized, let's just kill the army. The Ghazi Raiders are on top of these javelin throwers too. The villagers did do a little bit of work, but at what cost?
Yeah, already 10 will lost, and it looks like it will be even more. Yeah, not sure how Dinska will come back this. Yeah, looks super hard. And I will bet that he will not finish on mark in time, like, at all.
The villagers are being pulled though. He's like, I need this, guys. I actually need this. So he's doubling down. See, the army will get cleaned up that's in here right now, but the boys are arriving. We see more and more just running on in. And the Ram is just pushing away at this. He's doubling down. He says, I'm going to get this up no matter what. But this one javelin thrower is trying his best.
Oh yeah, I was wrong. He finished it, but it's still only 9 calves and you lost 20 wheels. It's not really good compensation for it.
You're getting a little bit of extra cow food, but your cow food is not going to be enough to produce enough army to take care of these. So let's quickly go to the resources per minute. We see now it's at 300. It should spike a little bit more, and he's also put some villagers on these dead cows. So he does transition to stables though. Are we going to see some sofa plays from our Malian player? And
yeah, but it's quite hard to spam sofas with this food per minute amount. So yeah, I think Delhi doesn't even need spears at this point.
And he is not making spears because he knows he doesn't. At this point, you've got enough archers. You should be able to clap them. The sofas are queued up, but this is going to be quite hard to sustain. And we see the gold is not looking great either. He doesn't have any gold over here on this side either. It's just the pit mine income at the moment. So these stables are just not going to be able to produce anything.
Yeah, his wheels are just moving around, so much idle time, and he still doesn't have any army. And Knock Knock is getting ready for second dive into main TC.
Yeah, he's just getting ready to take down everything. And when he gets these production buildings too, it's going to be so hard. But I don't know. I feel like Deniskaya might just be thinking, okay, what am I gonna do next game? What is the matchup I pick? Because now I'm in a situation where it's 1-1. And this is not a position you want to be in a tournament with just a best of 3. You want to get those 2 zeros, and right now it's going to be 1-1, and this is anyone's series. Villagers are desperately trying to get into the TC. The archers don't care; they're just diving.
Yeah, not sure if he will hold it. But he was moving around from other side of woodline. Yeah, it's a good trick, but not sure. Oh, and he spotted gold and second pit mine. So yeah, I think the game will be over soon.
I think he's just trying to think about the next game. What am I gonna do? Or maybe he's holding on to a dream where the Delhi runs out of food and he is just gonna be able to overrun him, but there's no way. Look at these guys just freely farming. The sofas are trying their best, but remember guys, these are feudal age sofas. So he calls it, he says, I've had enough. The Mali and Delhi matchup was just not made for me. And let's go quickly look at that graph. A timeline here.
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, you see, the main problem, he stopped his production, and it cost him the game. I think if he macroed a bit more better, like more unit production, more units, maybe he will be fine. I think so.
So instead of going for that castle age, you just go for the unit production instead, and that is the answer to survival. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, just a bit more units affiliation. Maybe, just maybe you can punish Delhi a bit later on.
Now, on our final match here, because this is a best of 3, so 1-1, we are going to see a final. But as you can see on the screen here, we have a Japanese versus Abbasid on a map that hasn't been, as standard as it used to be. How are you feeling about this situation we have in front of us? Japanese versus Abbasid on Golden Heights.
Oh, I think it might be hard for Japanese to survive in the Castle Edge. Also, this map is still kinda gamble. Who will brought more wheels to water? I heard, I heard how Beastie likes this map, and I think it's a bit too gamble.
So
everyone can win.
You think that they will just bring more villagers to water?
I think maybe Abbasid will go fast village for military wing, because military wing looks so good versus Japanese to punish gold and maybe make ram and kill this dog. We'll see.
Now that's something that I've talked to Beastie about as well. I've asked him, how do you feel about those Abbasid and Ayobids that's always able to deny? And I know now the camel is delayed, but with Abbasid on hybrid maps, you do have this insane ability to just pump out the units and go take down the dock. You just chop a little bit of extra wood, you get the ram, you take down the dock, and before they can age up, they're already in a lot of danger. And even if he ages up and gets Shinobi, it's not going to be that easy because Shinobi are not going to deal well with 2 spearmen and 2 archers. So, do you think that Abbasid just has an advantage in this case?
Yeah, I think Japanese will have rough times in early feudal. But if Japanese can survive, I think in Castle Age there is no chance for Abba to survive.
Okay.
Even after Yorshiro nerf.
So, with Japanese now having that cheaper TC or the TC upgrade, the Daimyo Mana, is this a really big change for the game?
Yeah, now it's pretty nice to have Daimyo only after some gold mining.
Okay.
So yeah, I think it's pretty nice, but Yorishiro nerf was kind of significant still.
And you were right, by the way. Knock Knock says, I'm just going to go fast feudal while our Japanese player is going straight for the water. And we do see the one deep water fish is quite close, so this is going to be quite good if he can get this off. But Knock Knock, he's going to knock with a ram on that dock at any point, moment he starts aging up.
Yeah, and plus he just can build his dock like while he's jumping, just do fast galley. Plus he can just punish forward woodline with his military wing, because woodline on this map is always nightmare.
Yeah, it is a difficult thing to transition out of, but let's quickly look at what our spawns look like for this map. And honestly, I think Knock Knock got the better spawn here, especially because he's going to be in the driving seat at the start, right? He's got his gold. Both of them have a backwards-ish gold. On this map, I don't know if this is called it backwards or front. But what I like about Knock Knock spawn is he's got a gold on each side. So when the pressure comes from here, it's going to be easy to pull your villagers over here and get this on a pretty good spawn or spot. While on the other side, Deniskaya, he has both his golds here. And this is going to be quite hard to keep control of.
Yeah, and the Abbasid player can just maybe even rush both goals, and Deniska will be really in troubles after that.
Yeah, that's something I didn't even think about. We've been focusing on the dock the whole time, but unfortunately, there is that position. Once you have it with those amount of military units, it's so hard to get back. So, House of Wisdom game popped down. Obviously, we're going to be seeing a military wing early game. But now my question is, because the water is going to get denied, do you still go for Shinobis? Or do you go for the other landmark? Do you go for the Korra Storehouse?
Yeah, I think still Shinobis, because I'm not sure where Knock Knock will rally his military wing. Like, maybe he'll just build dock with his wheel and go for military wing in gold or for wood. We'll see. So yeah, I think Shinobi is still a good option.
Okay, Shinobi is still the answer. We do see, though, the military wing being clicked up, and this is 1 minute and 35 seconds, and we're going to be seeing where these boys choose to go. Now, Japanese here, we see instantly going on the gold, so the age up is going to be a little bit late. They can, however, decide to go for a faster age up by pulling more vills, so there might be an answer at dealing with a dock drop by getting that galley. Like I said, he might bring a villager and build his own dock.
Also, a problem for that cock, the Deniska, I mean, that he overchopped all struggle trees, and now he didn't have any save wood, I mean. So, not sure what he will do with military wing.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. Both of the players, their wood is quite far from the TC, and it's quite a consistent spawn. I didn't realize the spawns could be this consistent on this map. Now, with the straggler trees, we do have a backwards wood line we can put over here. We do have one here, but neither of them being in TC range. Now, we do see a second TC being plotted here. I did not expect that on this map.
Yeah, it's quite funny, and he's not moving his wheel to water, right?
No, not at all. I think he's just going to abandon the idea of water, go for the second TC, and let the economy on the land do the talking. Because,
to be honest, I don't like this play, because you can just place dock for 75 wood for water, and you will force the Japanese player to invest some into water, like Fusion Nobis, Gali, Hulk, and yara. And then after this you can just make your TC. Now, like pure TC versus water, not sure about it.
the funny thing is, behind all of this, he still went for the Kura storehouse, and that's exactly something I did not expect. So he knows I might lose the water, and he actually doesn't invest too much more onto the water just yet. I know he's low on wood, and he needed to go and put down the lumber camp, but we're going to see if he decides, okay, I'm just going to get more fishing ships. But most players, from what I've seen, they decide to go for the 3 fishing boat and then go into age up, because you're just too far behind otherwise. Now let's see where those military units are being rallied towards, boys.
Yeah, can't see them.
Oh, there they are. There they are.
Okay.
They were just
Someone says
camouflaged. Ooh, but it's being
Oh,
split
it's
up.
good split. He's splitting archers for gold and spears to burn dock a bit.
Now, he does get enough gold to get even a little bit of those upgrades that we do see from here. We see the Tawara not being clicked yet. So, gonna see how he's gonna spend that gold, but he could just... Oh, let's see. The boys are just gonna keep chopping. He does scout this, but does he see it? He does. He gets the villagers to drop off. He pulls back. And at the back here, we do see the ram being plopped down to take care of the dock. But the junk has been queued up.
I think Shinobis in this situation will help him so much. Like, 2 Shinobis can take care of archers, and then he just can kill Aram easily. But now he had Kuros Turharas, and it's not really giving him so much right now.
He doesn't invest more into the water, though. He realizes, I will lose this dock. I should probably just chill and see what I can do to deny this. But now these archers are putting him in that little bit of a choke point, and he needs to make units to respond to this. So let's see what the flavor of the day will be. Do we have a house? Of course, we need a house. But what is next? We do see 400 wood being used, so the second TC is being plopped down over here. And the ram is knocking at the dock.
I think Deniska built dock at the top. One more. Okay, oh no. Oh, it's Berak. Not sure about it. And imagine if Archers goes forward line for Deniska, he'll be so in trouble.
Yeah,
Looks rough.
looks rough indeed. I think here we're at that point where we ask ourselves, what is the play from Japan now? And I don't think either of us expected to be a barracks. The villager coming closer, I don't know, to burn down the battering ram? Or to... Oh, the spearman already though. The scout is here to also attack the ram. He's like, let me take care of that bad boy for you. And we see samurais being made. Now this is something I honestly did not think would happen. I completely forgot that Japan could just do that. And the samurais are going to be pretty good at dealing with these units, but they are quite slow. So
Yeah, I think it's just panic reaction by Deniska. Probably Shinobis or Horseman will be better, because Horseman just can easily kite or kill Ram because of Galley. Like, spears can't do much in this situation.
the horseman is coming out though. We do have that horseman, but guys, keep in mind, usually we want to see a bannerman from Japanese. So this is probably one of the things that most people have talked about and said, we will see bannermen coming out. But this is going to be, the horse is just there to ensure that the archers need to pull back. And that's exactly what they do. So the second dock being plopped down now, which is going to mean the first dock, because the first one is dead, right? But now Knock Knock has decided, I'm just going to let the water go and get the eco of the second TC, because we also have the Fertile Crescent, I believe, to make it a lot cheaper for you to get those villages.
Yeah, and he already made it, yeah, in mill. But now I think Deniska need to go Castle HSCP and make a lot of flips, and Knock Knock just need to survive sometime, like maybe 5-7 minutes.
And with this one horseman, he's able to deny this. He does have more here at the back and another one in queue and more samurais queued up too. The thing is, he does have the food for this, right? Because now he has the water. He gets to make more fishing boats. So maybe he's just going to play into that strength of having the water, especially this early on. We do see some idle time from the TC too, but keep in mind, this is 2 TC. He's just going to make more vills.
Yeah, and okay, yeah, Deniska going for Castle H. He's playing, yeah, a bit defensive, but it's fine. 2 towers will not hurt him so much.
He's just making sure that you can't harass him from the left or the right. He just wants to make sure that he gets that gold. Especially when you're floating this much food, you could make units or you could just macro up to castle. And I think that's maybe the answer he's looking for here, because once you can get those mounted samurai out, this is going to be a lot harder game for Abbasid to deal with. Because you can just dive this TC. You can just keep denying resources so easily. And now we just see more and more fishing ships coming out too.
Yeah, I agree. But the main problem with 2 towers that you show in your power is that you're scared of him. Like, before Knock Knock thought he hit 2 towers, he just hit at his base and he was scared. Now he saw towers and he just have all map control. So, don't really like it. It's showing your passiveness in this game. Meh.
You don't like to show weakness, do you?
Yeah.
Okay, you want to make sure everybody's like, hey, Anatand is here and he's gonna F me up. The funny thing is, people do feel that way about you. People are quite scared of the things that you pull out of the hat, so I can completely see that.
Yeah, and now I'm trying to not always just winning opponents. Now I can just play because of my reputation. Sometimes go greedy, sometimes go TC, you know. Now it benefits me really well.
Just because you've shown, they are always scared of you, so you can keep them on a line. The horsemen, though, they're gonna get a good little snacking here at the back, and this wall does get denied, but he does have a very safe gold, so this shouldn't matter too much. But with the wood ending up here, this is probably going to be a little bit harder to find a spot to be safe. Now, as long as Mr. Deneskaya can keep raiding and get these horsemen to surround his base, he's not going to be able to get that next set of wood.
Yeah, and he's already going up with floating gate. Is a good fact. Also, Knock Knock going up and Knock Knock doing second ram. Wow.
Knock Knock wants to fight. Oh, and he gets the Eco Wing as well. What does Eco Wing give you in Castle Age?
Your farms now so much better with second upgrade, and you will you'll get 35% discount on your economic buildings like house, like farms. I think your house will cost only 33 wood, and your farm will cost only 49. And food, it's problem for Knock Knock in the future, so yeah, he needs to be a tradition in farm soon.
The thing is, he's able to keep this villager situation quite equal because, yes, there's a dock here. Oh, and the ram is going to go denied. The thing is, archer ships are very bad at denying rams. They don't hit that hard. We do see double barracks being plopped down. And does this mean we're just going to get a bunch of gulams pouring out of this base?
Or maybe spears, because he knows that Japanese love spamming motor samurais. Maybe even more spears.
And the first brother is out on the map. The second brother is out on the map. We're going to be seeing these guys under the TC, but the wall has come up. So those are not just going to be able to run right into the base. They're going to need to find a different way in.
Oh yeah, and now I like how Knock Knock thriving in this game. He full vault, he almost in Castle Age, and his will count is quite massive.
Yeah, this is looking pretty nice, I think, for Knock Knock. The Abbasid amount of units he's going to be able to keep up with this army. But, I don't know, these mounted samurais are still quite scary. He did get +1 ranged armor upgrades as well. So this is going to make it pretty easy for him to dive. Unless is if there's spearmen, and there is. He's getting the crossbows as well, so he's just going to be able to respond to anything this man brings at him.
I think it will be kinda impossible to push for Deniska. He need to get used that he need to play macro game, he need to collect relics, build the second TC as well, and just play the game. Sadly, he can't kill Abbasid right now.
Yeah, those guys are usually something that ends a game, but against this amount of spears, you just can't. But look at that, this is amazing. Just from that deflective shield, your units just last so much longer. And they could actually take down a few spearmen without losing too much. This guy's in a little bit of danger, but he's gonna need to make some magic happen to break through this wall, because the villagers are now over here, and they're gonna be ready to repair anything he throws at them. We do see the relics being picked up now from Deniska. He's got one coming back to the base, and when you have one in the base here already, you just need to bring them back, but you also need the mosque, and he just doesn't have that right now. The boys are moving over to the forward wood line, maybe trying to get that pressure down on both sides too. Ooh, I say the pressure, but there's archers.
I think Deniska will handle it well with Mountain Samurais, and he's going to TC, yeah, he now understands that he can't push. Now he'll collect all relics to TC, and we'll see probably quite long game.
I would love a long game from this guy, from this tournament especially. When you're on this map, I don't see that long of games. I've seen a lot. I think there was one with Beastie and B that was just, I think it was like 55 minutes on this map, and it was just power of the battle for the mid gold. But now, the relics being plopped down here, this is so important for Deniska, just so that he can keep staying ahead. These samurais are going to be snacking on these archers in the base. And with the amount of samurais he has, he should be able to push through here, especially if he tries to push from both sides. He has those on a Bugeisha, the Bugattis run so fast. And, you know, you're asking yourself, where's my opponent going next? And slowly but surely, Knock Knock is pushing out on the rest of the map. Samurai is looking for a different entrance.
Yeah, I think the main problem for Deniska right now, he need to play pretty carefully. You can think that you can overgrid, build 2 TC, maybe even third one, collect relics, but suddenly massive Abbasid army with like 40 units can come into your base and you will be in trouble. So yeah, he need to maybe some static D and more units, that's for sure.
Now, this is a very strange position for most players at this point, because you're like, okay, I need to harass my opponent, but he's just being left in his base alone. This is a really scary army here from Knock Knock. And if you had to call it right now, Anatant, who's winning this game?
I think Knock Knock, because right now Deniska not producing any units and Knock Knock feeling it. He is going for the kill. And he can do so much damage right now with his army.
And we can see that with his macro as well. He's spending his resources as he can. Let's just see, does he have... Oh, he has a lot of production here. This is amazing. So he's just going to be able to keep constantly producing. And guys, keep in mind, that's the problem when you go to TC versus when you are on the water on this map. Oh, we do see the second TC. Never mind. I was blind. So now Japanese will be able to keep up with this, but this is a very scary army. And we do have a camel as well to disrupt that mounted samurai. Does it also cause unease for the mounted samurais?
Yeah.
Okay.
Also, it's pretty good switch into on Obgeisha for Deniska. If Knock Knock will not spot it in time, he might be in trouble because whole his army limit will be destroyed by Obgeishas. But if he will add it like 10 Gulams in time, he'll be fine. Yeah.
Now, I would be excited to see some Gulams popping out here, but this man says, spearmen, spearmen, spearmen. The problem is, I don't think Japan is just there yet. They do have all of the Chorus Tour House doing great right now, right? It's fully saturated here, but I don't know, it just doesn't feel like he has the food income to keep producing and outmatch this army of Knock Knock.
It's so strange that Deniska might Daimyo in second TC because his farm's not buffed at all. Maybe it misclick, not sure.
I think it's just because he realizes I need to push out, I am on the second gold, and I need to keep this thing quite protected because the next play is out here, and this is not going to be easy to protect. I feel like, yes, if he is able to get some farms, boosted a little bit, it's going to be great, but I think he's just worried about his safety for now. And he should be. We see the boys coming to close in, and that's a lot of crossbows too.
Oh no. Okay, now he's seeing it. I think some towers with Springles and he'll be fine, but yeah, he needs to order them now.
And that's exactly what he's doing. He's getting coaching from Anatant live on stream right now, guys.
Yeah, he's just listening to the stream. Cheeky Deniska.
Oh, guys, there's a 5-minute delay. So keep in mind that is just a joke. Nobody's watching the stream, and if they are, it would be a very, very strange timing for said tower. But now with these guys, you should be able to fight off a few of them. I don't know. Are you going to be able to survive this push? And he's getting more mounted samurais. He's getting more Bugattis. He's really hoping he can. But with the one bannerman as well, he should be able to live and keep these guys inspired. But that's 2 rams, and 2 rams love knocking at your front door. He does also go for military academy, so you know he wants to keep pumping out units much, much quicker.
Oh yeah, but the now problem is the Reacher not so effective that he has some resources floating, so he not spending them. Not too good. But maybe he still will survive. We'll see.
Now, the camel here is just uneasing away at these samurais, but the spearman numbers are so scary, and unfortunately the mounted samurais are running right at them. So these mounted samurais are not able to get onto the back line. They're just focusing on the spearman front line, and this is a very bad fight for Deniska. Deniskaya.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I think that it's actually not so bad, like he will not die here, but yeah, he lost a lot. I think he needs to take this fight like maybe just farther away, like a bit left. I mean, just under his CC. Now he's like cleared all mid, all only X-bows are left, but still he lost whole his mounted samurai mass, and these units are costly as hell.
The problem is he also had all that idle time, right? We had 14 villagers idle here, and this is also just speaking to him being scared, right? We talked about this earlier. He's showing, okay, I need to reinforce my front line because there is an army knocking at my door. And now these guys are just going to be picking off things. Oof, the Gulams are so tanky, and with that +2 upgrade, they don't even care. Samurais are targeted down by these crossbows, and they are melting.
Yeah, now Dean's closing a lot because of French mass of knock. Like he killed 2 glams, but he lost so much more.
And again, it's not just about the losing. He's losing out on resources. There's idle time, and losing a few villages is fine, but when you're on second TC, but your opponent hasn't, and you're not able to punish him for anything. He's trying to get out on the map. He realizes, I do need to raid, I do need to deny, but he runs into this keep, and that's where you start to panic. You're like, okay, there's a keep in the middle of the base on the big gold. He's already secured 2 golds with this keep, and there's another one that's going to be on the way.
Yeah, and the main problem is that Knock already had a lot of farms, and soon for Deniska, food will be a problem, that's for sure.
Now that farm transition is usually the question of how do I survive this part of the game. He builds the farms here at the back around the TC that is not upgraded, so the farms don't have that boosted income either. You guys can see there.
The main problem is that without daimyo, Japanese farms so sad, like it's so bad income right now for him. He need daimyo, quick.
Yeah, it might definitely be worth it at this point, because you do need a lot of food to keep matching this income and military production here from Knock Knock. They are trying. The army is knocking though, and they're ready to close on in.
Ringle Tower is doing so much damage right now, and I think it's still not enough to kill Deniska right here. We'll see.
Now the question is he going to be able to survive this? But yes, the answer is definitely yes. 2 rams is just not enough to take this down. Remember, the Daimyo mana upgraded. Oh, we also have our Shinto priest here healing things up as they can. But this is still, it's still Knock Knock's game to determine the base of, you know? So, Knock Knock, let's see how many people he has on farms here. Oof, that is a lot. Oh my goodness, yeah, he probably has around 30 already. So, his economy is pretty set up. And we do see that in the income per minute, they are pretty close, even though Deniskaya does have water, and he's trying to put the farms at the front. He realizes, I need more food, and I need it now.
Yeah, I think he's thinking right now, like, oh, what the hell, I have so much farms, where is my food? But yeah, you just need daimyo, you have stone on your back, just mine some stone and do upgrade and you will be fine. But for now, food still a problem.
Yeah, this man is a hungry Japanese, which I don't think we ever thought of saying, but these guys just keep picking off the villagers. Another fight coming in. Like you said, the Spring Tower is just doing work, and this is just not the army to take down this TC. I don't know if he's too scared of getting siege.
Yeah, without siege he can't break it. He need either or Imperial Age right now or just go in my siege.
I don't know if he knows how to get there either. He's just... let's see how many units he pulls out here. He's still producing. The food being completely spent here. So I feel like he's just going to keep pushing, but he needs to make sure that he gets that mass. The thing is, you do have enough. You had enough for a second keep as well. And with that second keep, he secured the other big goal too. So yes, the later this goes, the more Deniskaya is going to have to do a lot more magical things. But now he took the fight a little bit too far out. And this might actually
and
be cleaned up.
Deniska losing whole limit, yeah. It was overcommitting, surely.
Now the Mangonel comes out, and if that Mangonel gets a juicy shot, this is going to be so tough. He might... Oh, he might look at those crossbows taking the damage.
I mean, yeah, now Knock Knock just can't kill this Mangonel because of he had only range units. He need to go back again. I mean, yes, there's a problem of high level players, but like not pro. He just don't know how to end the game. Now you have a few options. Sacred Victory, just more static D on Sacred Sites, or just try to win with your tech advantage, like go imp and mass Imperial units. But he just trying to babooning TC.
He's babooning even more, like you said. We see the siege workshop being built here at the front now too. And now finally getting some spring ults, but the spring ults are just going to be good against the mangoes. They're not going to do anything to the manor here. Now the question is, are we going to be able to get a trebuchet out to try fight down this Daimo manor? And we're still not on Daimo over here. He's decided that's not going to happen.
Yeah, looks like he just forgot about it. Maybe he didn't scout his stone at the back and he just like desperate for stone, but he still has some stone on the base, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, he does have the ability to get that upgrade. He's decided not to. He's decided, I'm gonna keep this TC reinforced at the front, keep making units. The Mangonels here idle at the back, but they do need to be careful of these spring ults. The problem is, I think he's just gonna be able to clean up this army again. These spring ult towers are firing away, and the first spring ult goes down, the first mango goes down, but the next spring ult falls victim to
this. Oh yeah,
this.
it was a good micro by Deniska. I think he targeted Sprinkles with his Sprinkle Tower and just managed to kill one Sprinkle with 2 and plus Sprinkle Towers.
Now this is some really clean play here from Deniska. He realizes I'm at the back, I'm a little bit behind. Let's just keep making units and keep taking the fights here. Now Knock Knock, finally he's getting the trebuchets, but this is now something he could have done ages ago. The fact that he's only getting trebuchets now, he's already lost a lot of army. This was...
But Deniska stopped his army production for some reason.
Yes. He's cooking
like
Imperial.
He probably wanna go Imperial Age, but it might cost him the game because he had only 20 military limit. It's
He does...
too small army.
He gets the gunsmith though. Okay, so with the gunsmith, we're definitely... Ooh, look at these sneaky towers from Knock Knock. See, this is how you know that someone is not at that pro level yet. I do the same. I just build towers everywhere because I know that my opponent is going to look at them and be like, oh, I need to deal with these to delay the game. So I think this is something most of the others in the top 16 would not do just yet.
Sometimes tower is good, it's like map control. But yeah, it's too much towers for a few tiles range.
Now, what are we going to see here from the gunsmith? The tickets that you get, what unit is going to be crucial here?
Hand Cannoneers or maybe Siege even.
Yeah, when you can pop out a juicy cannon here from the back, it's going to be nice, but they're not going to deal with the Ghulams. The thing is, he doesn't need to deal with the Ghulams. Knock Knock is just knock-knocking at the base, and he keeps losing his stuff. But right now, these guys are going in for the kill. The crossbows are trying to pick up all they can while these guys are hitting from the back. But he needs to be careful because if he loses the siege, it's done. He's dead.
Oh, I think it's better for Deniska to wait upgrades, but he just wanna push this mass. Yeah.
Actually at a point where he can now go and finish this off. The TC is desperately being repaired at the moment.
Okay, and Knock Knock going for Imperial Age too, so I think he will not try to attack like a few minutes.
So with the Culture Wing age up, Is there going to be anything crucial coming out from Abbasid the moment?
Yeah, in last patch, now you can have additional HP for economic tax.
Okay. So he's just gonna go for the new patch upgrades that we got. And this TC is constantly being prepared, but he does have the wood for this. So he's just preparing, waiting. I don't know what he's waiting for though. He doesn't have anything.
He need to spend his food, man. Put market for sell some food, order more some rice, and you can push. But he losing his momentum, you know.
Yeah, this is just with all the things happening at the same time, and we can see here Knock Knock is trying to secure the sacred sites yet again. But keep in mind, Deniska doesn't have gold forever. He's out on this one. This one's going to get depleted. And now if this one gets denied, he is going to be very stepbrother stuck. He does get a market though. He heard you.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Okay, not sure about this fight by Deniska, but for now looks good, because still no Imperial Age upgrades by Knock Knock. And now that Cock have all upgrades in the world.
These Gulams are doing really good work at cleaning up the mangonels at the front of at the front, but now these guys are just not able to clean up this front army, so the siege workshop gets finished, but all of a sudden Deniska has the game in his hands.
Yeah, now Knock Knock having a lot of resources, but he just not sure which army he want to produce.
We see with that amount of resources, you have so many different choices, and he decided to go for crossbows. He does get his siege. What is this thing called again? Let me see. Greased axles. Grease axles. I need to remember that upgrade name. The thing is, he does have the sacred sites. Did you see the? What do you call it?
Just more speed thing for siege.
Siege speed. Very nice. Yeah. Now, with this keep at the front here, we do need to get some kind of emplacement here to take these down, because now he's again just knocking. The Ozotsu's clapping them.
Yeah, and also can target castle as well, and it will be so painful for Abbasid. To be honest, it feels so bad to lose whole army before I drop. Now you need to produce whole army from again, and you need to order all upgrades, and suddenly you don't have any bunker. I mean, the resource bank. So yeah.
Yeah, I think.
And now all this fight is so bad for Abbasid.
The problem is, when you get to this point where you're Conk 3, you know how to play the game. It's a lot harder to make those decisions in the moment. And now with the Bugattis coming in, these crossbows are going to be endangered too. You got the keep, right? I was busy aging up, and now I'm losing my units. I'm taking the fight. That's something that I think a lot of us just do because we're panicking. We feel the pressure from our opponent. We're like, hey, I have to respond to this right now.
Oh yeah, now Japanese elite army taxis also searched. And now, to be honest, X-Bows not dealing too well versus Samurais. Now they will just kill everything. They're too powerful right now.
Oh, these Ozotsus. I don't think there's a way for him to clean these guys up either. They are about to get dented. But the sacred sites are still ticking, but I think it'll just get decapped by the guys being rallied on top of it. He doesn't even need to focus on that right now. And he does have that gold we talked about earlier. He does have the ability to move out. Knock Knock is trying his best. He's getting another keep here. And now the question is Deniska just gonna run his units into Knock Knock's units the whole time? And lose his army constantly?
It's so now painful to decide the right army composition for Knock Knock. Like, he need camels. Oh, he trying... I mean, the water now doing nothing. I mean, I think Deniska will be glad if Knock Knock will kill whole useless fishing ships in Imperial Age. I think now it's so hard to Knock Knock doing the right army composition. He need camels for Aura, because plus 2 million armor will feel so good in Imperial Age versus the Japanese. And I think it may be... Yeah, he's losing them on purpose versus this ship.
He's like, please take these ships. I would love
Yeah,
that.
I think it's almost BM. Maybe we need to discard Denisk.
We'll get the admin on this as soon as possible, but Knock Knock losing control of all the golds. This is so big for Deniska. He's going to be able to close this game out. The moment he gets these golds, Knock Knock, he's been very cocky being at the front lines here, and these golds are just no longer available to him. He's going to run very, very dry very quickly. This guy is the last one he has. 2,000 gold left on the clock. And It doesn't look like Japan is backing off anytime soon.
Yeah, I wonder how this fight will go, because Knock Knock have Camel Aura, and Sunrise now can be not so effective versus Opposite Mass.
Now, my question is Deniska just gonna bring Knock Knock's biggest enemy, the Springald Tower, forward?
Oh yeah.
And wait for
I
him to
think
use his units there.
now Deniska can't play melee composition. Now he needs hand cannoneers and siege. Because he getting kited, and Camel really doing so much work because of his aura.
So, is this
+2/+2 for infantry.
Oh, okay,
Multi-port.
okay. Is that from the new patch?
No, it's old tech.
That's why. That's how we know some people don't play Abbasid and Anaton. That is why you are here to be the non-trash can caster to give us that insight. But guys, Mr. Deniskaya is putting down the keep. And what is nice about Japanese keeps, Twitch chat? Do you guys know? They shoot rockets, boys. They shoot rockets.
And it looks so good.
They're
now
gonna.
more castles by Abba and by Japanese, and now
What
both of them need siege at this point.
What I love about this, what I love about getting the castles here is you don't have an opponent with a lot of units. The rockets are going to one-shot any unit that comes forward, so yes, they're usually not the greatest to have in most matchups, but when you're in this position against your opponent who's just not able to mass up, they should be able to snack down everything that moves under them. The Ozotsus are absolutely obliterating this keep, and yes, he's repairing this, but this stone is not infinite.
Yeah, I think also Deniska need Bannerman for Zusu. It working so well with chemistry. They just killing keeps in the blink of an eye with chemistry and Bannerman.
I just realized I said that this thing is gonna one-shot units, but they don't even one-shot Gulams. Never mind, guys. The rockets suck. No, they do look quite scary, though. I would
so
not...
much in queue for Deniska, but I think it's not right. Like his army now too small. He had only 50 army supply, and maybe he need to delete some views, to be honest.
His economy is so healthy. Well, Knock Knock is just... I don't know. Knock Knock just not getting the gold he needs. You can see how many unspent resources he has, but he is at 200 pop right now. Oh, the Mangonel doing amazing work against the Ozotsus. These are going to be a very expensive unit to lose. But they do focus the Mangonel instead. They don't take a lot of damage.
They're not doing well versus Mangonel.
And these crossbowmen are ready with the fire arrows too. And all of a sudden, he kind of lost the fight here.
Yeah, sometimes Japanese players stubborn with the melee composition, like HRE players, like, Montans only.
Yeah.
But sometimes you need to get used to it, you need like 20 hand cannoneers, some siege, and it will be so easier to play with this composition. But now it will be hard to win fights from now on, I think, yeah.
So do you think he's gonna switch? Because you can see, he needs to switch, but he keeps getting Bugattis. The man says, I want Bugattis. This thing does have the emplacement, but the problem is, that's a lot of units. The thing is, it might not be enough to take this down, though. He might need to get some siege himself.
Yeah, I think they both now need siege, and maybe Knock Knock time to think about trade, because he secured trade post. And maybe trade now for him is the best option, because he really low on gold.
Now Knock Knock is gonna get a few more siege. Ooh, I say that, and Deniskaya says, let me just put a keep on this little wood line you got here. So if you're all the way out here, let me, punish you for
Deniska
it.
started to produce hand cannoneers, yeah, I think he really listening stream.
He realizes, okay, maybe my composition hasn't been that great. It's time.
Yeah, and he cleared all queue. Now
Oh.
hand cannoneers and siege by him.
Well, when you're
Yeah, it's
floating...
a good decision.
Look at this food, though. That's 10k food, that's 7k gold. He's drowning in it at the moment.
Maybe it's time for Wanda.
Time for a wonder. Oh my god. Getting a wonder at a qualification match? That would be probably the best surprise a woman could ask for.
I think also he need to delete like 50 wheels. Like I think 100 economy will be fine for do like final push to finish this game. Because now Knock Knock producing spears, it's so bad limit versus Samurais Obligation, because he didn't have any gold.
Exactly, that's what I was about to say. He's struggling with the gold, and this is his only choice right now. You need to make the trash units, but you could make horsemen as well. The horsemen would do perfectly fine against... Perfectly fine. They would do okay against this, but better than spearmen at this point. The keep, though, does stay alive, but the villagers are falling, and at this point you might want to lose some villagers, but Knock Knock is not in the same position as Deniskaya.
Yeah, and looks like, yeah, Deniska decided to go millionly still. And maybe it will work out.
Yeah, maybe.
Also, yeah, Deniska need to multitask on left side a bit to prevent trade and secret side victory. Oh yeah, he's doing wall to prevent wall. Cool.
I know, he says, I probably need to get this trade going, and let me put out a stone wool. We know how great those do. The bombard is a little bit far forward, and if he loses this, this is a very expensive unit. He doesn't have a lot of gold to reproduce these. That thing needs to stay alive. But the other bombard just snacking away here at the castle.
All those fights going so bad for Deniska because he's stubborn and he had so little army limit. He need to get rid of like 30 wheels still, or he'll be in trouble like in the next 5 minutes, I think.
Even though he has all of the resources, it is just not looking that great for him. The thing is, right, do we see a wonder? I don't know. With the amount of gold he could possibly just buy? Oh, that's a lot of villagers on gold. And like you said, if you just delete half of these, you're gonna have a much stronger army. And the keep in danger. Look at these two bombards just absolutely obliterating these, but this army needs to be careful. He's gonna lose quite a bit. We can see here desperate for gold right now. 145 gold in the bank, not really what you want to be looking at this point.
Oh, and Feudal Camel Archers now going to the fight by Knock Knock. He don't have any gold to upgrade them, but he needs some units to deal with the melee mass, so yeah.
You see, he's willing to lose villagers just to get this back up. Thing is, he's getting these keeps. And this is using that gold, which takes him further away from getting a wonder, which I honestly don't think we would have got. Oh, but look at the villagers. He deleted some.
Hooray.
We're finally getting a bigger army, boys.
On the air, looks like he's winning this fight. Maybe he'll kill cannons, that will be important. Bombards, I mean.
But the keep does go down. Now, the Japanese not having the keeps, not having that control they had before, is going to be quite difficult. I honestly think Knock Knock could still do this.
And Knock Knock on 200 military all supply, and now Deniska's supply not looking great. And his food bank, it was like 10k in 3 minutes ago, but now it's looking not so good.
Him deleting those villagers, we see now 109. He realizes, okay, I do need to make units. So maybe his stubbornness has worn off and we'll actually be able to see him close this out. But it doesn't look that way. He's falling back for a second here, probably just waiting to reproduce. He's got 2 bombards of his own and he is getting more blacksmith upgrades.
Yeah, I think now fight will go well for him with this limit. Like he get 80 military limit just in 2 seconds. Looks like he had like so much production.
See the boys slowly moving forward from both sides. The spearmen, not really great against this, but the bombards are going to be able to fire down on anything they want. The problem is these bombards are firing down the keep, and he doesn't have the stone to repair it.
It looks well better for Japanese right now.
Oof, this keep might go down. No, never know. He decided he's going to buy stone. He needs to fix this. And the bombards are target firing this. So yes, this keep is in danger, but he does have the emplacements. So Deniska needs to be a little bit more careful. The villagers get pulled back so they don't die. We don't even want to lose any more of these. But the Ozotsus are cleaning up the keep as they should.
Oh, also Knock Knock going into like post-Imperial Age up. Like he's going for trade wing. Like 5th era, you know?
Just having all those resources unspent. But the thing is, he doesn't have any gold, so I say unspent, but that's resources he doesn't have right now. He does have a little bit of trade going. Very, very tiny trade. But he needs to be careful now, because Japanese could just run him over. And we see this with the army numbers. He just can't replace this. And that's...
Yeah, and now army by Knock Knock looking so bad. Spears, Feudal Camel Archers, meh. Yeah, you just can't fight versus elite Japanese army at this point.
He does still fight into the keeps though. These keeps are unupgraded. The Mangonel getting some really good shots off on the hand cannoneers. So if he can lose that army, then Knock Knock does still have a chance. But Knock Knock again, he has the trade, right? So even though Deniskaya has 13k gold, I don't know. Actually, 13k gold, I don't feel like you can lose with that.
Yeah, he will push slow, I think he will try to end the game soon. And now, yeah, Resource Bank by Knock Knock looking so bad. And even raids from Deniska in the Knock Knock base.
Oh, when you get your Bugattis in the base, then you know. Oh, it's going to be so difficult to come back from this. These guys should be able to clean up some villages and clean up traders, which is the thing he's holding on to right now. The Bombard is trying his best. They are running through a keep, but again, there's no emplacements on this keep. These guys are going straight for the economy at the back here.
Yeah, I mean, he just not attacking main army, he just going through them. I mean, it's fine, yeah.
With that resource bank, you
not?
probably can. Let's see, does he... Oh, he did upgrade his farms. Hey, that's why he has food, boys. It feels like both of these players just threw the game so many times to one another.
Yeah, but at the end, it's looking great for Japanese. We'll see, maybe Deniska will try to draw one more time.
Oh, this Bombard is looking so cute when it's packed up like that.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
that's gorgeous. Oh my goodness. It's so nice. Now, these guys being on the back line, they might get cleaned up, but there's more army at the front here. And this keep is trying its best, but it doesn't even have boiling oil.
I think Anamushas was misclicked by Deniska, just like supportive unit who gives you morale in the situation. You're not doing too much.
They are just there for the vibes. Let's be
Yeah.
honest. And they have good vibes. They're horsey boys and basically crossbows. They look beautiful.
Yeah, I
They're
think
running
they're girls.
around.
Not boys, but yeah.
Oh, boys,
And now
girls, sorry.
he's decapping secret site, and if he'll shut down trade, I think it will be so hard for Knock Knock to play the game.
And we see Knock Knock is already struggling. He's gonna get to 200, but at what cost constantly? So these guys just raiding from both sides is the answer that Deniskaya is looking for. And Deniskaya, he is really showing that he knows how to do more than one thing at a time. Knock Knock, he was in the lead. He was able to control what Deadlock had in mind. Oh, I say Deadlock. Deniska had in mind, but it was just not enough. He kept going for that TC without the siege, and that was probably just the thing that cost him this game, and all the traders
Yeah.
will go down here.
And now I don't really have see any option for Abbasid to win.
Oh, he's pulling more villagers. He's just trying to move them somewhere. But these guys, you guys are all just going to your death. And Knock Knock realizes, most likely, this is my last hurrah. If I lose, I do not qualify for the Empire Duels Pro Circuit. And he might have to try again tomorrow. But after this, Deniskaya doesn't have an easy matchup either. We'll be looking at that in a little bit. And these guys all going just towards their death. These poor feudal age camel archers trying their best.
Oh, poor traders, yeah, they're all dead.
They're all
I think
dead.
it's Deniska's dream to play with me, so maybe he'll try so hard to qualify this event, we'll see.
And the problem is...
And now he's looking great, yeah, he's playing his best game, I think.
Problem is seed he's playing against next is definitely not going to be a simple one. So yellow, he's just holding on. Knock Knock says, I'm gonna try this. I have 54 army, I have the siege, maybe there's a way. Look at these camel archers trying their best. Are they shooting Imperial upgrades?
Yeah,
That
but
is so
they
cute.
fiddle.
That is really cute though. It's like when you have a Dark Age unit holding like a cannon. That's what I feel like when we're looking at those fire arrows popping through. But he's trying to deny this as well. The problem is this TC is gonna spicy. So even if you kill a
Yeah,
few
I mean,
villages,
spears can do anything in this situation, and whole trade army is dead. Wow.
this is kind of a destruction, honestly. Poor guys. They're really trying. These guys burning down at the gate. They're gonna get inside. The spearmen are not gonna do much against the samurai, and he realizes it. He calls it. He says, "I've had enough. Dinaskaya, you go on to the next round to face a very, very worthy opponent."
Yeah, good game by him. Maybe he had some troubles in early castle age, but he managed to handle well with his towers.
Oh, for sure. He did his best here. But Dinaskaya showing a little bit of the weakness as well. Like this is the problem when you get to this point of people being so closely ranked to one another. We're in a situation where most of these civilizations, they're not going to determine who wins or loses. This is purely made by mistakes in getting through to the next area. So we did actually have 2 hours of this. Now, guys, just so you know, I do see that it's 1-1 right now. Our person on the back line has a little bit of a problem with the power, as he is from South Africa. So we'll get those updated pretty soon. Guys, let's go and see what is in the brackets in store for us in the next game. So let me go click on the link. Give me 1 second. I want to screen share and show you guys what is happening. I hope that this thing works because I didn't test it properly. All right, let's go see what they look like. So right now we do see this one will be updated soon. The winner of this is going to be playing against B, which is going to be quite hard.
Also, Cleardiv won versus Deepshine. I would look to replace this game.
You would look to replace?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, in my personal time, yeah, how Deepshine played versus Cleardiv, I think it's quite interesting.
Deepshine, by the way, guys, she's my mortal nemesis. This woman destroys me every single time.
Yeah, she's a really strong player. Yeah.
The funny thing is when Beastie was watching the other woman, he was like, "This one, she's not Conk 1. She plays like a much higher ranked person." But we did see some of the weaknesses show up, and I finally feel like I might be able to take her, maybe. Now, out of this side here, we have Kiliardi Myriad that is happening too. Do you think that this is going to be a tough game for either of these players?
Yeah, I think Kiliardi right now maybe just a bit better, but I think it can be even much.
We do see KJJ taking Kaiser Johann down 2-0. Do you know anything about KJJ?
Yeah, I think he's a good Kong 3 player. Back in the days, I think he was HRE one-trick player, but now he plays a lot of civs, I think.
He plays a lot of civs. All right. So, guys, let's quickly hop back in. We'll quickly see what is going to be next. But, Anatan, I told KP that we're going to start here at 2 p.m., so we might do our switch over. I just want to say thank you so much. And, Anatan, tell Twitch chat, everyone here, who are you? What do you do? And what should they be looking out for you on in the future?
Yeah, I'm just trying to be pro player in OFO, but it's going sometimes not quite well. Maybe I'm not winning all tournaments, but I'm trying my best. Also, I'm playing ladder on my streams. Yeah, I think I'm trying and aiming to be a full-time streamer in the future.
Do you think
you can expect by me like more streams, more long streams probably, and maybe more content like guides, tier list, and etc.
So do you coach as well, right?
Yeah, just a bit of coaching, but
are you still learning how to be a top-notch coach, or do you think you're pretty solid?
Yeah, I can't compare myself with Valdemar, with other, but still I'm learning.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, it starts everywhere. It's the same with casting. I remember when I was like, oh, I really want to try this out. It gets better and better the more you do it. And I think it's the same with coaching. I teach university courses in my job as well. And I think the first few classes, you're always like, oh, what am I doing? But now you just get natural. All natural.
By the way, my university degree is almost coaching, like I am teaching in history.
You're teaching history?
Yeah.
Oh. And by the way, what languages do you speak, Anatan?
Not so much. Only Russian, Belarusian, and a bit English. My English still not on point, I think. But I'm trying my best. Yeah, I really trying to improve my English.
I love the accent though. I did tell a story at the start here. Like in South Africa, the Russian accent, I know the Belarusian accent, similar. The Slavic accent is for us
Yeah.
the cutest thing in the world because it's just so rough. If I speak my native language's accent as well, let me quickly do that. All right, so guys, we're going to head into the next part of the show, hey? But before that, I'm going to click on the BRB screen. I'll see you guys here later, hey? So, boys, we're going to look at this in a little bit. Anatan, thank you very much for joining us. And
Yeah, thank you for inviting me. It was a really good experience.
all right, guys, see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I am joined here by someone. Who are you again?
I'm Killer Seagull. That's
Killer
me.
Seagull, Killer
Good
Seagull.
old Killer Seagull. Yeah.
Are you anywhere related to that producer? What is his name? Ryan Seagull?
Ryan Seagull. I thought you were gonna go with like the Overwatch guy. Like, are you related to the Overwatch guy? He was like, yeah, I'm his little bro.
I didn't even know there was a Seagull guy in Overwatch.
You didn't? Oh my god, you love him. He's like one of the most wholesome people ever. Like he was a pro level player, and you know, I've told you about like postures, right, for some gamers. His was like he'd be full leaned back, like just slumping in his chair while playing like tournaments worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. That guy had a hilarious posture.
Oh my god. See, that's the great thing when you're involved in so many games. See, you're a real caster. You're everywhere. I'm the budget. I'm the person who finishes my day job and I'm like, okay, cool. Is there a best of 3 here? So
Whoa,
yeah.
whoa! Don't sell yourself short.
It's okay.
You know.
I'll get there. So
I mean, it's good. You could just take the other route where you're like, but I'm a better caster than, and you just point at a random person in chat, right?
oh yeah. I'm way better than Nurazor. For sure.
There we go.
Clippy. Get out of here, nerd. Oh gosh. Now, boys, we are ready to roll into the second part. I just want to say thank you to everyone who has been here, who has been part of this great event. We actually got a $200 donation 9 minutes ago for this event, and I'm so thankful, guys. We needed to. Let me just quickly put this.
Wait. We got another donor?
No. That was just me forgetting to put it in. Give me a second. I just need to.
Okay.
I thought the base was gonna. Oh, I need to move that thing, guys. This is my very budget Whammon production, so please bear with me. I'm going to wait. Let me move that guy back up.
Maybe you want to like squeeze the bar just between our names, I guess. It'll be a little bit smaller, but.
Oh, never mind, guys. Let me just.
Uh-oh.
I have an idea. I'm gonna move this. I'm very professional, guys. Just let me put you guys.
The alternative is you put the bar like over your head.
That's a
at the
good
top
idea.
of your camera, right? You know.
Yes.
No. But put it in the frame of you. You know. There you go. Because now it's part of you.
Hell yeah, it's part of me. Okay, that position's awful, guys. I'll fix it. It's fine.
It was a good idea. Was.
So, I want to quickly address what this event is for. KP, do you know anything about why we're doing this?
I think you should explain it to me, my dear.
Okay.
What are we doing here?
So this whole idea that we're doing long COVID awareness. So the whole point of this event, right now we're just doing qualifiers. The main event starts next week where we're hoping to get a lot more people's eyes on this. 5K event, we got a dono all the way from Belgium. And all the money that we get from here is going straight into long COVID research. So, KP, do you know what long COVID is?
Is it the opposite of short COVID?
I don't think short COVID has been a classification, but yes, I guess so. It's the longer version of it. So basically, with a long COVID, what happens is you are lethargic, and you just don't have that energy that you had before. There's also other health risks that come with it. Like some people have strokes, some people have the health part we'll get Tim to explain a lot more of at next week's event, by the way. But so every bit of money that we get is going straight to the research, and our donor has agreed to match every bit of donation that comes in as well. So he's already given 5K and is willing to give more. So
every bit. Like he didn't set a threshold.
Yes. He said ideally under 10K. And I was like, all right, I don't think we'll get there, but thank you.
So what I heard there, ideally, but they didn't say no to more. So what I'm hearing is everyone in chat needs to open their wallet, throw a few dollars in there, because like, where are we right now? We're, I'm trying to see how deep we are. We're 22% of the goal for the 1500. I'm terrible at maths, but all I'm going to say is, if everyone in the chat drops $5 now, I think we'd hit that.
Yeah, we would. And guys, I know a lot of you are watching and you're just supporting. Your view is also important to us. I appreciate you. I appreciate because every bit of ad revenue we also get from this stream goes directly back into this whole shenanigan too. So thank you everyone for watching and being here. Now, KP, are you ready for our first match?
Oh god, it's Hill and Dale. I don't think I'm ever ready for this.
Why don't you like Hill and Dale? What's going on?
So, it's gotten better, but I'm not a big fan of maps that encourage you to camp. They did improve it because now you have to come out for the gold. But, you know, if I had to choose between Hill and Dale or Socotra, I would choose Socotra 99 times out of 100. I'm that type of guy, you know? Like, I like, you know, pound the pavement, go, right? Like, I'm not Call of Duty camper mode. I'm not an English main. I don't like going to Imperial, right? And building 60 farms, okay? I want to kill you before you have 20.
That makes sense. The thing is, I know you're a man of action. You like those early game shenanigans that keep going. Yeah, I know a lot of people don't like the Hill and Dale gameplay style, but I don't think we got civilizations that allow for the super late game, though. We have Japanese versus Abbasid. Abbasid's fine with this, but most Japanese players are quite aggressive. So, how do you feel about this matchup, Mr. KP?
So this is actually quite a polarizing matchup, actually. Like, on paper, you'd think Japan does really well with the fast castle, and you'd be dead right. A lot of players actually struggle to figure out a way of actually kind of cracking this as the Abbasid side. Even your other half, I remember, was struggling with this matchup in particular just about a month or two ago. So I'm curious to see what Myriad has in mind. With the changes coming in, with the slight nerfs to the Japanese, but buffs in the other areas on a more defensive map, could we see Myriad, the British voice from Hungary, get the win here? Or is Hom Senpai going to show us a new and even more powerful version of the Japanese?
Now, Myriad has been a player that is on we're watching him, you know, he's on the rise. And Hom Senpai has always been a man who can take a game off of someone at the top. Not top, but top-ish. So I don't think this is going to be an easy match for Myriad either. The man is going to have to pull out all the stops to make sure that he gets this W. However, Abbasid, I think this is a civilization that does pretty well with that early aggression that Japanese struggles with, because most Japanese players, I know before the badge, were just seeing fast castles and then into getting the mounted samurais. So I think now with the changes, we might be seeing something different, but I still think that Abbasid has such a strong feudal game that Japanese won't be able to just go for the greedy play.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see, right? Because they just nerfed the floating gate down from 200% to 150%. So the Yoritshiros are still pretty damn good, but not as good as they once were. However, if this does turn into a long feudal, I wouldn't completely discredit the Japanese. And that's because their ramp up into feudal play did get buffed. The daimyo cost for the first level that gets you your bannerman used to be 300 stone. Now it's down to 225. That is actually a much quicker timing to unlock bannerman. And I have seen in the past a few players, in particular a maniac by the name of Neptune, make feudal Japanese all-ins work.
Now, I would absolutely love to see that, because as someone who enjoys that bannerman play, I think the ability that you have to just put so much pressure on your opponent is... It just spices things up, right? But with Hill and Dale, you're able, like we said before, it's a map that you can camp. You can easily wall off, you can easily force your opponent to take unfavorable trades going into the TC, into towers, whatever you decide to plump down. Now, we do see military wing coming up from Myriad, so let's see, is he going for the stone? No, this is going to be a feudal pressure.
I think this is going to be, military ring into a potential ram here. He wants to see if his opponent's going to engage at all, and it doesn't look like Hom Senpai is. You know, the Koka Township actually got buffed. It might be a point where it has some viability on land maps now, but we're actually going to get the safer option here. The Kura Storehouse going down the tree line. Nice thing about playing Japanese here, by the way, is compared to a map like Dry Arabia, realistically, you don't need to spend as much on setting up defenses as you would on a more open map. So if you check in Hom Senpai's base, he could probably get away with just dropping an outpost on the south side of that gold to protect him. He doesn't necessarily even need the berries long term, because when you're in Hill and Dale, you have that beautiful, easy peasy deer shove to keep you alive.
Yeah, this is one of those really fun parts as well, because imagine you put a tower over here, you kind of protect the deer too, so it doesn't really matter what you bring to the table, you're still going to struggle getting damage done. The thing is, Abbasid is a civ that's actually quite good at doing that because of the early archers, so they can position them quite favorably in the different corners based on where you put the tower. But Japanese, just a civilization that is able to respond to that, they can get those horsemen out like any civilization. But now we do see another farmhouse being plopped down here, which, if I think of the late game, is going to make a little bit of a block.
That's peculiar, though, right? Like, I'm a little bit surprised Hom Senpai didn't build the farmhouse near the deer, right? Because this is one big benefit Japanese have, is that their houses are drop-off points. I think we saw a few players trying to utilize this in a recent custom civ tournament we done, where one of the civs there had the same thing. Their houses are drop-off points. So you really want to leverage that to the maximum. Love the walls coming in, by the way. This is more cost efficient than building up outposts. In fact, it is dirty cheap, Marika, because you see where he's done it on the stone there? He's basically drawn past it, which means this isn't the starting cost twice of 30 wood to begin the wall. It's actually just one completing that whole area. I've even seen some players craftily discover that you can kind of draw beyond where you want a wall and cancel the ends to actually refund extra wood. It's crazy the things people could do with the new palisade mechanics.
Yeah, this is definitely a really helpful wall to have. Oh, but the archers might get a victim. No. Oh.
What? Wait,
what?
Did he hit the... He hit the other villager. Yeah, look at the damage bar. You see that, right? Oh my god, they no-clipped.
This is unfortunate. I just want to see how much HP this man has. That would have been a dead villager, 100%. That's 5 damage per hit. But also, if we look up here, this would also be a very cheap wall to do. And these guys right now just don't really know what they want to do. But with the horsemen as well, we're seeing a lot of aggression here from Myriad. And you guys can see, when you have 5 on gold, Japanese is telling you one thing and one thing only, and that is fast castle. But Myriad says, I do not care, I'm making a ram.
Yeah, and this is a really smart play by Myriad. This build was discovered a few months back to be really the optimal way to play with the Abbasids if you're on a timer. The logic being is if you go military wing, you have Archer's Spear, you basically have 2 corners of the triangle. You drop a stable, you have every counter in the system. The nicer thing about doing it against the Japanese is it just gives you a quicker flood point. It stops any early reaction because, as we've seen, Japanese units in the feudal age don't feel good because A, their feudal economy is not impressive, and B, the scalability of a lot of those units doesn't really pay off. Like, trying to mass own a Begisha and feudal is very difficult to do with limited food and limited firepower.
Now, the problem is as well, the moment he's here, he's just going to be able to stop this gold completely. And what's problematic about Hillendale, you have to go out quite far for your second gold. So let's say he gets castle. What then? He's getting all the gold, he's going to be able to get to castle, but then there's nothing that follows that. Your units you need to produce are not made of wood only. They do need their upgrades to have that castle age benefit. So the villagers are being pulled off here. He does have the gold for the age up, but with Myriad's pressure here, this is going to be really, really tough to deal with. And behind all of this, Myriad did get that second TC on the deer at the back, so he's just staying in feudal and going to keep making units.
Which is wild. I'm not even sure if he needs to go to TC. This is really expensive, right? Like 750 resources at this stage. That could be like 4, 5, 6 extra horsemen. And now we are getting the stables coming out. But the issue Hom Senpai has is he's going to have to start trading rapidly to access. One of the nice things they've done around Hillendale is about, I'd say, half a year ago, redesigned the map a bit where the golds rarely spawn on the full flanks now. They're more shoved center. And if Myriad now holds that right and left flank while camping here, the only option Hom Senpai actually really has is archery range units for Yumi.
Yeah, because you're just going to get these horsemen that die really quickly to spearmen as well, which is something you can easily pump out as the Abbasid. But the horses are at the top here, and they might snack on this villager here. Oh, that 5 HP
Finally.
villager.
Delayed, but they got what they came for. I'm kind of concerned, though. I'm not really sure what Hom Senpai out is here. Like, you can buy a few mounted samurai, sure, but they're 110 gold each, right? You don't have that true scalability. And these are the type of games that I look at, and I do always have that question mark of, would Yumi have been better? I think a lot of players are still sleeping on how good Castle Age Yumi are, and wood and food are the 2 things Hom still has access to.
And behind all of this, even though... shit. Even though it looks even with the villagers, these guys, 8 of them, have been idle the whole time. These guys just did a whole lap around the TC, around just to try to survive against these horses. Now, they will make it out, and I'm guessing... Yeah, they have a plan. They have a plan, but...
But this shouldn't happen. Like, if Myriad lets this happen, he's dropping the ball, and I think he'd admit that as well. Like, it's very obvious now. You've seen the stables. Financially, it's not viable to do the trading we talked about, right? But it looks like his positioning is slightly off there. If he'd been just a further bit north, his scout would have seen them on the low ground. I'm worried now that Myriad is just not going to glance this, and it could end up costing him the game.
What Myriad needs to do now is ensure that the units that come out of Home Senpai's base cannot kill him. And he's going straight for the production. And that's exactly what you need to do when you are worried about units. So he does keep making spearmen as well. 6 spearmen will be able to deal with these horses in no time. The archers are just going to get a little bit of damage done on top of them. But at the back here, Home Senpai is going to get that first load of gold, which means he's going to be able to get a mounted samurai out much sooner than we expected.
These horsemen almost getting the kill on the ram there. This is big, right? Like, when you see Yorishiro in here, it's a golden target. But looks like a little bit of a pull away by Myriad will cost him dearly here. Ram goes down, and it only cost Hom Senpai a single horseman.
And now he's getting that mounted samurai, as we said. And this guy... It's going to be good, but they are camel archers. So the camel archers do pretty well against these armored units, and also getting that unease out is just going to make it a little bit harder for them to do that needed damage. But again, another mounted samurai, and behind this, Myriad says, let me make more spearmen, let me get more camel archers. I'm going to handle this on my 2TC. My lead is starting to kick in. I have 42 vills. I'm keeping you in your base. You can not do anything except pick up a stray relic.
This is really cool, though, actually, what Myriad has done here, right? Like, because I think a lot of people kind of slept on this change. I don't know why it happened, but Abbasids, they did get some buffs. One of them being the feudal health of Camel Archers. They went from 140 to 150, so a little bit more tanky. And actually, traditionally, when this matchup gets played on water maps, or hybrid maps, rather, which gets done a lot, the Abbasids can win in feudal against Castle Age Japanese by spamming camels. The difficulty here is the more limited economy, but right now, Hom Senpai is falling into the same trap that every Japanese player does. They want mounted samurai, but the high base damage of these camels makes them a perfect counter, even if the Abbasids are stuck an age behind.
Yeah, now this is that awkward position that you're in as the Japanese when you go for Fast Castle, because Fast Castle is just, it's so expensive. You're not going to be able to produce the amount of units you need to deal with this, especially if they're going all in. Now, we see exactly that. Myriad is just making a lot more units behind all of this. He's trying to get back that forge too. Oh, the Shinto priest trying to heal up the villagers so he doesn't lose anything else. He will be able to get that gold, which might tell Myriad, oh, you were just desperate for gold all along. But something needs to tell Myriad, hey, brother, mounted samurai cost gold. How did you get these?
Or, here's another thought. Your opponent could just build an even worse unit against mass camel archers.
Which is? Spearman.
Samurai.
Oh.
no. We're not going to spearman, but he's building samurai. This is rough, man. I think, like, this is a classic example. I feel like a broken record, but I think there is something to it. Archery range, man. The Canadian bros discovered this earlier this year, but not many people have caught on since. Like, this matchup in particular, if you know that the Abbasids are going full in on feudal, playing mass Castle Age Yumi is game-changing. It wins everything, right? Like, you can Zerg into the Camel Archers. You can directly counter the Spearmen. But right now, every time you choose another armored unit, you're enabling the Camel Archers. And if you hover on the Camel Archers, you'll notice that even Ona Bagisha isn't a clean, clear solution, because you do get the double damage against them as well.
And Hom Senpai behind all this, he knows that those Camel Archers are knocking at his door. He's trying to do something of a counterplay, but he can't. There's nothing you can do here. These guys are going to get in, but the reinforcements will just be ready to take them down too. Behind this, he made the Shinto Shrine, trying to get a few relics in the bank. The villagers out on the deer, desperate for food right now, but the numbers are just too big from Myriad here. They're starting to pull back. They do get a few shots off, but it's not enough to shut down this army.
I think at this point, Hom Senpai is going to be going home. It doesn't look very good. I mean, Myriad has an insane military lead. He's 20 eco up. He's going to tech up in probably the next 2 minutes. He'll be there by about 16.5. And he'll have a strong army of Camel Archers still holding this back. but then he'll have the easy conversion to crossbows. Meanwhile, Hom Senpai, what does he really have in this game anymore? He can't counterattack, he can't grab relics, he can't even exist in his own base at this stage. This game looks done.
This game is going to be, you need a miracle. At this point, we're calling in StarCraft 2, nuclear attack. We need it right on top of this army. And even then, they're so mobile, they'll just move out of the way.
You know what we need? I know what Hom Senpai is waiting for. He's waiting for the Age of Mythology release, where God powers exist, and he can, like, conjure up an earthquake to get rid of this army.
Oh, I'm so excited for that, by the way. I think it's going to be fantastic. Just to be able to get those extra abilities. If it's like AoE with fun stuff, I'm in. But Myriad, guys, this man's cooking castle. Culture Wing is being built, and that's going to mean that these units are going to hit a lot harder when they start pushing out. We're going to be able to get mangonels at front too. Not that you even need them.
I think genuinely he's at a stage where he didn't even need the age up. He could have just built 5 rams and ended the game, right? But obviously this is a safer route. He's probably going to immediately scale into crossbow Gulam. Just because the crossbows address the samurai, and then the Gulams are the thing that will dive to kill the economy. It's pretty much cooked. I mean, Hon Senpai, it was great that he snuck out that gold. It almost looked like Myriad was throwing the game a bit, but what he done right was identifying, actually, because you have no map presence right now, I can have map presence. I can play berries at the front of my base, to the east of my base, and that's exactly how he was able to afford this many camels.
And I think right now what Myriad sees here is like, oh, you are not scared to go out on the map. And this is something we don't see at high-level play, because high-level players are always going to be scouting for these things. So I don't think he's going to make that mistake in another game, allowing his opponent to go that far out. And these guys are in a lot of danger. Another one.
The Wallow's great, but not so great when the villagers leave the safety ring there. He's going to get taken down on the eco. More villagers run home. Still, relics are looking rough. Senpai only with one of them here. And I think at this stage, the tech up coming out, this should be the moment where it's obvious that curtains are closed. He's trying to rush up a gate to go through the other side. But I'm not sure there's anyone left alive to get through here. All villagers going down there. The Camel Archers guarantee it.
The Camel Archers are just such a good utility unit here. They can run around, they can deny resources. And now, these bad boys are just gonna deny the wood line too. The moment you put them here while you build a ram or any other unit you want here, you'll be able to deny everything. And he doesn't have an answer to this. We see here the samurais in the base. They're trying their best. He did get +1 range or +2 ranged armor as well. But these guys are still going to do pretty well against these.
Yeah, and they're about to get buffed up, right? Because he went Preservation of Knowledge with the Culture Wing, he justifies the investment into Veterancy for the Camel Archers. And that also saw a buff, right? So while they got 10 extra health in Feudal, overall their Veteran health went up by an extra 5. So once again, another element that's more tanky. We have to remember a while ago, Camel Archers were made slightly cheaper as well. It's just a great scaling unit. And like we were mentioning, the Gulams are just going to be the creme de la creme, the thing to end the game. Interesting, we even have a Camel Rider being queued up. I don't know if that was a misclick. Maybe Mirai's a little bit paranoid that there might be Mounted Samurai coming down the line, or Horsemen, and that would at least give him the debuff advantage there.
Now, the thing is, he's not looking at slowing down. He gets that safety, as you mentioned, but at this point, he's just getting Gulams to be able to dive. And I don't know what Hom Senpai is planning here, but he needs a miracle right now. Keeping in mind that both of them are in castle, he just doesn't have the units to deal with these. The crossbows are going to make this close to impossible. And now with the third ram being put out, this is going to be the final big push. Farm transition, though. He's trying.
At this point, I almost feel like Hom's going through the motions. Maybe he's just taking time to process what he wants to do in the next game. Siege Workshop's going to come in, and usually this is a good answer, right? But you're against a Civ that can immediately react and build the counter unit right in front of your base, right? So it doesn't offer that same point reset you might get against, say, an English player pushing it like this, where they have to go home, think about it, come for Springles instead. They're going to be coming for your home. Myriad starting to move in. We'll block out the Kuro Storehouse to dive onto the farms here, and all of a sudden the ability to scale more samurais doesn't really exist. He has to commit now, but with a Gulam wave on the way, the Camel Archer is still here to contest, and more crossbows coming in. You have to ask, how long can Hom survive this onslaught?
Thing is, some of these units are still target firing the battering rams, and yes, this might make the fight a little bit more favorable for Homs if he has these units inside, but the idle time, the fact that these farms are unoccupied, he's getting that value. Even if he lost all these units, Myriad would still be okay and be able to reproduce. We can see this with the resources per minute. He's just going to be able to do this. He calls that BM Wololo, and he says, you're done. Get out of my game, nerd.
Man, this was an absolute shellacking. Just the confidence at the end. Like, yeah, by the way, buddy, if you still think you got a way back, let me just take your trinkets away from you. I think going back to that game, it wasn't as much. I wouldn't say the issue there was an outdraft. I'd actually say a lot of players think Japan is quite favored there.
Okay.
On land, like solely, right? But the issue that I see is just this rigidity. It's like Hom Senpai has played the Japanese fast castle build with Mount Samurai like 50 times, right? I think every player has at this point. It's the most optimal build. But there are matchups where you have to go different, and I think that was one of them. Had Hom's gone for a mass Yumi build, I actually think he had all the answers he needed. And that also, I think people do tend to sleep on Yumi's ability to raid after they win a fight. 1.38 movement speed allows them to go, and they're very expendable because they're much cheaper. So yeah, I think that was more an execution issue for Homs. Hopefully he's got something else in the bag here, because we are talking AgeofRTS.
Yes.
However, Myriad I kind of feel like he just got a better draft now with that like the Delhi versus Iabid matchup. The more I've been watching this over the last few months, the more Iabid favored it's been looking.
I think that these two are switched around. Let me just ask production here, good sir. Are they on the right side here? Because Aobit was picked there from Homs on his side.
Oh, so, you're right, yeah.
Myriad did get Aobits. Never mind.
Okay,
never mind. He got his Aobits. Guys, it's fine. It's fine. We'll see this in a moment to just make sure that this is looking good. But like you were talking about, Aobits versus Delhi, how do you favor this one?
So the whole idea right now is it used to be a little bit tighter because Iabid players would open with the military wing and just fast castle, right? And the logic for Delhi is I'll take sacred sites, and they could also try to mirror the fast castle or all in you. There was a chance for that to work.
Yeah.
More recently, what Iabid players discovered, especially with the nerfed Castle Age growth wing, is why aren't we just getting feudal growth wing? Right? Free villages? That's insane. Yes, I can get a desert raider for free, which is like 180 resources every 2 minutes. But I have flexibility with free villages. On average, at the lower bar, they're going to gather 40 resources a minute. That's 120 resources a minute, so 240 every 2 minutes. You just end up with more money. And then you still have some flexibility to go military wing if the game goes hyper late. But what I would love to see in this game, I'm not sure if Myriad clocked it as well. I think Iabids might have been kind of overbuffed. Logistics wing got a very intriguing buff to it where you now have the permanent healing aura on the go. I think that is incredibly powerful, these fast castle camel lancer games. You're not necessarily going to see a rush to castle here though. The beautiful thing is to the point of having those 3 extra villages, that allows you to inflate a bigger army than the Delhi to contest them.
The thing about the Delhi for me is the fact that Ghazi Raiders used to just overwhelm people so much. That 5 HP nerf, I was talking to Anatan about it earlier, and he said it's not that big of a deal. They're still going to be able to overpower you. Where do you land on this? Because you're someone who watches games all day, every day. So where are we heading with that?
So you can apply a mathematic basic logic to it, right? Like how much does 5 health really matter? When you're scaling initial Ghazi, it means 1 less archer shot. Well, 2 less archer shots, right? Because you have the 2 ranged armor to begin with. That's not too bad. But then once you're like 6, 7, 8, 9 units in, 5 health is negligible. I think I remember saying the same thing around the Yumi buff because they actually buffed Yumi's health the previous patch in Feudal by 5. I said that doesn't make a difference because the thing there is like for Yumi, people overkill. So it doesn't matter. You're going to die either way. And it's kind of similar as you scale up, like Ghazi losing 5 health. If it's a full ranged army, they're already shooting too many shots in quite often, right? If it's a spear melee army, I'm trying to remember what the damage is. I think it's 28 damage per strike for a spearman. So mathematically, I don't think that changes the amount of strikes required to kill there either. It's a really weird nerf. I kind of shrug. I don't feel like it done anything. What's more interesting than Delhi is the pretty ludicrous elephant buffs.
Okay. So the late game, we're going to be seeing some shenanigans.
We have been seeing some people on the ladder already rushing castle. It's very intriguing. There's a lot of buffs there actually with House of Learning as well. But the whole idea is if you get the movement speed and you build melee elephants, because their tusks now have AoE, it's a 1.1 movement speed unit that can charge, so going closer to 1.5, and then it does 50 damage in a splash radius.
Okay. Yeah, I think the problem with those elephants are the only answer we had was spearmen. And right now the answer is not there anymore because they will just get obliterated. So how do we kill those? That's the big question. And guys, we do have a little bit of a situation. Steam just went down.
Whoops.
Everyone
Wait,
is
what?
down. We're all stuck. We're all
Oh my god,
stuck.
it's deadlock.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, we got gridlocked by deadlock. Apparently, people have been like streaming deadlock. I genuinely think what's happened here is they've had to pull the servers down because it's Valve's new games. Everyone's like flooding to it, right?
Oh no, that makes a lot of sense though. That makes a lot of sense. Guys, can you believe it? This is happening right now? Steam never goes down. Do they go down? I don't think so.
I feel like they go down all the time. usually it's scheduled though, right? I don't think we're like usually the schedule I think is Wednesday or something. Because the meme with Dota 2 is like you tell when it's happening because the match coordinator would just say it's not working.
Okay.
It's usually not a long downtime though, right? So it'll probably be up in a few minutes maximum.
Okay.
But yeah.
In the meantime, while we're waiting for the servers to go up, you know the format of this tournament is going to be like next week we have the female and the male teams playing together. So we're gonna have the top 8 women playing against or with the top 8 men, and we're gonna try to get the top team gamers from that. Now, I'm really excited about that because for me that is revolutionary. I think it's actually creating a pathway for the women to also get their own little semi-pro scene. And I think that we've built a whole community in that. So where else do you think we're still lacking in AoE, tournament-wise?
Team tournaments would be one. Custom tournaments with like very different rule sets, I'd say, is a big issue. Because like everyone wants to do quite often what EGC has done, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like I remember saying, I explained this to people in like other scenes. Like if you're chasing an ESL, but you have like 5% of their budget, why are you chasing ESL's format? You're never going to do what they're doing, right? So I don't know. I'd like to see more creative tournaments. Like I like that we've got this kind of mixture coming in with the boys and the gals. I do enjoy the King of Dry Arabia within reason, Wildman. I've said this on my stream. It's a cool concept, but I'm pretty sure by the end of the tournament, I'm going to be like, never again. Can we do like King of Golden? Yeah, because I think you can, like, moderation, right? Like, things are special. Like, I will eventually probably get sick of Socotra.
Okay.
But for the moment, I'm like, whoa, Socotra is incredible. I do like that format, though. Like, just a tournament of one map. But you could do all the different maps, right? Like, Mountain Clearing, Lipany.
Just not Archipelago. We've had enough water maps. I'm done. I don't want any Archipelago in my life. Could we not?
You don't want some Holy Island?
Oh, no.
Dude, no. Holy Island would be sick for it, because think about it. Holy Island allows land play as well as water play. So when you get deep in a draft and you haven't got the obvious ones anymore, you get wild crap. Like, what was it? Yeah, yesterday I hosted a show match. We had Voldemar versus Kiljardi, and Voldemar tried to play French against Yuji.
Yeah.
On Holy Island. He didn't win, but he tried.
I was going to say,
right?
that doesn't sound...
But if you think about it, Holy Island lets you play land. Like, we've seen games defined there. So I don't mind that idea. I think, like, when you get deep enough that you haven't got these meta picks, that's when crap goes wild.
Yeah, for me, what I liked about King of Dry Arabia is the fact that we actually got to see the OP civs that we didn't see before. And a lot of people actually enjoyed that because there were no bans, but we can do that on any map, guys. Any map. KP, you're right. By the way, guys, our Steam is back up. And before we go in, I just want to tell you, KP, we're going to be doing the weeklies. We're going to do Wednesday or Thursday nights. We're still going to decide, and we're going to do weeklies only for points and then qualify for 1 match per month, which has a pretty decent prize pool. So that's going to be all money coming from AgeofRTS. Every single dollar we get on this channel is going straight back into a nice little weekly ecosystem for people to farm ATR as well. So yes.
I will say I've got a similar announcement, but I'm gonna save it until it's fully cooked.
Okay.
We may be brewing in the same oven here, but
really,
let's get hot and heavy and gorge. It's time for game number 2 between Myriad and Hom Senpai. Myriad leading on match point now with a favorable pick in the Ibids going up against Hom's Deli.
Now, with Homs, we saw that he gets a little bit flustered by walls and such, but this map you need very, very big walls, so he should be able to still get some points to harass. Even while he was getting attacked, he was able to go onto the other side of the map and try to find damage, even though he got wall blocked. But in this map, I don't think Myriad is going to have that ability. So now we're going to be having to see whether Myriad can outshine this and you know, still close it out even when he doesn't have the big mass in front. Because this game, he's Eobits. And Homs is Delhi, which is usually the civilization that has that big mass with the pushing. Now, we need to see how Myriad responds to that type of aggression as well.
Yeah, but Myriad got kind of a broken spawn from a food perspective. The gold's going to be a little bit annoying, but if he's going to do the growth wing, he can play long feudal and make Hom's life a living hell.
Okay, yeah, this is... The double berries here at the back is so powerful for him. And again, here, a pretty safe one. Very tiny walls could wall this thing off pretty easily. And on the other side, Homs. Now, keep in mind, guys, when you're playing Delhi, you are the one putting aggression on the map, but you don't have a lot of time to do so. So if Myriad goes... Oh, and he goes for growth, just as you suspected.
Now we get to judge my boy. Does he move off the berries to the back ones? Or does he deplete them fully? You got to be optimal here, Marika. That's an extra 150 food.
The question has already been answered. He split these bad boys so well. Look at them, 2 on each berry bush. He's not overmining this. He pulls them back, KP. The man is cooking. Maybe, or he's just going to chop wood. Never mind. He's staying in feudal, boys.
Yeah. Well, this is the whole logic, right? We talked about this in the pregame, is if you go growth wing, you have 3 extra villagers. Yeah. Think about the point in the game that you're getting 3 extra villagers. It's a noteworthy percentage of your entire economy. It's about 15% roughly of your entire economy you just got added on. That is ludicrous. 120 extra resources a minute when you're starting to scale armies at the beginning allows you to be 1 unit ahead of your opponent, then 3 units ahead of your opponent the next minute. Then you're up to 5 units, right? It depends, obviously, if you're going horsemen or archers, but if you're going infantry, you keep that kind of scaling point, and it makes the Delhi's life a living hell, even when they have this Tower of Victory attack speed buff.
Well, the Tower of Victory has been our standard play for the last season as well, and this has just shown us Archer Mass, Ghazi Mass, and then go for the kill. And honestly, just like you said, he does get that boost. Myriad does get the boost on this side. So he's going to be able to, you know, stay up to date and keep up with these unit production. But the thing is he going to have enough to kill these archers with the speedy attack speed that we see from them just getting the Tower of Victory buff here? The problem is as well, he also has the front gold. And unlike Delhi, he needs gold for upgrades.
And now we're going to get that stables drop coming in. And this is the thing with the Ibids, right? It's like he needs the gold, sure, but like if you're playing feudal, you don't need as much gold. If you're rushing castle, you're more exposed. The cool thing about the stables that kind of get slept on, or at least used to get slept on with Ibids, is the design of the Ibids around the Desert Raiders gives them a lot more flexibility with their production buildings than other civs, right? You can build these out of an archery range or a stables. And what that means is when you feel like you need horsemen, produce horsemen out of the stables. But then you still need Desert Raiders because you know you're going to be up against Ghazi, so you can utilize your archer range for that. And you're seeing that 1-2 step now. It means that whenever he sees a reaction of, let's say, the Delhi build a lot of Ghazi, he's going to want more Desert Raiders with horsemen. When he sees a lot of archers, that's when he's going to want to lean into probably just like more horseman spam, hold back the Desert Raiders, and add archers to support. It's almost like instead of having 2 production buildings, you've got 2.5 production buildings in terms of flexibility.
But the problem is, as well, you're playing against Delhi that has 1.8 production building right now. With 13 seconds per Ghazi Raider, you're just able to pump out so many more units as fast as possible. And you called it right, the Horseman is coming out. Now, this is something we've seen from most civilizations playing against Delhi. They do go for that mobile unit they can actually use and do some damage with. This is a very, very good raid from the Desert Raid. Ooh, and he's going to get a kill as reward. Most civilizations, the way they deal with Delhi is they go for horsemen and they just try to out-utility these horsemen. But the boy has arrived.
Yeah, but check this. Oh, I love that as well. Homs didn't realize. Myriad, he ran the horseman in first to draw aggro. The Desert Raider that they get bonus damage against isn't taking the damage. Finally turns targets, but now it's too late. Ghazi losing out here. Desert Raider is going to get the dunk, and he's going to break away. He will go down in the end, but it's already a phenomenal trade for Myriad.
That was a victorious death right here. This man has killed more than we would have ever expected, and the next Desert Raider is ready for some action. This guy's already right here at the front. Hom Senpai needs to decide what is next, and he's decided I'm just going to double blacksmith it up and out-upgrade you in no time.
Yeah, but this slows you down in a way that if Myriad now sees this, he could choose to tech, right? But I think he's going to keep engaging. The reason this first clash was so important is you now have your inflated economy, you now have a lead, you can scale that, Meanwhile, you're now stronger to block the Delhi scaling, right? This is the point in the game where Homs needs to be going for Sanctity Sacred Sites, but with this many units there, it's too risky of a play.
This is exactly where you want Delhi to be, right? You want to control Delhi, keep them in their base so they don't get that map control that they usually have. Now, this is looking really good from Myriad. However, he's getting into archers more and more, while on this side, we just have our stable. So he's just doubling down on the Ghazi Raiders, and they're actually going to do pretty well against this archer composition that Myriad is now pushing, because instead of making straight up horsemen, you're dealing with just Ghazis. And Ghazis don't give a damn about archers. They're just going to run right through them and destroy them, even while being debuffed.
It's a little bit perplexing for Myriad to not just keep spamming Horsemen and then Desert Raiders out of the archer range. The reason is, like, I get that you're a little bit scared of what comes next, but let's say Homs has Spearmen, you can just walk away, right? That's the beauty of doing a full cav comp. It does feel like he's weakening himself a little bit. In theory, if you can scale the archer mass big enough while similarly mirroring the horseman count, we know that ranged balls tend to be quite OP and feudal. So I think that's what he's kind of gunning for here. Steel Dagger is going to come in very quickly, which does give him an opening considering how delayed the Delhi tech's going to be.
The problem is the Delhi tech might be delayed, but I don't think he's going to be inside his base quick enough to get any value from this just yet, the Delhi tech being so late. Now, what I'm a little bit worried about here is the fact that Hom Senpai is able to get this uncontested and Myriad is not scouting whether there's any transition behind all of this. Now, the archery range does get plopped down, so he might mix it up a little bit more, but if he doesn't see any spearmen, I don't think he's going to do that. He just double Ghazis up even more, and these guys are going straight forward. There's no spearmen here to stop this. These three villages could easily go down.
Myriad, he's actually pulling more villages over to the gold, so one's going to be struck down. Second one could easily fall there, and that's 2/3 of your tech-up advantage stripped back.
Now, these guys are now going to be flanking, and now this is going to be in trouble too. These guys are pulled back. This is idle time. And this is the problem when you do have archers. If he doesn't find damage, and he won't, he's going to run into an empty berry spawn. And just like that.
So much worse. What? Wait, was he trying to hide the villages in the corner? That doesn't work here. The Ghazi split was perfect. Myriad taking even more damage now. I mean, we can just see the entire eco lead he has evaporate at this stage. Homs is as one-dimensional as a piece of paper right now. It is just mass Ghazi and nothing else. Myriad could win that fight if he finds it. The problem is Homs is not giving that opportunity.
Unfortunately, Homs does get his horses caught out, and he does lose a few to the TC here, but the idle time behind all this, it may have been worth it. The thing is, the food is running out of the base, and Myriad is doing exactly the same. He's going to lose 2 horsemen at least, just to the TC.
Yeah, but now you're seeing why Myriad reacted with archers, right? He thought that Homs would go archers for good reason. When there's a Desert Raider in the mixer, a good solution, instead of trying to micro-Ghazi onto them in a big cluster, is just use your archers to target fire it down. That's why he made this transition, and you're seeing the outcome of just going raw Ghazi. When these fights happen, whenever there is a Desert Raider there, Homs needs to be paying full attention. He needs to find a way of getting on top of it straight away. Myriad can leverage that against him, though. All he needs to do is pull back that Desert Raider slightly. All of a sudden, the nearby Ghazi are running around the back of the formation, getting stabbed in the face as they go.
And I feel like Homs is just, he knows the weakness of Delhi, right? And the weakness of Delhi is denying food. So he gets this tower here, making sure that the berries are going to be quite safe, keeping his army in a position where he's able to follow this up if these guys do need to go into safety. And Myriad is asking himself, where's the food? Where do I go? Where do I deny the resource? And he decides it's at the front here while sending the scout to the back to see. Now, this is a very scary army, but Myriad needs to be very careful not to overcommit here. These guys are going to go inside. One of the villages might go down, I say. Oh, there we go. It does go down.
He's got enough torch power, though. If this was a fortified outpost, it would be a death sentence for Myriad, but instead, it's going to be a gift. Homs Senpai not ready to contest him, weirdly enough, here. Undermatch is there. I feel like this is the fight that Homs has been waiting for. Ghazi will finally jump in. Outpost is going to maintain its existence here and assist the fight. And this is where Myriad could lose the entire army. Archer's out of position now, and mass Ghazi chasing.
And this is just exactly where you might even lose the game. These guys barely staying alive, but they did. And yes, he still has the villager lead, but the Ghazis are going to clean up everything. And this is the whole mass. We see the camels being queued up now, but these camels don't shoot rockets. They're not going to be able to kill all these Ghazis. And the mass of Ghazis is just increasing, increasing, and increasing.
Wildfire, and you see what Mira is now doing, a reaction of Desert Raiders, but you have to remember these units take an insanely long time to build. It's 35 seconds, very long wait there. So he needs to get a lot more production buildings, or he needs to start pumping mass horsemen. I think Myriad is kind of gotten in his own head here. Hom Senpai, I really think threw him off with this abnormal build, I want to say. Like, going mass Ghazi only isn't the norm here. But Myriad took the bait, and you see the result of it now. Outpost being rushed up, Myriad just trying to hold on the area, but against this many Ghazi, I'm doubtful this will work.
He's going to get these towers up. He might even lose a few Ghazis, but I think at what cost? Some of these villages are just caught between a rock and a hard place, between a bunch of horses. And again, now Hom Senpai also just doesn't need to overcommit, but he isn't. He's very confident. He's got all his upgrades. His +1 is there as well. These Ghazi Raiders getting out. Oh, they decide to go straight for the stay off. I say stable for the tower. But now, Myriad in castle. Is he going to be able to pull out a miracle from this? Because this is now another 5 villages that might go down.
Quite possibly. What you have to keep in mind is the fire armor on these outposts. They don't die quickly. He's wasting a lot of time on this, and he doesn't have time because Myriad was creeping that tech the entire time. Was it advancement wing? I'm assuming so with the way his economy was playing out.
Yeah, that is an advancement wing for him.
So no big immediate value, but he should have the ability now to start pumping out elite units. The problem here is he doesn't have gold. He's sneaking out to the west side because he's sitting at 50 gold right now, which isn't enough to even get a Camel Lancer out.
The problem here as well is this tower is going to tick, tick, tock, go down. He pulls the villagers, desperately trying to get some kind of resource to bring home. But there's no production building here that does anything well against these Ghazis. If he maybe could have gotten a Gulam, he could have maybe stayed in this. But these Desert Raiders trying their best to get out. The horsemen just trying to do some damage.
He got found on the west. He got found on the west. Where's gathering the gold? Outpost being rushed up there. But Ghazi, this isn't even an easier outpost for them to take down.
And the problem is there might be 2 villages that survive here. Oh, yes, there will be. But the problem is these Ghazis, like you said, they're just going to take it down. 3 survives, but these guys at the front really cause the idle time. And even though they go down, guys, that's 16 dead villages. And Myriad is going to struggle coming back from that.
And keep in mind, Hom still has a lot of food to work with. He's on the berries on the east side, he's on the deer on the west, so he can keep running this for, I'd say, about another 3 or 4 minutes. The question is whether he can do enough damage before he runs out. Camel Lancers just got queued up. This is where things can begin to get a little bit complicated for the Delhi.
The problem is he's going to lose another 3 villages here because these guys are just not driving fast enough. But you don't want to send your 2 archers that far out either. Myriad on 4 military right now, and 1 Camel Lancer is going to need to impale 6 horses to be able to match these.
I think Homs is missing out on a key thing that would make this a lot easier, though, right? Like, Sacred Sites haven't been touched still, even though your opponent is boxed in his base. So I am a little bit worried from that detail. There's also always the running risk that Myriad waits and says, hold on a sec, why am I not building spears, right? And if that happens, Homs' only out is to rush a tech up. And if you do that a little bit too late, let's say there's 5 Camel Lancers, 20 Spearmen, they'll come and they'll do just as much damage on the other side.
Oh, the problem is these archers are barely touching them because, guys, these are still feudal age archers. They don't have their upgrades. The Ghazis do go down, but when you look at the numbers, the supply does not lie. And these guys are honestly just going to keep replenishing. Now, he can make a play for the Sacred Sites too because he does have a little bit more control, but the Camel Lancers are going to be able to clean those up. So
that's the thing. I think it's too late now to go for Sacred Sites because Camel Lancers will just sneak out no matter what you try to do. The weird thing I'm looking at here is just, there isn't a clear intent. He's finally showing it. It looks like we're seeing a plan to go Castlades now of Hom Senpai. But it's going to be so delayed that by the time you do, Myriad's going to be having, 10 Camel Lancers? You're now building Spearmen to defend, but Myriad's already shown a propensity for building archers. He has the solutions.
And the problem is, these Camel Lancers are going to be picking up these villages that are very, very far out. Luckily for Homs, these villages are not spotted. And only a few will be targeted here at the front. But again, Homs just a 9 food, and another villager will probably go down. Yeah, he does get pulled back in time. And the Camel Lancers cleaning up a few of the Ghazis, though.
Yeah, this debuff is a really big problem. Hom Senpai barely putting a dent in it. It's crazy to think that Myriad could still be in this, being behind by 16 villagers, but truthfully he is, right? If you can't secure this food, Hom Senpai doesn't really have that runway to work with. Even if he could reach up for Castle Age, he won't have the food to do anything upon arrival.
And the problem is Myriad is still very desperate to keep going out. He is all around the map just trying to get a little bit of food. These guys look like they fought a Ghazi Raider themselves too. But
hey, that 5 health nerf. There we go. That's what it was. Villagers now OP against Ghazi.
Finally, your villagers can take the fight as well. They all have meaning, but this difference is just creeping on deeper and deeper. These deer are uncontested, and the thing is, Myriad does have the mobility to deny these sources. He needs to send these units all around the map. These archers, still feudal age archers, they're not going to be able to do anything to these Ghazis. The Ghazi coming in here, he's probably not going to clean something up, but it is really, really important for Myriad not to lose any more units.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we're not seeing more archers out of Myriad. He's got a decent count of camel lancers, but these are really expensive to scale further. Love that we've got Dervish now coming. It feels like Hom Senpai's grip on the map is starting to slip. This would be the perfect time to start going for those relics.
Both of these players don't have the same option for these relics though, because now Myriad has been in this position for a while. He's got the fast dervishes too. These are not just like normal scholars. They run quite quickly, and when they're holding a relic, I believe they heal in AoE too.
They can heal in an AoE at all times, but it's an activatable. But if they pick up a relic, it's 50% more effective. So yes, very powerful with a relic, and that's going to be another painful hit. Myriad just feels weird that we haven't seen these walls. You see him now doing it on the north side, but I'm a little bit surprised he didn't wall that south side between the tree line and the edge of the map. Just a very efficient wall that makes it difficult for Hom Senpai to sneak in.
And honestly, this is exactly what I mentioned earlier. When Myriad is in the driving seat, when he's the aggressor, he's fine. But the moment the map is this open, he needs to think about this. He needs to know that, okay, I am going to get raided. It's not going to be that free. I might need to make a counter unit to these guys. The Dervish does pick it up, but this one will go down. There's
good luck with that.
And that's a very expensive unit as well.
That felt insanely greedy. I don't know if it's because Myriad's worried that Homs is camping the nearer relics, but he went for the deepest one possible there. You need gold quickly. You should be trying to get the closest ones, because the reality of the situation is you are down by 24 villages. Every second with that deficit being maintained counts here. It allows Hom Senpai to reach a stage where maybe even a farm transition is feasible for him when it isn't for you.
At this point, we see Myriad is so starved, he's like, okay, even if you guys die, it's fine. I just need you guys to kill the deer. And they're like, okay, sir, we'll keep going. But look at this. All the villagers are on Myriad's base because he's just not able to scout. He's just reacting to everything that's thrown at him.
Oh, it's coming. Tech up's on the way. Homs doesn't have that many cav units left, and we are now seeing the veterancy from Myriad. I was expecting this archer transfer a little bit sooner, because I think it would have been the most efficient way to use the limited food, but it is finally on the way. And if you look at Hom's defense force, it's pretty underwhelming. It's just mass spears and a small group of ponies.
Now, the thing is, those do quite well against the Camel Lancers, so with Myriad, if he loses focus, he might impale a few of these very, very expensive Lancers on top of these spears. So this is still a very risky fight for Mr. Myriad here. He needs to make sure that he doesn't impale any of these bad boys on top, but the House of Learning is going to pop up. But guys, keep in mind, when Delhi ages up, they take a while to get going. So those upgrades don't kick in instantly, so this is probably the time when he is weakest.
Going to start knocking at the door. Archer count really just still not scaling here for Myriad. It doesn't even have like the Steeled Arrow level 2 to really make it justifiable. He keeps committing into these Camel Lancers, and you have to start wondering maybe if we were at a stage where Golems would be a bit of a better choice, maybe more cost efficient here, save a little bit of resource overall. Mass Spears are going to react to this. Archers are going to have to defend, but it looks like there's a few Ghazi still leaking in there, so Myriad has to make a choice. Sacrifice the Archers or sacrifice the Camels.
And at this point, you just want to let these camels go because you don't... Oh, camels. The archers go because you cannot afford to lose these bad boys. You don't have the amount of gold you need to keep going. The gold in the base is depleted. You need to go on the external sides. And that is just showing you the amount of spearmen. If they just outdo the archers, then the power doesn't look as much with the counter unit.
No. And the problem here is just look at those health bars, man. Like, Myriad's going to lose half his army in a second.
If he can
It's not pretty.
he needs to get a dervish on top of these guys, and he needs to get one now. But the spearmen are overcommitting a little bit, and a few of them does go down. But now the upgrades, they're ticking. Tick, tick, tock. They do take a while, but they're here. And Myriad sees that there's some shenanigans happening behind his base, but luckily for him, Holmes doesn't realize he could just have garrisoned inside. They're gonna repair. Does Myriad realize? And he does rotate his army down, so he might be able to clean up all these villages, because guys, this is a lot of very, very juicy villages that he needs to kill right now.
Villagers are going to shuffle back. Outpost is going to get upgraded, fortified, in fact, first before the screen placement comes through. So he needs to be quick about this, and I think the timing might just be perfect. Myriad gets the torch damage required before this outpost becomes a sore hit in the side.
And this is a really expensive tower to lose, because he was so close to getting a keep of his own. And that upgrade popped in before he could get a refund on it. Oh, these villages going down too. If they were garrisoned inside, he could have had a few of these camels snacked on. But if he target fires one of them... No, only one of the IHP ones. The camels will survive another fight.
Bigger problems are coming, though. Like, these camels are so injured that men-at-arms can kind of beat them out. We've got home blades on the way as well, which makes a lot of sense. And there's the big boy. War elephants now being built, because if they collide with those camel lancers, one elephant will probably be able to kill about 8 of them with how healthy, or rather not healthy, those camels are right now.
And I feel like this should be noted, guys. That is one of the first war elephants we see in a tournament match in months. These guys haven't been played in a very long time, and now is finally their time to shine, because now they're back, they're stronger, and they're gonna eat every melee unit they can. Oh, just imagine that stomp.
Yeah, and
Disgusting.
just think about this mass archer build from Myriad. It kind of feels like this should have happened a few minutes ago. Now it's not efficient, right? Like, war elephants are very tanky against that. Men-at-arms are very resilient. You do at least have a bit of mobility on your side, but outside that, I'm not really seeing the logic behind archers. I think the reason Myriad's doing this more than anything is wood is primarily the only resource he has easy access to.
And at this point, his food is just in more and more danger. And the wood he has easy access to also in danger. He doesn't have a farm transition. And the gold villages are going to be denied.
Yeah, and just for a moment there, it looked like Myriad was gap closing this big eco lead, but Hom Senpai starting to open up again. The dive is going to come in for the camel lance to the archers here, but reaction immediately there from Hom Senpai, shoving him away. And Myriad just got some really bad news with that dive. He sees the farm transition. He sees how much more Homs has progressed his economy to keep these pumps going in a way that Myriad currently will not be able to do.
The problem is as well, he gets the information of the elephant and there's nothing he can do about it. Right now, this man is just making any unit he can afford, going for crossbows right now. But elephants, they actually survive a pretty good crossbow hit as well. He has had to go for another gold, and this is just idle time from his villages. He's been having to run around non-stop. The fight is engaged. Oh, they're engaging it, but look how low they are. And like you said, even the men-at-arms could take these at this point. And archers don't do well against them.
I feel like if that elephant has a sniffle, if he just sneezes once, all these camels are dead. It's actually ridiculous. If he does commit into that fight, you just see 5 or 6 camels immediately flop. And keep in mind, like, the most absurd part about the war elephant is in this matchup, it's not even going to be the elephant itself. People sleep on just how much damage that dude with the spear on top does.
Hey, this one is scary as well, the man on top?
Yeah. Hold for the stats. You'll see. Your eyes will pop.
Oh my goodness!
66 damage every 2 seconds.
Against cavalry especially, that is wild. Oh, we're gonna see the elephant stomp, the AoE damage. Oh, look at all those dead camels.
He hasn't got enough. That's it. GG comes out. The crossbow transition far too late. A muddied and messied game, but a win for the Delhi nonetheless.
And that brings our Myriad Homs game to 1-1 at the moment.
Yeah, kind of a wild one, really. Looking back at that game, I think Hom Senpai definitely got a little bit too fixated on this idea of denying resources. He needed a transition. I think that could have probably been a little bit quicker, and it would have been quicker if he had those sacred sites. But on the flip side, it's almost like Myriad kind of unnecessarily big-brained himself multiple times, right? He thought there was a transition coming in the feudal age, wasted efforts going to archers, that put him behind. And then even when we're in the castle age, once again, it's the archers that are the problem. But this time around, it's the fact that he's not upgrading and scaling them early enough in the game to even remotely compete. So just overall, a weird experience. But it does lead us into a deciding game and an interesting matchup at that, because we've got a Rus-Byzantine showdown.
The Rus-Byzantine has been a very contested opinion, I think. A lot of people say the one of the few civilizations that can deal with Byzantines is Rus, because they just have such a strong economy with the olive oil, and now they can go for horses as well, which I'm so excited for. I really want to see a little bit of the hippodrome play come back in. But Rus is not the same as it used to be. Byzantines,
No.
slightly different. Can they still
Yeah.
deal with Byzantines?
I think Rus are... I think they've actually been heavily weakened in this matchup, and there's a few reasons, right? Like their
Okay.
timing's a little bit delayed, so Byzantines should have a better ramp up at the beginning of feudal age with their initial mercs. The other big thing for me that I think people haven't fully processed yet is the Rus scout nerf. What I mean by that is you don't build more than one scout now, right? The value of those scouts wasn't in the bounty. It seems like it was, but actually what you were doing quite often there is trading food for gold at an equal rate in most cases, right? Like you build 2 extra scouts, you get a little bit extra gold. In the grand scheme of things, that's not what was most important. It's an advantage, but the biggest one for me was always the fact that whenever you play against Rus, you can't make a single move without them knowing. And that's the issue with the free scout build. That was the biggest oppressive issue in a game about transitions. Rus by far had the biggest information advantage in the early game.
The problem they had as well, with 3 scouts, you just have such a strong ability to burn down buildings and force your opponent to place their buildings in a little bit of a safer position. So even going for a tower on your berries that you would need to for a night transition, you're able to get that thing down so low that a lot of people don't even realize before the fight, and then the tower just goes down with the villagers next to it. So I think the 3 scouts... yeah, they definitely had a huge impact, not just on vision, but also on the type of control and the type of responses your opponent had to make. Especially on a map like Dry Arabia, where your resources aren't guaranteed to be in that circle under your TC. Those 3 scouts can just put that much pressure on you. Okay, Ben, are we going in?
By the way. Yeah,
Yeah.
we should go in. We should go in. And I'm going to begin this one with a hot take. 1v1 format here, Rus kind of mid-tier now. When we get to the 2v2 format, Rus is going to be broken. Calling it right now. I'm curious to see if anyone's going to discover the secret strat I have in mind as we hop into the deciding game here in the Empire Duels qualifier between Myriad and Hom Senpai. The newly rejigged Rus going up against the all too familiar and still way too strong Byzantines.
Now, I'm thinking about your secret strategy as you mentioned it, and I can just imagine that being you feeding your sheep to your opponent. So you go for a berry civilization while your ally gets all your sheep, so they get that extra bounty early on. And I'm trying to think what is the transition out of that.
No. So you can do that. That's
Yes.
that's a side benefit, but the combo is going to be Mongol Rus,
Oh no!
and here's why.
Oh no!
Militia cannot die anymore. So if you scale, just save up, get later age, get them scaling. They lose 1 health a second, right? Remind me how much the Kurotai heals for,
Just enough to keep those bad boys alive.
right?
The thing is, they have tested it, and once they reach 1 HP, they can actually re-heal to full without losing HP.
Exactly. It's ludicrous, but the whole idea with what makes it so fantastic is like the Kurotai is an on-the-go heal that works in combat as well. So like you basically have a giant Zerg of actual spearmen that never die with that strategy, and it's also a pretty good complementary strat, right? Because like Mongols are really good as a support civ in team games. It's kind of difficult sometimes in 2v2s, but basically while the Rus player is playing greedy and setting up for that later phase that you'll support, where Rus is very powerful, Mongols can play interception in the early game. It's kind of absurd.
Yeah, this is something I did not expect to hear because I can play neither of these civilizations, and I'm now a little bit scared to see this in our tournament. Oh, KP, thank you for the warning. Oh gosh. So guys, I hope
It's crazy. Like the small changes will have what seems like small changes with this patch will have big results when you think about the interactions between civs. For sure.
And honestly, I love that. That's what I love so much about getting these patches. People might think like, oh, this civilization didn't get a nerf. Oh, this one didn't get that. But the amount of plays that you make just out of one small change keeps the game fresh and it keeps it, I don't know, alive. I like that. I like the fact that you can always get new strategies. Everything used to be fast castle and then everything used to be feudal all-ins. And we don't know what it is next. But honestly, I'm excited to see. Now, guys, before we go on, I just wanted to say we did get another $20 donation. Thank you for this event. And I'm really thankful again because every bit of money that we make from this goes directly back to the COVID organization for long COVID research. Now, guys, these are just the qualifiers. The main events are next weekend. So get your socks ready and be ready to support a distraction of an event, I would say.
Oh yes, and we've got to see which one of these might still be in with chance of making it there. Myriad has gone for the stand choice the Grand Winery, but Hom Senpai has gone a very different direction here. Kremlin, for a long time, has been the go-to meta for Rus. Not in this game.
Yeah, this is finally getting some love. The Golden Gate, not something we've seen in a very long time, unless I count yesterday's ranked games that I just saw this. Thank you very much. Fast Castle Rus every single game.
Wow, how evolutionary of them. I've never heard of that before.
Wow, and they just...
Did they build horse archers when they get there by any chance?
Actually, they tried, but I know the counter to horse archers, and the counter is walls and...
Ooh.
You know, more walls and towers. Love that. Love that. And especially on a map where it is quite easy to wall, we can see here Myriad is in a pretty decent position with his spawn too. Yes, the deer are on the outside, but Byzantines doesn't care about that. If you are getting pushed by Rus, it's quite easy to just get onto this side, make the wall, and you'll be pretty fine. The gold here, a little bit exposed, and the berries also forward, but again, Byzantines doesn't mind that too much because they have the ability to ward them off early game when they're, you know, getting out those Limitanei and dealing with anything running their way, which is going to be an early night.
Yeah, and this is to be expected, right? The whole idea is you can actually gradually trek towards a night anyway with the hunting cabin generation after the initial haul of gold. That being said, considering you kind of need to go on gold nowadays with the changes, I feel like you're going to see a lot more players just leaning into night spam. Realistically, you can actually get away with this type of build without touching gold, where you basically just get your gold trickle from a hunting cabin plus the sheep. And then when you tech up, you can just Golden Gate, buy a ticket, get one night out, and then go back to being a greedy boy. But Homs wants to be ultra greedy. With the newly buffed Golden Gate now taking 50 seconds to regen a ticket, he's going for that 2 TC build.
And this is something we, again, didn't see in such a long time because, you know, it wasn't possible. Now you get it just so quickly. There's no way to stop this 2 TC either. It's just such a good landmark at this point to be able to trade favorably by just going for the gold, like you said. And the gold generation from these hunting cabins are just going to assist in that. But Myriad needs to be careful. We saw how susceptible he was to those early raids. Quick reaction time from him this time. The Limitanei are transitioning there, but he might be able to get a kill. The knight will be quite low, and he does not get the kill. These are not French knights, boys. These are budget knights.
And you know, even if it was a French knight, AgeofRTS stops that happening. In fact, AgeofRTS coming out there to defend themselves. Nice strike back. And as you mentioned, you know, these aren't French knights, so not only do they not hit harder, they don't have that potential to heal down the line via chivalry.
At the moment these guys are low HP, they just become absolutely useless at TC diving like we're so used to seeing with Fredge. So these knights currently taking a lot of damage, which means for the next while you just have 2 very low HP horsemen running around.
And this looks ludicrously greedy from Senpai. Like 2 TC against Byzantines in this type of format. You don't have a Kremlin to stop them diving. You don't have a Kremlin to get militia defense. Lombos are on the way. And Myriad could very easily just immediately start marching across the field with these Limitanei. Because although there are knights that you have to worry about, you can always build surplus in reserve, right? So like just send these guys to the first group of Lombos, have more Limitanei prepping at home, and you'll be able to easily defend while now punishing the greed of Homs.
The problem is, I don't think he knows about the second TC, because from his perspective, nobody minds stone. Yes, there's a lot on gold, but back in the day, you used to know if your opponent went second TC.
He's gonna find it.
He's gonna
Right?
on the lookout.
There's
He's
no way he
standing-
stops walking here.
He stops. He stops.
Wait, check his vision. Please, don't stop here.
The thing
It's a
is,
deer stack. Like, the deer have been killed.
We
Like,
need
this
to
should be
check.
super suspicious right now.
and guys, there's a rule against Byzantines. You don't go to TC because Byzantines just has that ability to burn it the hell down. Especially with these very spicy rams that they have. These two knights are not going to mean much because, again, they're quite low. And these longbows should be able to snipe them if they get vision, but they do not. Knights get in sneakily.
Yeah, Stealth Forest saving their bacon there from getting cooked. So it's going to be raid on the other side. Limitani should be able to defend that. But now he's going to strike on the gold on the front side. There's a lot of gathering going on because Hom Senpai is being a truly greedy boy. With fast castle build, yes, but 2TC fast castle, that's no bueno. That's not for free.
Especially not against a civilization like the Byzantines. Byzantines is something that can collapse on you if you give it a chance. You need to have that early aggression to deny them from it. Now, he does have enough gold to go for castle himself, and he will lose... Oh, 2 villages. 1? Apparently, 2 villages?
No,
okay,
2.
Never mind.
The other one's on his deathbed. People need to visit him quickly before he passes away. Meanwhile, the scout blocks the wall up. Rotation now coming around to the north side. A game where Hom Senpai hasn't even begun his tech up yet.
And that's the problem with going fast castle with a civilization that just doesn't have a big-ass production building popping out of their castle. You're gonna get castle, sure, but at what cost? You're not gonna have the units to deal with any of this. You need more production buildings. It's just a snowball effect of, oh, I don't really have the units to cope with this. If there was a barracks maybe as well, he might have been able to garrison the villages inside, but again, this is a lot of villages. 13, that's gonna mean 5 of these are gonna be in danger, and the longbows are gonna start snacking right now.
Yeah, and I think these type of builds are actually spawn dependent as well. Right? If the stone had been where the berries are, what he could have done is basically like went over to the berries, kind of, picked up what would have been the stone there, right? Picked up the stone, dropped off for 50, and then walked beyond with the TC. That would have been more efficient than waiting and using an extra ticket, which left him with surplus stone. Abbey of Trinity is now coming in. Has to when you do a truly fast castle build, right? You need to get on the map. The problem I see here is by going Abbey of Trinity, you are at least getting these warrior monks very cheap, but getting access to the relics is not free.
The thing is, he could potentially pick up 3 of these relics for free, because Myriad doesn't seem to be that aggressive on the outside of the map. He's putting these units inside, focused on the TC, and he keeps getting villages. This 2 TC is just not where it needs to be. And we see 11 idle now from the Abbey of Trinity, so he rushed this. But now he doesn't have the resources to make the units. He gets some men-at-arms, but you're going to need a lot of men-at-arms to deal with this. These guys, in numbers, they just mean a lot more. And another knight will go down here at the back too.
Yeah, and he has no blacksmiths. That's actually a really big deal. Remember, Lombos have a higher base damage, but also you've got the +1 tech there. So, 3 damage go through on these men-at-arms from a Lombo shot. That's not bad. Then you've got Mass Limitane as well. And on top of that, you're now going to be a situation where you do not have the economical lead. Remember, the roofs, the only buff they get is on the wood. Meanwhile, at this stage, Myriad's at least 2 of those systems deep, which means he's got a 14% increase to his overall economy.
And now that 2DC lead that he thought he was going to have, and that he might think he still has, just having those few extra villages, he's lost all of them with that 7 villager kill. And I don't think this is it. These longbows can just stand here and try to get a few more, but instead he rotates. He's like, I know where the gold is, and brother, I'm about to cap it. Well, let's see. He hasn't made any plays for the relics either.
No, and I think it's not that he's going to cap it. He's about to bust a cap in Hom Senpai's ass here. He's only got 2 men-at-arms to his name. He's trying to play for relics. The age advantage is about to be gone, and we know Myriad's going to upgrade this army. It's so valuable, right? The Lombos scale really well at this stage. Mass Limitane with the dive potential here is ludicrous because the Roosters' #1 response when they reach Castle Age is to go into some form of cavalry.
And cavalry will not be possible against this composition. It's just not something you can do. Limitane actually having an answer to most units here. He does lose the ram. The chiropractor does get cracked open, but it's not going to be enough. He does try to put a house down here, tries to go for gold very far out, but even if you get the gold, you don't have anything else. More villages going down. The knight here at the back desperately running slowly back. And now these guys at the back here are also going to get picked off. I don't think Holmes was ready for the Myriad paint train on Byzantines.
He needs to say Senpai in a very anime way right now to get a stay of execution out of Myriad, because he looks set to kill. Varangian now on the way as well. I don't see a way now for Holmes. In fact, he gets seen running into the corner, trying to be sneaky. That's 10 villagers that can be massacred by these Lombos.
And both of these players really playing with the corners and line of sight. They're really trying to hide those villagers in these very awkward instances. The men-at-arms, though, they're going to snack on these Limitanei, but not for too long. We see the upgrade coming into Limitanei as well, so they're going to be a little bit tankier. And the longbows are here to help. Now, these are veteran longbowmen, and not just any. They still have +1, so they're still going to be able to clap through these guys. And the Abbey of Trinity finally meaning nothing. Longbow's going to just snack on everything at the front line. He does get +2 as well.
Yeah, it's almost like instead of getting a blacksmith, he's relying on Saint's Blessing, which can be pretty powerful in the right situation. But Saint's Blessing's always been a very situational ability. It's difficult to utilize to get an advantage, and I don't see him getting an advantage out of it here. Longbow count is going to be maintained. Men-at-Arms going to chase through, but with Varangian already on the way, Myriad is going to have the direct and correct answer to this problem.
Oh, honestly, I'm very surprised that Holmes did take the previous game from Myriad as well. He knew when to attack, but this game, it's just showing that Myriad has been considered a semi-pro player for a little bit longer, and the name is echoing in the community a little bit more. Holmes, mostly known for his team gameplays, I am going to expect Myriad to take this and see out himself all the way there in the final qualifying match for our tournament. And this is going to be a really important moment for Myriad. He hasn't qualified for a lot of events in the top 16. So the problem is, do you know who his next opponent is, KP?
Oh god, who was it? We were looking at, I think I glanced at it earlier. It's not an easy one. Yeah, it's not an easy one at all. So let's talk about that a little bit, because it's very important. Myriad, the builds he had here, I think Myriad was a pristine example in the series of a person who had optimal build orders in mind. The reason it didn't work in game 2 is that was off the rails. So you saw how things got weird. Kiljardi has a reputation for making games weird in a very uncomfortable and questionable way. He's the only person I've seen scale 50 archers as Ibids in Feudal Age and then go Castle Age, right? Like, he does these very odd builds.
Yeah.
When you look at game 1 from Myriad, he understood his game strat very clearly, that it was going to be fast castle from the Japanese, and Camel Archers was a winning play. In game 3, he pretty much played a standard Byzantine build, one of the powerful ones. Meanwhile, Hom Senpai had this questionable, incomplete build. So the biggest challenge I see for Myriad is how he addresses the first 10 minutes of play against Kiljardi, because Kiljardi is anything but meta.
Oh yes, Kiljardi, he's the kind of guy who will surprise you when you think there's no surprises from a civilization. And I think with the scouting from Myriad, he's really going to struggle with this too. But I do have an update on the other side of the bracket that I do think we need to talk about. B did not show up for this qualifier, which will mean... Yes, this will mean that him being seed 1 in this event is going to allow Deniskaya and Chrysor to get into a qualifying match, which is allowing, I think, Chrysor... Let me see what the seed was for Chrysor to understand what... He was seed 8.
He would have been the lowest seed, right?
Yeah.
Or one of the lowest, yeah.
He would have been seed 8, and Scatterbrained is seed 9. So even though Chrysor would have been favored to qualify tomorrow, he wouldn't have been the pick for today. So B will probably show up and qualify in his own right here tomorrow, but this puts someone through that I don't think most people expected to qualify for today, Chrysor, if he beats Deniskaya.
Yeah. That's intriguing. I'm trying to think, like, Chrysor, he was doing quite well for a while, about 2 years ago, and then he kind of pitted off. So I'm not really sure how deep he's going to be able to go. From a 1v1 format, I'd say I wouldn't rate him as one of the absolute top players. I don't think he'd mind me saying that. Team games might be where he's got secretly some aces up his sleeves we just don't know about. But there are a lot of other interesting series going on, right? So Voldemar versus Kaiser Johann. That one's going to be surprising. I actually think that the Kaiser Johann's not the... Oh, sorry, KJJ. It was KJJ. Ooh.
Yeah, KJJ beat Kaiser Johann 2-0.
Surprising.
Right?
Kaiser Johann's been doing a lot of practice at the moment. He looked like he was back in form, but elsewhere we've got something wild because Sassy versus Dragavan. I think this best of 5, because we're on best of 5s, right? This might be quicker than the best of 3.
Yeah, Dragavan is someone who pulls the clown car out, and Sassy is someone who likes to be aggressive, so I don't really know where this is going to go, but I want to say thank you, Buzz, for the gifted sub, brother. And, guys, this brings us to our first match of the best of 5, a qualifying match. Sassy versus... Wait, Sassy versus Dragavan. Brain, thank you. Now... let's go into the game.
Let's kick it off. See who's going to be making it through. Sassy, the Turk, starting off on the Turkish here. One of his most comfortable civs. Meanwhile, Dragavan on the... why is he on French? Who cares? Best of 5. We've always got extra games. Because what I'm confused about with this opening pick, Himreka, is how do you clown car with the French?
You don't clown car with the French, but you clown all the way onto a farm, brother. This is revolutionary, and that's what Dragavan is known for. Basically, this man has decided, I have extra wood, let me just make a farm. French and the English, geographically, they're very close to one another, so I might as well just play into my neighbor's playstyle. Open with a farm, extend the lifetime of the food, because we know French really struggles early game with getting enough food. However, I don't know too well about this, Chief.
I'm going to have to take a moment on this one. Dragavan has some weird builds, I'll say that much. He has some really interesting creative things as well. I know in particular, he has been the most obsessive person about efficient walls. So like he basically had a whole graph or whatever to show it off. But like if you watch some of his games, sometimes he would palisade wall his gold veins. Mm-hmm. And he could basically wall in his villages safely, and it would cost him like 8 wood or some crap like that. Because you basically wall past and delete. So he has some very creative things. I think the thing that's missing with Dragavan, he's a very talented kid. He has some really cool tactics. The thing that I've always struggled to see is consistent strategies. Mm-hmm. And I think that once he starts figuring that out, that is when you almost get this BS character develop, right? Someone that could come into a tournament and provide huge upsets with curveballs that work from start to finish.
Now, Dragavan, I think, is just a player who doesn't know what do I do to beat players while just playing standard. And we actually saw this in a lot of other games as well. I think in StarCraft, back in the day, for those of you who don't know Max Pax, he was a guy who would just pull out these crazy strategies when he was a rising star. Now that he's at the top, he's still pulling out crazy strategies, but he can play the standard game. And I think Dragavan could be that kid. He's pulling out crazy strategies. He's reinventing, oh my gosh, the 8 wood wall that you talked about here too.
There we go, yeah. It's super efficient, because what he's done is he's walled past the gold vein, and he started before where he stopped the wall, and then he cancels the other pieces, so he gets refunded. So he only has to pay for the central wall piece. And
he's doing this again. Oh, is this one? Oh, and the spearman is completely blocked. The man...
It's so dumb. Like, I've watched this as well. Like, Sipahi will come in here, and they might look like they should be able to attack these villagers. They will not be able to.
No, guys, this man reinventing the wheel right now. This spearman is desperately trying to reach them. And they're not even finishing the wall. They just don't care. And with the School of Cavalry coming out, this is now going to be a proper night play. But Sassy needs to be able to adjust to this. He needs to be able to adjust to Dragavan's crazy, crazy style. And guys, this is exactly what I mean. The man knows how to use his resources effectively. But now, can he transition into a standard gameplay from here? Can he be the Max Pax of AoE?
This is the thing. I think I talked to him about this online. It's like, when you are always unpredictable, you're predictable, right? Like, for a while, he was catching people out with clown cards. Like, he even beat Wham's ass when he was playing HRE. Like, Wham was on HRE and he clown carded him. Because you don't know, right? But, like, Sassy understands what kind of player Dragavan is. So he's keeping an eye out for the weirdness. We haven't seen it yet. The big question mark is like, what was the plan? What was the proposal for French here? Did he expect Ottomans as an opener, for example? Because if this game does go late, the last thing you want to be in the late game against Ottomans is a cavalry civ.
Definitely, because they just have all the answers to what French has to offer. You have Janissaries that pump out at the speed of light. And honestly, another thing I was surprised about just now, he built the archery range with 6 villagers. And that's what I mean. You don't expect these things. They just keep happening. But he needs to get this wall fixed up pretty soon. Otherwise, these guys are going to go through. But the archer is ready to tap those butts as they run away. He looks at them. He's like, taste my arrow, man. And he just keeps chasing down. But Sassy at the back here, going for the Sabahis instantly. He's still got 1 spearman rallied in here, and I don't know if he's going to do that switch just yet.
Oof. He can replace the scout from the School of Cavalry. That's still an expense there. I love what Sassy's doing here, by the way. If you look at his base, I mean, he's got 1 military school. I'm not the craziest fan of this quite often, but he's going active production. I think I was talking about this with Crackety. I think it was when we were actually in Norway. And it's like, right now, it feels weird whenever someone does military schools in feudal age. They take so long to pay for themselves, and you sacrifice so much scaling in the first 10, 20 units. It's almost always going to feel better to just drop a stables, drop a racks, drop an archery range, and actively pump that army up to 10 or 20 units ASAP.
You know, the thing is, if your opponent can punish you for it, yes, definitely going to be better to just get the standard production. But it doesn't look like Dragovan is making a play to punish him for getting these free units. And Sassy, on the other hand, he's just denying food. Look at how much these spearmen have chased these deer around. He is out here on the deer, and French loves to go for deer. So this is something that Sassy already assumed would happen, and he's already denied 1 very big deer pack. And the rest of them, they're quite far out. This one's not going to get walled anytime soon, and this one is quite far forward as well. Sassy now getting the next Sabahi from his military school. Ooh, yes, I was about to say, there's something in production here.
Yeah, we've got double stables coming in, so he's going to get a replacement scout as his did go down, trying to dive on the deer. This is one of those matchups where the military school in Dark Age at least makes sense, because you want to keep spearmen. You'll need spearmen against the French, right? But there's definitely a lot of matchups at the moment where usually the person builds a spearman, and all they end up doing with that free spearman is trying to harass the gold a little bit, quite often too late. Definitely makes sense in this particular game. But I love, once again, the fact that he's adding active scaling here. Like, it's very important to not get outnumbered, especially when you consider your opponent has the premium heavy cavalry option.
The problem as well is with French, you do get that faster villager, right? The villagers do get produced a little bit faster, but compared to the free units, the villagers will win, and especially when you're just thinking of free units from 1 military school. So now Sassy will need to be a little bit more proactive. I feel like he's standing in his base. Even with his Sabahis, they need to be running around and denying some resources. And right now, Dragovan did have his army here to protect them, but now they're moving forward. And let's see if he's going to be able to deny anything from Sassy. He might reach here before the tower is done, but he shouldn't be able to stop it.
Just the knights, though, right? So, like, if the archers were a little bit faster, maybe, but it looks like this outpost should be allowed to go up. He could put more villagers if he's in a bit of a panic. Instead, Sassy just backs away.
And he overreacts completely. Just, if those villagers were just on the outpost, he would be able to secure this gold. But there's one quite safe at the back here.
Oh, God, wait. He doesn't realize they're pathing back, right? Because I think they're... Are they walking around to complete that wall? Okay, no, he's bringing the back.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, thank God. Yeah, because you've seen it before, right? Where, like, the final piece of wall, sometimes villagers bug out and think they have to go around to the other side. I always panic about that. But looks like he's fine. He's protected on the flanks here. He could even wall near the stone outcropping on the south side, and that would give him a lot of food surplus safely behind his base.
Now, Sassy should be okay here. The thing is, can he transition and getting the gold as well? Now, he gets the second barracks. Now, Ottoman doesn't need any gold to produce units this early on, like most civilizations, but they do need it for upgrades. And Dragovan has already gone for his first military upgrade, as we can see. And now he's placing some barracks a little bit closer, just to make sure those reinforcements reach a little bit harder, too.
Yeah, I like this. I think this is really underrated in a lot of games. It's risky if you lose the area, but I feel like if you get pushed back in your base here as French anyway, this matchup is kind of over, right? Like, you're meant to be the aggressor in this matchup. Once you go into Castle and beyond, Ottomans tend to trend more favored. We mentioned the Janissaries already. The Sipahi are I'd say one of the absolute best, most efficient units in the late game you can get your hands on, and God forbid we reach Great Bombard territory.
Oh, Great Bombard's definitely not something I want to see as a French player, because even if you get that Red Palace, you're still going to struggle taking them down in any capacity. You have a few Janissaries you put on top of them, the Knights won't even do a thing. But now the Sepahis are on the prowl, and they should be... Oh, I was going to say, they should be able to get some damage on the gold here, but Dragavan is on a walling spree again. The man says, it's time for me to wall, boys, and I'm about to do that. These guys should be able to... Get in fast.
Dragavan?
Yes.
Dragavan? Oh no.
And he goes down.
In fairness, let's be totally real, like 11 Sipahi will burn through really fast, and Dragavan was pretty far away, right? So yeah, he'd at least minimize the casualties there. Luckily, there wasn't a wrap round to the north side straight away, because I think there's 2 more villages for Dragavan walling off the other side of that tree line.
And these guys now looking to collapse on top of these Sepahis, but Sepahis are quite fast. So these knights should be able to catch up, but these archers are definitely not in a position to join these fights. And at the top here, another Sipahi raid is coming from Sassy.
They might be able to wallop with the lancers here, so yeah, at least gets one of the Sipahi on the retreat. We have to remember though, once the lance charge runs out, you're not going to gap post those guys anymore. He could technically cut them off by going straight across west, but it's a bit of a gamble. You don't know. If you run towards your opponent's base and his Sipahi go back towards yours, you've wasted all effort.
And now we're getting...
Wait, what? Is that a misclick?
The ball.
Wait, that's a denial.
That's a denial.
Wait, is that legal?
We don't have a rule against it.
I thought
think
there was a
BN.
rule in tournaments in general, like if there's not a justifiable reason to deny the ball, because when Muslim civs kill the ball,
It disappears.
it disappears, right? So like I think the agreed like logic was it's fine against Rus because bounty, but like any other civ that just wants food, at least a while ago this is the case. It was like, no, you shouldn't be doing that. Not intentionally anyway.
Well, this is the great thing about having a brand new tournament organizer. We do not have that in the rule set yet, so that will be added for tomorrow. Sassy
Poor
just
Dragavan. He had to die for this.
but luckily, I don't think that's going to be the deciding factor in the game. But a little bit BM, I would say.
It's a lot of stripped food though, right? Like long-term wise, it's 2,000 less. And Ottomans are now taking up. Dragavan's in a bit of a pickle here. I don't see an easy break here. Clash comes in. We have got the ranged armor there, so the archer's not hitting as hard as they normally would. It's Mass Spear versus Mass Spear and Sipahi. Sassy has got the outpost assisting as well, and that ranged armor is making this fight closer than it ever should be.
Yeah, this is actually very surprising to see an Ottoman player out doing well against this, especially with those numbers. But now the archers are snacking on a few boys standing here, but the tower is eating back. And the thing is now, Dragavan is not aging up, but Sassy is. The thing is, if Sassy dies or loses too much here, he's dead. He's very dead.
This is wild though. Like Sassy, he even used the Imam point, which surprised me. It's cool for the heal, but it's terrible against mass ranged, even when you have that ranged armor. I feel like Sassy has tried to go for this really interesting, effective HP logic. Like heal, was it, I think 2 a second, then have the -1 ranged armor. You're more or less mitigating the archer damage unless they have bonus on top. But he's lost one of the imams already. The second one should just be a free snipe here. And at that point, Sassy should be in trouble.
Now, the problem is, you're busy aging up. You don't need to take these fights. Just let him surround the base here, get your units up here, and let the passive units do something. So right now, Sassy just threw away a bunch more units, and this is looking kind of scary for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the gold for upgrades either. Oh, why
it's also... Oh, the other problem here is, like, you know, you haven't got imams moving out to get your passive gold now. You wasted a vizier point, essentially, at that stage, right? Like, usually you justify the imam point because you have a very succinct timing going for relics. Now you're kind of starving your base. Dragavan still looming an age behind, and I actually quite like this. He's leaning into a second wave. He's not just rushing castle himself. He wants to find a way of doing damage.
And damage he might not find today, because there's no easy way to raid this. Dragavan is a wall king. He's walled up, and at the same time, he's ready to push. But now, the mangonel is coming. It's just coming very slowly. So, I think Sassy might be in danger. The knights are trying to charge down, but there's just such a big army here. The spearmen know that. They're pulling back. There's a few men-at-arms, but guys, men-at-arms are not made of tank material. They're just very chunky boys, but not chunky for long.
Gotta play Order of the Dragon if you want to be that tanky. Push comes in, and look at that. Knights immediately cycle off to chase after the villagers. Sassy on the verge of getting his ass kicked in game number 1 here. Dragavan, like a dog with a bone, continues to dive, and I love the fact we just have more units being pumped. Sass has no food gathering going on, no wood gathering, only gold. And that means you have passive production and an ability to build imams, and that is it.
And right now, he needs a lot more than an imam. And the villagers also get the knight at the top. This is going to be the place where Sassy says, I'm out. I'm out. When Dragavan is not looking at slowing down, except he's looking at Castle Age. So the slowdown will mostly be in production for a few seconds, but then those things are just going to hit even harder. So I don't even think he needs this. He could just keep pushing. Sassy has lost so much. And he found the food villagers.
Just make monkey noises and go. This is ridiculous. There's a 20 villager lead as the knights go and continue to just chase down these villagers. I think Sassy must know this is done. He's probably just waiting to hear a Castle Age tick to guarantee it.
And my question is just, how are we feeling about the farm transition going from French? That farm opening proved to be the winning strategy of the game. The Dragavan farm build from French. He's revolutionizing.
That's the thing. You build one farm at the start, and you say, that's my farm transition complete. At minute 0.
Now, finally, Valdemar, I hope you're in the chat taking notes. This is going to be the #1 strategy against Ottoman players, as we can see.
I can explain that farm, by the way.
Yeah?
So Dragavan, he was like, if I don't use this wood, I'll be tempted to build a ram.
That makes sense. That makes sense. Or just like another bunch of walls too, right? You could just make 16 walls somewhere else.
But he could afford the farm because of how optimal his walls are. We figured it out, guys. Dragavan, the big brain operation here. Double the economy count now of Sassy. And it's Royal Institute play. Because why wait around? Why even dream of Imperial Age where the Ottomans might sliver back into this game? He wants to be lofty and powerful in the Third Age where the French will still be favored.
And now we're just gonna see those beautiful upgrades as he has the gold prepared for that initial one too. Usually when you're aging up, you don't grab your bunch of gold villages, but this man, he came prepared. He's prepared and prepared. With that gold income, he's just gonna be able to get all these knights upgraded. We see 10 knights going to be fielding here, and Sassy, I don't know how he's going to defend this. Sassy does try to go for the gold here. He's not giving up just yet. He does have a market too. Let's see what he spent his market on. Nothing yet. He's thinking about it though.
He started to get just gold. He's like, actually, no, I have food again. He's left me alone. He hasn't fully killed me off. Dragavan, I think, has he now discovered the boar is missing? Because he's starting to move out on the north side.
And then he's like, oh,
he's like, huh? What happened?
So, for the next part, we are going to be adding that to the set of rules of things not to do. Now, funnily enough, we did have to state things that are very obvious to players in our female part of the tournament as well. So, it is okay. We'll just let this one slide.
This is what I love when I get on a cast. It's just like basically leading to rules being made. I will never forget when Frisian Marshes first got added. And on the cast, I went, couldn't you just like drop docks and then remove them to get rid of people's fish? and the next day, EGC had updated the handbook to not allow for that. Oh man, I like the loopholes, man. I respect people who are trying to, like, oh, well, that technically was within the rules. Let's just do that.
Yeah, this is why we have events, right? The more events we have, the more understanding we have of these loopholes. And honestly, watching Dragavan's games, I think we could probably write a whole new rule book just based off of that. And those walls were just revolutionary. And I'm so glad we're not going to remove those because they are amazing. They are creative, they're innovative, and he's the only man doing them.
Yes. And, this is the interesting thing. As I said, a lot of the time he just kind of has a tactic. The strategy, doesn't fully reveal itself, but he has played a pretty reasonable, logical kind of approach to French, right? There hasn't been any cheesy shenanigans, any weirdness. It has just been a solid strategy. And now with the Arbitrary on the way, interesting choice. Sassy's actually got the right read going into Archers. I think the logic here is if you get Arbitrary and your opponent goes Janissaries, you can outrange them to counter them. But at its core, this comp is solely going to be all about Night Spam.
And I would really like to see how these knights can do something before the Janissaries have something to say about it. And with Sassy's numbers right now, I think it's going to be very possible. Now, the thing is, he does have 2 Mangonels, 3rd on the way. And the thing is, Mangonels just don't do that well against knights. You need a lot of deadly shots on these bad boys to actually take them down. But let's see if Dragavan is able to micro these units, because there's a lot of archers and a lot of spearmen too. The Mangonels are moving into position, and this is not going to be a hit.
No, he's not overextending. He understands when you go to burn a wall like that, with torches out, your hitboxes get like a little bit slimmer, so you end up clustered. Perfect for a double mango shot. So good temperament to back away there. Good patience. At the end of the day, Dragavan isn't weak, right? We're talking about almost a 30 villager lead now, and I'd love to see him just rush for those relics now. He's got so much map control, and it's just free economy waiting to be gained.
Neither of these players making any big relic plays. We do see Sassy picking up 1, but the rest of the relics very much untouched. Oh, now, to be fair, there's a few on the other side of the map where Sassy has not dared to go. He's been trying to play it safe, getting that second TC up, hoping to claw his way back into the game to get back to a point where he can actually contest Dragavan's army. Sassy knows, I'm Ottomans, I do get free units, but my villagers are going to need some time.
Yeah, but, you know, Sassy needs to be careful because Dragavan, you know, they're both eventually have to consider a farm transition, right? And Dragavan is 1 quintillion% further ahead in his farm transition.
Yeah, he's got 5 now.
Yeah, Sassy has not. I mean, if we want to be really pedantic, he's infinitely ahead on his farm transition here. We haven't got any in yet from Sassy, and you just saw that. The deer's already been expired. He's got berries. Everything else that he could look towards really is going to be outside of the base, where Dragavan is waiting.
Oh, but Sassy does pick up a relic. He says, let me get the gold at least. I can get upgrades at some point. And I could also use my market. Very nice. But this is a very scary army at the front of his base. And we do see the crossbow stirrups are kicking in. I had no idea what that was called, so I'm very glad I could hover over that in the last few seconds. But the chivalry hasn't been researched, and neither has Canted Saddles, so him focusing more on getting these AgeofRTS to be even spicier. I love that.
Yeah, maybe Dragavan isn't expecting a free charge, right? So, like, if you don't think you get it, Canted Saddles isn't that important. It is a cheap tech, though. I think it's always worth getting. At least if you have, I'd say, 8+ knights. Speaking of which, those knights are going to move in, and that's the blocker. That's what Sassy needs right now. Dragavan is dodging the farm transition while forcing Sassy closer to it.
The problem is, Dragavan realizes my boar has disappeared, but your deer are still here. So, thank you for killing my boar, but I will be taking this food right here. Oof. And the Imam is trying to make a little flank play, I believe. He's going somewhere. But the knights do know about this, and they do split up. But this wood line is also getting to a very vulnerable point, and you're going to have to go all the way back here. But these guys are so scary on the side. He sees the second TC, and he's probably going to do something about this. I don't think Sassy can stop this.
Yeah, no, his best hope is use the Janissary point, pull as many as you can from the military school count, because you need every person, all hands on deck here, and even that doesn't feel like it's going to be enough here. Remember, that is royal bloodlines. Essentially, you're playing with Imperial Age Knights right now in terms of health, and enough archers and crossbows backing this up. The Sassy is going to need the most miraculous shots out of these mangoes to stand a chance of holding.
And luckily, he did get his spring ults as well, but Dragavan has 4 of those already in the bank, and they're going to be ready to eat these mangonels the moment they move closer, and they're creeping closer right now. Sassy needs to be really, really careful with this. He doesn't have an answer to these. He's got 2 Sipahis. Yes, that's it. That's the only answer he has. And these spring ults are going to start to kill things too.
What are you talking about? He's got all those archers. He only has to hit them like 100 times, and he'll kill one.
Oh, and he's sending more to their death 100 times, but also not die to all the knights on top of them. Ooh, and he does intercept one of these. The Sabai is actually doing some work
I think
here.
it's too late, though. Oh, wait, what? Dragovan, he gets baited in. What a snipe. Sassy, he can now count this out. Mangoes are moving in. The
Nice.
problem is there's gaps. He doesn't have a front line, and there's far too many knights here. It's going to be a pushback and a hit onto the siege that Sassy can't stop.
Oh, he does get some juicy mangonel shots off, but just with the lack of units to shut this down, there's just no way for Sassy to come out ahead. Technically, militarily, he's ahead for now, but economically, there's 30 villagers. Oh, never mind.
It's
They
also
get cleaned up.
deceptive. He made a huge commitment there. He actually used the companies. He bought the Janissaries for the military school count, and he still loses out. Like, it was way too late. If he wanted that play to even stand a chance, it needed to be straight away. They arrived after he'd already lost the fight. But even then, I think it wouldn't have been an easy fight to win. And I think we are going to be opening this series with a win for Dragovan. 30 eco lead, an insurmountable military lead at this stage. And Sass doesn't have anything left to play with on the map.
He's trying to get the +2 ranged attack now, but that could have been so useful in the last fight. Just coming in a little bit too late from Mr. Sassy. He does have this constant production, but it's so slow, and he needs to find a miracle to end this. But on the other side, Dragovan also just closing in. These poor villagers running back and forth, and they're all just going to go down. Sassy calls it. Wants to
Hey,
go into
but
the next
look
game.
at the positives. Ottoman's not that powerful, not that highly rated. At least he got a really good civ out of Dragovan, right? Because French is definitely OP.
French is okay, though, if you can control the game like Dragovan did. No, definitely those early small things that he did, I absolutely loved them. And guys, I think this is official. The French farm opening is now the #1 counter to Ottomans. Definitely something nobody expected to see.
Wait, well, I mean, in fairness to it, like, the French farm opening has now got more wins in competitive AoE4 for French this year than most of the other standard strats, right? That's the first time I've seen that this year, so that's 100% win rate. Whereas when I think about most of the tournaments recently, French is like 20% or 0% win rate. So yeah, there we go. Dragovan is infinitely better on French than everyone else.
Yeah, and we could have seen that happen because Dragovan has invented the game for us. I don't know, after King of the North, I feel so inspired by this man. I'm just excited to see what he pulls out next. And especially on Rus. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Rus against JD. So, on Prairie though.
Yeah, that's Prairie, yeah. That's a precarious situation. I don't know. Like, this is a weird one. On a map like Prairie, Roos always felt a little bit hit or miss here. We'll have to see what he has in mind. Love the way that Sassy's at least leaned into this. He gets rid of the French pick, which enables the Jaune pick. And I gotta say, when Prairie was last in tournament rotation, this was one of the maps where Jaune was a doer.
Yeah. She's just able to do stuff because it's so open. And I think Sassy is going to use that to his advantage. Sassy is the kind of guy who loves himself a Knight Civilization. I know he plays Ottomans, and his Ottomans usually a killer. But him on a Knight Civilization is where he's comfortable. But this is Prairie, guys. Dragovan could be cooking something that we have never even envisioned. So we're going to see if Sassy's Knight Civilization is going to be able to outperform Mr. Dragovan on his shenanigans.
Yeah, I'm usually not a fan of Roos here, though. Like, the problem is, think about what's good for Roos. Like, even before the changes, you know, the things that are obvious, like, oh, the Palisades are better. Yeah, but Prairie has so much ground to wall, and you don't have much wood to work with. Okay. They get 20% more wood. Yeah, but once again, there's not much wood on this map. So I have to imagine what Dragovan's leaning into here is just play 1 TC, play Night Spam, and win like that, which it's not the worst of ideas. Like, Jaune absolutely hates feudal Night Civs because they are so good at sniping her. And with Jaune, it's all about how you ramp XP and try to get level 3 before Castle Age arrives.
And now the question is he going to be able to get that experience on Jean? And I feel like he could. The problem is, when you're playing Jean on this map, you just have so many opportunities for engagement. So right now, let's just quickly see what the food count looks like. We can see here Sassy just snacking on a few more. But keeping in mind, both of these players went for 2 scouts, and the Golden Gate age up is in session.
Yeah, I think this is one TC all in. Maybe fast castle, like that's kind of interesting. That's actually interesting. I think you can beat Zhone just by sniping her out, but I think we might be seeing an old school Roost type build. What's really important here is that Dragavan gets enough sheep, like 16 or 17 should be good enough. So if we can check on that count, because I think that's the detail that matters here.
Let me just see. I'm struggling at the moment to switch players.
So 22 for Sassy.
Yeah. What is the command to switch players between them?
It's awkward because I changed mine. Mine's like W and E.
Okay. No, not mine. The thing is, I had my profile reset recently, and I have no idea. And every time I log into AoE, it resets itself. So we just have to cope. Cope and hope. And
I'm waiting for the panic moment where you look at chat and see someone says Alt F4. You're like, oh yeah.
Okay. Wait. We did get Tommy in the chat. Oh my goodness. He found the default setting. That's 16 for Dragavan. Hot damn.
I feel that's decent enough for a fast castle build, especially when you consider that those fast castle builds have the monastery. So the warrior monks themselves are quite cheap. And that +1 armor is a pretty big deal in those night fights, especially even more so when you have the extra advantage of an age. So we'll have to see what Sassy can do because, you know, historically when Zhone first came out, the ultimate counter to her was just go castle age, right? If you stayed in your base, she had no answer. I still remember that game from Marine Lord on Himeyama where he played as the Ottomans and Zhone got countered by a single outpost.
That's the problem with Zhone. You do need to find a way to do damage to your opponent, but I feel like with this map and Dragavan's ability to reinvent, I don't know if Sassy's going to be able to cash in on that. The thing is, Dragavan could protect him, but he will also be very susceptible because, yes, you do have your gold, but do you have a production building to make a unit to deal with this? Or are you just going to pop down 2 tiny walls that doesn't let her do anything? But if she goes for the ranged unit, she should be okay.
And I think you should be going ranged unit. Like, you can already see this is a fast castle build. So, like, melee Zhone gets less value when Age 3 is rushing because usually the whole idea is if you can get level 3 rather Zhone in Age 2, the cleave is broken, right? But if your opponent gets castle, they can just build crossbows, which is the ultimate counter to level 2 Zhone. It can completely ruin your game. On top of that, if you're in castle, you're probably scaling later in the game. That's where range Zhone is great for sniping out siege, which can be very important late game against the Rus. And even in these earlier phases, if your opponent doesn't want to build units to contest you, it gives you a way of sniping villages. What it also gives you an ability to do is when you're playing against mass knights, you can one-tap down the injured knights. When you don't get that form of Zhone, you're taking away that opportunity to farm XP in night fights.
And honestly, the fact that he decided to go for the melee, it might bite him in the butt a little bit later if he doesn't get that experience because she has to be at the front line. Because Dragavan has proven to be someone who knows how to target fire. Now, I wonder what this knight is going to find. The thing is, there's nothing realistically he could run into. And I love the fact that behind all of this, Dragavan gets the what is the first one? The mining upgrade.
I can't remember if it still picks the first or the third. I always forget.
Yeah, we'll find out in the last one. But Rus is just...
Specialized picks, I can't remember. I always just call them the base one, and then I keep saying +1, +2, +3.
That's smart. That's smart.
Yeah.
So mining +1 finally coming in. And now the thing is, the knight is here to absorb some of the damage from this charge. That's absolutely amazing. If he can micro this and just ensure that he absorbs... And that's exactly what he's doing.
With the scouts, it's so smart, right? Because this is the thing. If you don't use the scouts here as Dragavan, your knights won't heal. Zhone's will, through chivalry or through her restoration ability. So you need to be really careful about how you skirt these fights. The real intent is very clear. You can see it from Dragavan's economy. Yes, he's scaling knights, but he is trending towards a castle age play.
And he knows that his gold is not going to be infinite. He's going to need to have enough, but he doesn't have enough. So this might be something he just gets from getting the sheep, but the problem is there's not going to be enough income to sustain upgrades.
Dragavan. That's a bit ambitious. Does get the blocks just in time there. Nice bait as well. Immediately garrisons, heavy damage done to the knights. Zhone isn't here yet, but the risk of her showing up is with the way this is pacing, there's going to be enough knights for Dragavan to just full-on target Zhone straight away.
The thing is, he's just making more knights as well. He might have switched his mind away from that initial, I'm gonna go naked castle, I'm going castle with a few knights. But now, second stable coming in as well.
Okay,
I think he's just doubling down.
It's triple stable. He's double stacked into triple. He is going full ham in Age 2 here.
And this might be just because he's seen Jean in melee, and you know, she's gonna need to be there to do some stuff. But he should be able to collapse on her, and now she's alone. I know the knights are close, but you cannot let Jean stand alone, even for a moment, because she will get sniped when you least expect it.
Right. He just can't get on these choke points. The TC is making such a big difference as well. Luckily for Sassy, there wasn't a garrison that time, but it's what happens if he stays in these choke points. It's an interesting way that even if Dragovan had 1 or 2 less knights, he'd be able to hold. But instead, he's going to have an overwhelming advantage here. Sassy, I feel like he's been greedy and also forgotten at times. He's only queuing up knights out of one of his buildings.
Yeah, so the numbers will automatically just be better for Dragovan. So, he did get that second stable too, but that's probably just for the inspiration that he could lay down upon them. Oh, and Jean is again a little bit too far out. Is Sassy gonna lose Jean already?
Hi, Jean. Bye, Jean.
Not yet.
He can't turn around. Look at the health on his knights. He's got the revitalization, so maybe he could bait a good fight, but it's too close to the enemy base. You just get punished for this. And this is where Dragon's starting to macro up, right? Like, I think he is eventually going to look for that castle age. He just wants to strip map control. And it's a dangerous time now for Sassy, as he is playing out onto the Gaia units in the center of the map.
Now, French knights are notoriously good in general. They're much better than Rus knights in this case. But the thing is, when the numbers are this big, doesn't matter. Dragovan says, it's time for my farm transition, sirs. We only have 6 sheep left. Let's get going.
So there's an interesting dynamic, by the way, where Rus knights are actually pretty good against French knights in castle. And the reason is Boy's Fortitude. Boy's Fortitude gives you 25 more health. But a knight charging gives them bonus damage for 3 strikes, about 5 damage or 6 damage maximum. So, like, at the best, you're doing 18 extra damage, right? So, like, from a raw HP perspective, the Rus can tank and absorb that if they reach castle, and it's mirrored by Sassy.
Oh, and Sassy, yeah, let's see if he knows that as well. Probably does. But the thing is, he might lose 2 villages with this. Never mind, the knights are en route. And I don't know if Dragovan is going to actually slow down with the knight production. He's got 5 more in queue, 15 on the field now. This is going to be really scary.
Maybe this round. Oh, he pinches him! Sassy backs away, but not before immediately losing 2 of those knights.
And this is now the really awkward moment where Jean is not keeping up with this production. We see Dragovan, he just went to make sure all his villages are ready.
This is insane. He's moving out now, but like there's no pressure. Sassy can't afford to flank attack. He has to hold here or he loses the ball. Divine Restoration has also already been used. I'm pretty sure it's still on cooldown. The Knights are not going to be able to last long enough. The cleaves are negligible. And now Jean has nothing to protect her from a swarm of Rus Knights.
And Jean not even able to get in the tower because this tower is fully
Let
stacked.
me in. Let me in. Oh, God. I can't believe this, man. Dragovan, you know, I don't think Dragovan is bad at the game. I don't think Sassy. I think that I was expecting a pretty close matchup. But so far, Dragovan is just running away with this series.
And this is amazing because initially he thought, okay, I'm going fast castle, but he was able to adjust. And this brings me to correcting myself at the start. We've seen these shenanigans from him. But honestly, this was no shenanigan. This was clear skill play. Dragovan just showing us he knows how to adapt, and he's ready to take that next step into pro gaming.
A good damn performance coming out of him, and we've still got one more game at least to come, but Sassy, nothing is going his way, man. Like, someone has to change drastically here. That was a really cool approach coming from Dragovan. You know, it's a real risky move if your opponent is just spamming non-stop knights as well, because the reality there is, like, you have slightly less economy, but you make it more efficient by consecrating. Because remember, you're going to give up a villager when you convert Jean. He also built a second scout on from out of the TC, so he lost a villager there. And I think that's what Dragovan was leveraging in conjunction with the Golden Gate. If this had been French, it's a little bit different, because when it's French, like we saw in game 1, you have this situation where they're gradually building a bigger villager lead. So you can't just get those equal trades. They eventually work against you. But this was great leverage of the game. I think Dragovan always had an out to go Castle Age if things got really rough. But he had a very logical understanding that I have knight advantage. He saw very quickly that Sassy was pressing the matter a bit too much, and I think the moment he saw the melee form coming in, sometimes players get scared because that level 3 reset can be a game changer, but when you're only ever intending to build knights, you don't have to fear it.
Yeah, the thing about that composition, we're always so scared to just go for knights because you're like, oh, there's a spearman there. But there was none. Both of these players were just confident in their knight play. And I love that. I think both of them they were confidently making knights, thinking that they can outproduce this. I don't think Sassy for a second thought that Dragavan was going to do 3 stables and just be able to produce from all of them at the same time. So, Dragavan in the chat saying, I didn't even chop anything other than stragglers. Woo!
Yeah, but like I actually don't think Dragavan's playing right now. We're gonna need an admin check. I think someone else is playing in his stead because both games the backbone has just been build loads of knights, and as we all know, cavalry cannot garrison inside of ram, so it doesn't really sound like Dragavan to me.
Now the real question is Dragavan going to give us a little bit of a Dragavan special at the end here? Is he going to please us with his beautiful archer play? And does Sassy have an answer to this? Because Dragavan still has Aeobits, he still has Abbasid, and I feel like those are the sneaky picks. But Sassy, on the other hand, he does still have English. English is pretty decent against that, I guess, and also China.
You can't pick English when Delhi's there, though, right? That's the problem. Like, until you remove the Delhi from the pool, you kind of have to hold on to English. So Sassy's probably going to go with Mongols or China next, right? I think it might end up just being Mongols feels terrible if it's Ibex. Like, it's just an insta loss. I think it's probably going to have to be China because that's the safer option here. And I would expect Dragavan to look to use Ibex next, right? Because they probably have the best remaining matchups. And you want to just basically hold the English hostage with the Delhi.
Okay, and I can imagine that would be the case because, but, we have been seeing a lot of pro plays here with Delhi able to just close in on, or English being able to close in on Delhi at the moment.
Yeah, so there's the mass horseman build, right? I think that's the one way they can make it work. I think it's a bit map dependent though. Like, for example, if we go to Cliffside, I think the Delhi can just kind of segment the map and wall it off and secure sacred sites. What was the map pool actually that we have on offer here?
We actually, let me go and pull those up. I want to see what they have drafted, but I think that was done in start.gg, and this is usually why we have some small channels to find them in the moment.
Wait, isn't it usually... Oh, so let me check the AoE 2CM. Maybe they've got it on there.
Okay, let's go find them, guys. And we also see that there is a little bit of a delay here for our next map. Let's quickly go and check this out. I do see them in lobby at the moment.
Okay, I can confirm. So we've had Dry Arabia, right? Prairie's been done. The remaining maps are Golden Heights, Cliffside, and Gorge. Yeah, so I think Sassy... Ooh, no, that's interesting, actually. He might just be able to get an easy win by going Golden Heights. I don't think there's anything that Mongols particularly have to be scared of there.
Okay. Oof. That's going to mean we are going to get some silly shenanigans for the last one. I'm actually so excited to see how Sassy transitions out of this. I do know that there was an instance, apparently, on the first map that Sassy was not happy with the spawn. So
on the first map or the second?
Was it the first or the second map? Let's quickly see.
Well, he's talking about Knight versus Knight, so I'm assuming he's talking about the map spawn for game number 2.
Yeah, let's quickly see. The problem there, apparently, with the gold spawning a little bit further from the TC compared to the other one. Oh no, what was the last? Okay, was Lipany, says Tommy at the end there. Oh, Prairie. Okay, I was about to
Prairie.
say Lipany.
Map 2. Yeah.
We had that?
Huh?
Okay, so apparently the gold spawn was a little bit off. But honestly, from watching that last game, I don't think the gold came into play that much.
Well, it's more like, I don't know if Sassy's trying to point out that he was forced to, like, he just had to go all in or he's screwed anyway, but, like, he was the aggressor either way.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't like his goal got hit. But
Yeah.
I guess he's trying to make an argument that, like, you know, it kind of screwed the pooch for him, that he had to make that choice. There was no flexibility to play a more chill approach to Joan, because if he did, his goal was less defendable.
Yeah, especially in a Knight versus Knight Civilization matchup, it might be a little bit more of a Monka steer there. Now, aside from this match, let's quickly go through the other brackets to see what the situation is right now. Let me quickly share my screen here, and we can go and check what it looks like. Now, guys...
Props to him.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be honest, I thought Myriad was going to get 3-0'd.
Yes, so did I. I am very, very happy with Myriad's performance in this. And he did, let's quickly see this. Myriad did win the Mongol versus French game, though.
What was that on, like, Cliffside? Where was that? Maybe, I'm trying to think where you picked French. No, was that just a Dry Arabia game? It might have just been a Dry...
Let's
Dry
go
Arabia
see.
is third.
Let's go see. Oh, what happened? Already, Kiliari, you dropped a map against Hom Senpai? What happened? Ooh. Oh, okay. So let's go see. The first one on Prairie. Okay, so the first map was on Prairie where Mongols outdid French. I'm actually quite surprised. Yeah. It's just
makes
about
sense,
the denial.
Right? Yeah, because, well, you can basically you can maybe outpost rush depending on the location, be a little bit annoying, but the bigger thing is you trade. You just trade your mind out as Mongols, right? And French can't easily mirror that, and you just start spamming Keshiks. So yeah, like, pretty well played by Myriad. Rest of that series, can we quickly check the draft again?
Mm-hmm.
I imagine this is where we might see a difference between like drafting skill more than anything else.
Okay, let's go and see.
So we had...
Oh, wait. I need to go to the top. I need to go to the top.
No, just go to summary.
Okay, summary?
Summary. Yeah,
Okay.
summary, because they were all
Oh.
lined there. Somalian versus Rus. Oh, that's interesting. Well, Rus aren't as powerful anymore, so I can kind of believe that. Delhi versus Abbasids. Most players, I think, still lean Delhi, so that kind of makes sense.
Because
And
just
then-
the amount of zerging you can do should be able to outdo the Abbasid as well.
Yeah, so like I've seen some interesting builds where it kind of gave hope, where Bass is like the initial aggro because you can beat Delhi on the initial aggro because you have Spear Archer and you build Horseman from one production building, right? Because you already have 2 from Military Wing.
Mm-hmm.
So that forces Delhi to dance in their own base at first, and then you can like sneak a second TC, potentially. But you have to get the timing right. It's so delicate. The Zhuji versus Chinese one, though, I imagine that was something like, what, Cliffside? And I'm guessing Kiljadi just made monkey noises and kept hitting the win key on his archery ranges.
Yeah, no, I can imagine with the Zushi versus China, you just have... Zushi is also benefiting from some of the Chinese changes right now, right? What was the last overview of the Zushi change for the last patch?
Oh, the Zhuji change? I think that was negligible. I think in tight maps, it was already good, but the Zhuji, the main thing they got changed was just around the Palace Guard health, right? It got an increase of 10, which isn't too bad. I think the bigger deal there is you have to realize that matchup, especially on tighter maps, is just going to turn into a Chuganu spam. And there is a huge difference of about 8 or 9 Chuganu before you as the Chinese can access them, right? Because as Chinese, you have to spend 1,200 resources to get access to them.
Mm-hmm.
As the Zhuji, you only spend 510 resources.
Oh, that's true. So you just get them faster, and you get some for free as well, just building archery ranges, which can
And
then...
spam.
Yeah, I can see that snowballing significantly. Now, with the rest of them, Kiliadi making it through to tomorrow, Voldemort 3-0ing his opponent as well. I mean, we usually have the question of what does better, French or Jean? And we see
French.
Voldemort showing us exactly what that answer is.
Yeah,
Now-
it's like, it's really weird because you'd think Jean would do well there, but it's like French has scaling economy. And over time, like if they just get even like a 1-night lead, they just dive in and kill Jean. And the moment that happened, like the first fight, if Jean doesn't win the first fight, that matchup is almost impossible.
I can definitely see that happening, especially because you do have that villager lead, and it's just going to allow you to be pumping a little bit harder. Now, guys, we're going to jump into the next game in 1 minute. And lastly, we just want to see Chrysor and Deniskaya. I want to see the chat here to see what the situation is. Next map, we see here Prairie, Gorge already done, Hillendale. I'm excited to see what the outcome is of that one too. But guys, let's transition back in here, and soon enough we will go in game. So the final pick, Mongols versus Ayubids on Gorge.
Ooh.
Are we gonna see the cloud car?
I think we're gonna see Sassy praying to the great Khan that the spawn is bad for Dragavan, right? So you're probably looking for Ford Berry and Ford Gold, so you have something to kind of target in. The Outpost Rush always feels a little bit weird against Abbasids because they have siege engineering by default, right? So you stun them, they have to build a ram, but if you think about it realistically, you spend 100 wood, you spent a minute, you spent the extra time walking over and walking back with a villager. So, like, mathematically, you probably spent about 180 resources in terms of sunken time and build speed and everything else as the Mongol player there, and your opponent builds a ram for 200. Like, I think ever since the buff to the cost of rams, that exchange is less desirable than it used to be, unless you have a follow-up play. But let's see what he got. Let's see what he can do. We're going to hop into game number 3 here. Flip that around because your boy Dragavan is the one now ready on match point. 2-0 up. Sassy. Nothing but a flawless run now if he wants to continue on here in the open qualifiers of Empire Duels.
Now, the good thing we see here from Mr. Sassy is he's gonna go for the standard Tower Rush. Now, he needs to find out whether there is something Tower Rush worthy, and I mean, the berries being forward, pretty nice. However, you do have enough sheep on this map to survive that initial push, and the gold at the back here is absolutely so beautiful for Dragavan. I don't think Sassy is going to be able to optimally get this done at any point. He's really going to have to get all the way back here, and by that time, Dragavan is just going to get every single resource that he needs. These guys dropping back off. Let's go see what he plops down. We've seen a few stables recently. Oh,
I like
he makes
this.
a pasture.
Yeah, I agree with this. It's awkward because if you you're gambling already. Like you if you weren't on the verge of just losing, you might take a punt that is worth an outpost rush. But if you go across and there's nothing worthwhile, you lose the game, right? And he would lose the game because although Dragavan would have to come out a bit to get an alternative resource, if you look at his spawn, it's actually really nice. So the best outpost you could have done as Dragavan, as Sassy rather, is one between Dragavan's stone and berries here to deny multi-TC, right? But if you look on the eastern flank, there's berries over here, there's stone over here. This is quite easily reachable. If he wants to play one TC all in as well, he has berries and deer on the north side further than that stone. So I think Sassy made the right choice. There are games right now where the Rax opener is a bait, and I think Abbasid matchups are one of those.
Ah, this is a good note for myself to take down because damn, I struggle against Mongols, and every single time when I see the barracks, I freak out. But I think when you're at this level, you just know exactly how this matchup plays out every single time. But now we see that improvement on the sheep, guys, keeping in mind they do come out faster, but they do still give you the same amount of food. So not really much of a buff. Now, a lot of people also say that pastures in this position is just not worth it, especially at this early in the game when you can get them under the uwu. I'm not too sure about that, but I think that's why we need some professional opinion on this one too.
Yeah, I'd love to see someone do like a thorough kind of experimentation around it. I mean, he had the wood gathering. Maybe he scouted something and he was originally thinking racks. And he's like, oh, now I've got this wood. Let's use it anyway. But the cool thing about the early pasture is it actually gives you longevity to your scouting rotation. You can stay out for longer, right? It's similar to when you're up against a berry sieve. You know they're not going to send their scout home. By having these sheep being spawned at your home, you can keep the Khan out longer, which is really important in this matchup because it is a berry sieve. That if you don't stay out on the map, is probably going to end up with 60 to 65% of the sheep by default.
Now, Sassy is on a civilization that's very good at punishing any civ for moving out of their base. So you want to deny as many sheep as possible so that they have to go on berries, not just because they're a berry civ, but because they don't have a choice. So the thing is, when you go military wing, you don't really mind that too much early on, because you do have spearmen that can deal with anything that Mongols puts forward. Now, we do see deer stones, no trading shenanigans happening from the start. I think deer stones is just going to be the standard play from here on out.
Not every map, but most maps, I think it should be in consideration now. I actually think Deerstone was being slept on even before the buffs, but now with the inclusion of a certain Khan Hunter, all of a sudden, the Mongols' archer spam has an extra level of punch behind it.
And now we're going to see what Sassy does to react to this, because these boys are heading across the map. However, he's ready to pop down in production building as well. So let's see what the choice is. Most likely an archery range, I would expect. Unless he's just going to go Keshiks and try to deny as much as possible.
You're probably opening archery range, right? Like your opponent went military wing, so if you go archery range, you counter both units. And Dragovan's reaction should probably be a stables drop coming in, because it's all about that triangle, right? The military wing with stables follow up gives you all angles, but who am I kidding? Dragovan's gonna clown car.
That is exactly what Dragovan wants to show us. The boys coming around. We see the archery range being plopped down. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Dragovan special is en route. The archery range plopped down to right in the range of the Uwu. But these guys will show up on time.
This is like Dragovan's like, I've been a good boy. I ate my greens. I cleared my plate. Can I have some dessert? You're like, yes. For him, dessert, his treat is getting to clown car. Archer's on the way. Denial over here. Sassy tries to set up the archery range. Will go up in the end. Not enough firepower to ultimately punish the villagers. A little bit of an overdrive here means that Dragovan actually will need to back up. Double Archer's already on the way, and Sassy's also producing one of the Khan Hunters.
And you can actually now see the value of just getting this thing under the Uwu. If this was one singular archer, Dragovan would not have been scared. But now with the double production, that is going to make it a little bit harder. And Sassy is out for vengeance. He is denying or trying to do a little bit of damage to these villagers. So when those Keshiks eventually do arrive, he's going to be able to pick those up. We see now here 4 archers in the base. And the clown car has been recalled.
No, he's going a bit more standard. Dragon's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's not be that harsh. So Horseman now being added in. You know, you can still, funnily enough, clown car against Sass if you really wanted, right? Because if you hop in a ram, he's only building archers. He wouldn't be able to kill you. But the Khan Hunter did get cancelled. So Sassy, understanding he needs to get some bulk. The Khan Hunter is good, but you need to have enough units to justify its production.
Yeah, and him going for the stable instead, we're probably going to see some double Keshiks coming out. Oh, Khan Hunter back on the table, KP. The man is here to give these boys the boost.
It's much better now, though, right? Like, before he was going to build it with 2 archers. And it's just like, you don't really get the bang for buck, right? You'd rather just have an extra archer. Because you can always gap close when you're at home, because he has the Yam nearby. That's the other thing that makes this build really good, is like when you conceptualize the idea of extra range and movement speed. That's why javelins in some matchups look kind of broken, right? Is because they can just start step in, stab at you, walk away, and with any infantry comp, you won't be able to catch them.
And now, what we're going to be seeing is Dragovan just making sure that his berries don't get denied. Especially when you're playing against Mongols, which will get those early Keshiks. He's putting his units in position. The thing is, you're dealing with Keshiks. I don't know how you're going to be dealing with them when you just go archers. Keshiks are really good and really strong, and horsemen are barely going to put a dent in them. It's basically like playing against knights with horsemen and archers and 2 singular spearmen. But he is getting their barracks to do something about it now.
Yeah, and this is rough because like you can't build Camel Archer against this, right? Camel Archer is really nice against Keshik because Keshik are full base damage, so 20% unease is really good to reduce their damage. But your opponent's already scaling mass archers. Like, it's just a death sentence. So I think Sassy's comp right now is more desirable. Dragovan can at least make his feel better once he starts to get a bit of scale behind it, because then things like Boot Camp, the extra 15% health, can actually break this wide open.
Now these guys standing on top, deterring that charge from taking off. Now, I'm expecting to see Sassy just try to rush that as well with the upgrades, but now we see the pastures here. He just wants another one. He knows he needs to keep having food, because just like Dragovan is going to run out, he will too. And he needs to make sure that this is still looking healthy. So that triple pasture, coming out, it's going to be so valuable for Sassy to keep going.
Can we check if Dragovan's got Golden Age 1? He should by now, I'd imagine.
Yes.
Yeah, this is really important, right? Because with that 15% eco buff, he should be able to outscale the Mongols. Because although they're a little bit more efficient with their economy because of the Yam from the D Stone, and they do have the stone production, it doesn't really match up to this 15% eco scaling, because it will be scaling as we continue, right? Like, it's going to be more impactful when you have 50 villages than when you have these 31.
And with Sassy just opting to go for pastures instead, we don't have any blacksmith upgrades coming in either. We don't have any strong pushes that will change the course of, Abbasid's arc, I would say. Because with Abbasid getting that boost, I think you're just waiting for the game to go a little bit longer so that you can deny Mongols and their favorable trades. The problem with Keshiks is they're going to be able to break through most of these. So he knows that. He's getting those extra spearmen. But like you said, with the boost, he's just going to be able to make more than Sassy will. But the thing is, the food will run out too.
But
Eventually.
then you've got defender's advantage, right? So Dragavan just wants to wait on his side. Because, like, if this turns into a stalemate, it's quite interesting, actually, because they're both scaling archers. And although Sass can get a damage buff with Kurotai, it doesn't really hold a candle to the extra 15% health and the 33% increased firing rate of the Abbasid archers.
Now, with these, he's trying to find some damage, and I think he needs to, because like you said, they're just going to outscale for now. Especially when you get the boot camp pretty far off. If you only have 2 on gold, pretty far off. I think he's still going to opt for getting these plus upgrades in the blacksmith instead. But now popping down that second rate archery range, so this +1 is going to hit extra hard if we get enough archers. And you just need to get to that critical mass to deal with these Keshiks too. But Dragonman's army is very, very mobile, and he's trying to find somewhere to go with it.
Yeah, this is interesting, actually, because, like, what I said about the dynamics here in Castle definitely held up last patch, but I just remembered the Khan scales, right? So that Khan Hunter, you're going to get a plus 0.8 range in Castle. I actually think Dragavan needs an endpoint in Feudal here, because if this hits Castle Age, what Sassy can do is he'll have 0.8 extra range over your archers. He'll have a damage buff nearby, and if he extends the Yam range, he'll have the movement speed to always stay out of range of your archers.
So he's just going to be able to constantly kite and take favorable fights?
It's pretty wild, yeah. Like, I think Dragavan can't lean on the idea that if we go castle, I'll get 1 million archers and win.
And that's what I think a lot of the pro players have been doing as well. They just get too many archers for the numbers not to matter. And like you said, I think with that number, especially from the Mongol side, you're going to be able to outproduce or outperform quite well. The thing is as well, when you have Abbasid archers, you have your horsemen to back them up. But on Mongol's side, he has these archers with Keshiks to back him up as well. So it's just going to take a little bit more to kill these units, even if they're a little bit more expensive to do. And we do see that these guys run into one another. And the army is still very split. But with this amount of horsemen, they should be able to take this fight, especially with the blacksmith upgrades on the side of Dragavan instead.
Keshik scaling has been really slow here. Maybe this was part of the plan, though. Like, Dragavan kind of halted Spearman production, and now Sassy's began to scale Cav again. So if he kind of hides this detail long enough, he could just swarm over Dragavan. But it's really important that you don't reveal too early that you're going back into cavalry.
And the problem now is as well, Sassy is quite far out, but Dragavan hasn't shown that he's actually going to push out on these resources too. The deer here, the berries are running out, but farm transition is in session. Dragavan, a guy who seems to be okay with farm transitioning, instead of just going for those pocket resources that are quite vulnerable, he says, I will make farms as Abbasid at 12 minutes.
Yeah, not your usual, especially against Mongols, because like if you lose that position, they are incentivized to kill those farms, right? Like it's not only do you lose 75 wood, they gain 50 resources.
Oh yes, Mongols also has their bonus. Oh, but the Khan Hunters are going forward, and I think this might not just be the normal control that we're used to because of a free or new unit. These guys pulling it back in and out perfectly, but these spearmen need to be careful. The horses are being run into the spearmen, and they are going down quite a bit.
Horseman wrap around now. I don't like this for Sassy. He has to back away, and he has to do it fast. Horseman now chasing here, and that was sick. Dragavan, he engaged the spears in with the other spears. That meant that when his horseman came in, there was no brace from the Mongol spear mass. All of a sudden, he now has to retreat away in a losing fight that's going to snowball. Horseman will keep hunting him down. He's got no Yam nearby, and it's such a numerical advantage for Dragavan right now. Every time Sassy turns around, he risks an even bigger defeat.
And Sassy has queued up more Keshiks. He's like, I need Keshiks for this fight. And true, they are probably the unit that could snowball this, but with the spears, you need to have that perfect control. So now with these archers trying to do some damage here, the Khan Hunter at the back here, still a very new unit to control, so definitely not something easy for most people. He is trying to use that Yam network. Is this in range of the Yam?
No.
Oh, no,
It's
no.
just the Khan aura.
Oh,
It's a little
damn.
bit deceptive. We need different glows, I think, but this is about to blow up in Sassy's face. Archer count's way too big. 37 versus 11. This is it. This is game. I don't see how Sassy realistically ever recovers this now.
Yeah, at this point, you do have your pastures. You do have those. But what is Sassy doing? Sassy's pulling the villagers. He's
getting a front line, baby. He can't even kill the one
He
spirit.
selected all. He selected all. Sassy has had enough. The villagers are up in arms, taking down everything in their path. And this will mean that Dragovan advances to the main event, and Sassy needs to qualify tomorrow.
3-0 as well. What a performance out of Dragovan. You know, funnily enough, Marika, if Sassy had been playing the Abbasids and we were in Imperial Age, that villager pool would have worked.
Or if he was playing English.
No. Have you not seen the stats the Abbasid villagers can get now?
I have not seen them yet, but I do know they're stronger.
They
and
can get
tanky?
141 HP.
So what you're saying is they could rival feudal age archers.
So what I'm saying is, if anyone wants Snooper to come back to play Age of Empires, now's probably the easiest time to convince him. Get him to do that Abbasid villager only challenge, because you pay 36 food and you get 141 health.
That sounds
pretty good.
amazing. Are you telling me that I can now do only vills to Conqueror?
I'm telling you, you can. I'm telling you, now is the single best time to do it. You could run into the enemy base and drop a keep next to their TC,
Without
and
losing.
your villagers would live long enough.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, I'm in. Okay guys, just an announcement. That is exactly what we will be doing on my channel for the next few weeks. We will be trying to get to High Diamond Conqueror with mostly villagers at the end of games. Very nice. Thank you, KP. I appreciate the inspiration.
That's what I'm here for. I
Now-
see a new patch, I'm like, how do we break the game?
I actually, Beastie does the same. We will be like, you have no idea what you can do with this. And I'm like, what? And he'll just tell me all the strategies. And I'm like, oh, I'm in. All right, I'm in.
It's interesting because like Beastie, so it's like because you have innovators and iterators, right? Beastie's more of an iterator. Like, I think Beastie, like, it's going to be like a Batman thing. Like, no, what was it? The Few Good Men scene where he's like, you need me on that wall, right? Where he's like, you can't handle the truth. Like, the truth is, Beastie needs people like Dragovan doing these weird wild strategies, figuring out what works so that he can come in and he can rule these tournaments down the line. It's an interesting symbiotic relationship.
Beastie is definitely someone who sees what others are doing and he uses that, definitely, but he also perfects it. He does scout when things go a little bit Monka-esque and he realizes, hey, I might need to adjust to this before it actually happens. I remember at Wololo back in the day when Marlians was busted and nobody knew about the busted Marlians. But after Wololo, everybody knew. I remember the Farimba plays were out of this damn world. But yeah,
I think it was the same with the Ottomans. People didn't realize at the time, and then I think Puppy Paw and Wham revealed it. But like that's a cool thing as well. Is I think that's a pristine example. Beastie very talented, but when we saw Rebel Wololo, because it was a different map pool, right? Like Socotra was very new territory. You saw that, especially. You remember in the Wham series when it was. I think he was the only person I ever saw pick Juji on Socotra, right?
Yeah.
That's a perfect example of like your innovator over your iterator, where because it's not practice territory, you don't know the correct answer, and that's like where curveballs and weird plays can really get you an edge.
Yeah, and I think Beastie knows how to respond to them once he's faced them, but he's not the one creating them. Thanks, Dragovan, for keeping things fresh then.
Yeah.
Now, guys,
He'll get them there. I keep saying, like, one of these days, we're going to get someone with, like, Clem's APM that can clown car multiple Rams at once, and it's going to break the game.
I do not look forward to the day for that happening. God damn. Now, guys, to end off today is a short one. Tomorrow we'll be back here at 4 p.m. CEST to make sure that we bring you the final day of these qualifications. Guys, the real event is happening next week, and it kicks off with the women and the men from the pro circuit. Now, what these players are playing for today is for the event in 2 weeks, where all the pro players will be playing in a top team gamer style format, 2v2, but nobody with set teams to determine who is the ultimate top team gamer. Now, KP, what makes this so cool is we figured out how to do this all the way until the finals. So you don't make it to the semis and get assigned a partner. You make it to the finals before you get assigned a random partner. So it does make it a little bit more for the innovators. Yeah.
I mean, there's plenty to innovate. Like this new patch, I haven't even. There's some things I haven't like tested in. Like for example, I don't know if the Khan Hunter works for allies. Surely it doesn't. That would be broken.
Okay, let me just make a note here. Khan.
Yeah. So what you need to
Hunter.
do is rush Imp as English with Wingard because we like winning woman, and then you're going to build Rangers, and they're going to get 10 tower range.
Okay, I'm writing that down. Let's test English Rangers. Although, when we
And
play
then-
against... Yeah.
You build a stone wall next to their base, and you get 12 tower range.
I'm so glad you're not a player. You could be Dragovan, KP. If you had the APM and a sugar daddy, you could be a pro player. Because the money...
APM is not my problem. I just don't. I don't play the game enough.
No, but
Anyone will tell you, like when we were smashing up Battle Aces, they're like, "Whoa, KP actually has APM." I'm like, "Yeah."
I've been hiding it all along, brother.
I'm a MOBA player, mate. Of course, I got APM.
A Dota player of all things. Not just any MOBA, a Dota. Goddamn. But KP, thank you so much for joining me as well today. I know this was a short in the moment kind of situation. And ladies and gentlemen, that will be it for today. I'm going to be sending you guys over to the other stream, aka Beasties. But guys, please, later on, please go check out King of the Rockies. They have been working really hard. It's a live event. Go show them some support. We were able to rate them yesterday a little bit, but I know that the other tournament is overlapping. So guys, please make sure that you go pay your respects and support to that other tournament. And again, we will be back tomorrow. Thank you for everyone who donated today. We appreciate you, and we're going to be pushing that a lot more in the main event. I promise. We're going to get the long COVID awareness to keep clapping cheeks with Tim here to tell us all about what long COVID actually does in the long run. So yes, KP, again, any closing words? When can they find you? What are you doing?
You can find me across on my channel, Killer Pigeon. You can follow me on Twitter as well to know when I'm doing other events outside of Age of Empires 4. I've got a feeling we've got plenty of action coming in the middays next week because we'll be covering all the free-for-all action on Monday and Tuesday. We've also been covering a lot of the lower bracket run of King of Dry Arabia, so we're definitely looking to catch up on Dumu Louis next week. And you know what? Screw it. I'm going to slide in some Deadlock streams. Guys, if you want to know anything Deadlock, yeah, I'm your nerd. Freaking MOBA meets Overwatch. Let's go. Oh.
That's actually quite dirty. I'm glad they lifted the NDA on Deadlock, though.
They
It's such
ambushed
a
us
cool
with it, though.
game. It's such a cool game, guys. If
It
you
is.
if you have access to Deadlock, play it. If you need access, just tell me, and then I can try to add you as a friend or referral. It's so good. It is
incredible.
So good. Okay.
Yeah, I've already tweeted out. I'm like, okay, who's making an event for this? I need to know who I need to talk to about casting. Like, it's very fun. I think it has a better shot than Overwatch did when it comes to the viewability, because you can just use outer angles and it's fine.
I agree. I've played like 5 minutes of it, and I watched a lot more minutes, but it was definitely worth it, even as a strategy game player. So yeah. And Gali, I'm sorry. Next time we won't be a 2v2 tournament. All right. All right, KP. Thank you so much for joining. I will see you in the next one. See you guys tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much again.